Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was the powerful boyfriend of Luna? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The Dark Evangel, the Mega Nosferatu, the Queen of the Night, the Doll Master, the Girl Queen of Darkness. Those were just a few of her titles. But at the moment, Evangeline K. McDowell was neither of those. At the moment, she was angry. Her day had started simple enough. She woke up in her comfortable bed. She took a long, warm shower. She had a delicious breakfast prepared by one of her puppet maids. And then she remembered it was the last day. It was not the end of the world. It was not even the end of the week. It was simply the end of her life. She had had enough. After falling into a state of boredom more intense than anything she had ever experienced, she had realized that she had lived enough. Sure, the Life Maker had lived for 2,500 years, but she was more than satisfied with her achievement of just passing 1,000. Thinking back, she was surprised she did not see this coming sooner. After all, with Negi extinguishing his life once his wife had passed on, she should have realized that she would reach that stage as well, that she should have probably reached it hundreds of years ago. She blamed her youth for not seeing this sooner. Her days of striving for survival through all odds. But now, nearly 400 years since the 3A middle school class of Mahora graduated, the last she was part of, the class that she could honestly say was the closest group of friends she had had in her undead life, she had to admit that she no longer had a reason to strive for survival. She had lived more than she should have. She had kept the promises to her former classmates to watch over their descendants for a century or two. Hell, she had even traveled through several parallel worlds, just to find something to occupy herself with. But the facts were facts. The world was at peace. Mankind had terraformed and colonized not only Mars, but Venus, the moon, as well as Mars's moon, Phobos and Deimos. Magic was known by all and used by over 80% of the population. And she wanted a break. She wanted to end her meaningless unlife. So, just as Negi had, she created weapon of such destructive power that even her Shinso healing ability could not hope to keep up with, or even have the chance to begin the healing, for that matter. She wanted a quick and painless death, and she would have it. I was remarkably easy to build the thing, and after putting her affairs in order and finding an isolated region of space, she detonated it, vaporizing everything in a mile radius. Which brings us to her current situation. After detonating the weapon, she had found herself naked in a white space, devoid of anything else. Not caring in the slightest about her lack of clothing, she looked around for a while, searching for anything. Eventually, as she was screaming in frustration, a black cloaked figure that seemed to be made of shadows and dark mist appeared before her and told her why she was there. "What do you mean I can't die?" Evangeline screamed in anger and terror. "Just as I said, child, you cannot die. It is your own fault, delving so deep into the darkness." The voice seemed to rasp out directly into her mind. "Your greatest creation, Magia Arabia, has grown beyond your knowledge and control. It had consumed not just what you wanted, but also what you did not. It has consumed the magic of the spell that made you a Shinso vampire, and merged it with your soul, making more immortal than the one that cursed you. In his case, his soul was immortal and could easily take a new host once the previous reached its limit. In your case, not only is your soul immortal, but so your body and your magic. Even as we speak, your body is being remade in the human world, your magic piecing back your flesh and keeping your soul bound, feeding on the endless magic of the world." Eva stared, opened her mouth to speak, only to decide against it as she collapsed to her knees. True immortality. She had achieved something nobody else had, and she found out just when she wanted to die. Karma was a bitch. "I can see you are wise enough to be displeased with your condition." The voice rasped into her mind. I also am displeased with this situation, which is why you are here, instead of on your healed body. I have an offer for you. Oh. Eva glanced at the figure. Maybe you should tell me who you are first, as well as where I am, and how do you know all this about me? As she kept talking, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. I am Death. That should explain all your questions. She heard in her mind, and while the statement would have been considered mere boasting at other times, right then she fully believed it. My offer is this. I will send you in a certain state into a different world, not one parallel to yours, but a whole new one, where you will have to fulfill a task I ask of you. And should you succeed to my liking, I would not only interfere and allow you to die, but also overlook some of your unpleasant actions, enough to allow you to enter the same afterlife as your friends. What kind of task are we talking about? Eva asked carefully. Also, how long will it last? And what did you mean by in a certain state? Your task, Death began, is to look after a certain child and help him achieve not only his destiny, but also his potential. His birth has been prophesied to be that of a person who holds the power of vanquishing the current Dark Lord, and vanquish him he will. Because that filthy snake has gone against nature and split his soul repeatedly and used the pieces to anchor himself to the world of the living. For the first time, there was emotion in Death's voice, disgust laced with anger. Your task will last until the Dark Lord that calls himself Voldemort is vanquished. However, you may remain in that world as long as you can if you desire. As for the state I spoke of, as your body will be left behind, only your soul and magic will enter this new world, which I will store within the prophesied child's body. If you manage to create a new body for yourself, however, know that while it may perform as well as your previous one had, it will never reach the same stage that brought you here. So at least I don't need to worry about that again. Eva muttered, deep in thought. But how can I look after him if I'm merely sealed within him? And will I even be able to contact him or influence him in some way? You will be able to influence him in ways you have to discover yourself. But you will only truly contact him once he is 14. Death spoke. Now make your decision. As if I have any choice in the matter. Eva scoffed. Just one last thing before you send me away. What would be to your liking regarding how I do this? There are 3 items in that world that I made the mistake to craft and allow mortals to handle. Together, they could grant one a state similar to your own immortality. I want your charge to have them, but I do not want him to combine their powers and obtain that kind of immortality. It would be best if one of them is completely destroyed, which I do not care. Death declared. What are these items? Eva asked curiously. A wand of great power, which bears many names such as the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, but its proper name is the Elder Wand. The second is a stone that can summon the souls of the dead, the Resurrection Stone. And finally, the third and last is the cloak that can hide its holder even from myself, the Cloak of Invisibility. Together, they have popularly been called the Deathly Hallows. Death finished. Very well, I'll do it. Eve agreed, and before she knew it, she falling through darkness, only to land in what looked like a copy of the place she was previously in, only lacking death. Slowly but surely, however, colors and shapes began to form around her, but nothing she could comprehend. Closing her eyes and trying to concentrate, she found herself seeing a blurry image and hearing sounds that were probably voices, distorted as they were. Finally, it was the smell that clued her in, even if it was barely what it should be felt like. Her charge had just been born. This put Evangeline in a quandary. Even if she could perfectly influence her charge at that moment, it would do her no good, as it would be not just risky, but irresponsible to influence a blank slate that was a newborn. So she had to wait until he was at least a few years old before even attempting at joy. Resigning herself to a few years of boredom, she decided to gather as much information as possible about this new world. It was not one parallel to her own, so it was bound to be very different. She was sure that it had magic, and that her charge was a magic user, but other than that she knew nothing concrete. So she watched and listened, learning all she could. It was a quick and obvious decision to not interfere with the child's mind, the shapes and colors around her being his only memories, which slowly but surely became solid and began organizing themselves within his mind. Everything he saw, she saw. Everything he heard, she heard. The difference, however, was that she also understood. Luckily for her, they were not speaking an unknown language. They were actually speaking her first language, English, and by their accents, they were likely somewhere in the UK, likely in Wales. So she waited and learned, sleeping when the child, Harry, she learned his name, was slept. She learned that the predominant magic users in this world were called witches and wizards, that non-magicals were called muggles, that the magical society was in hiding from the non-magical one, and many others. She was particularly intrigued by the magic of this world. It was mostly for convenience, really, with little to no elemental uses. They had a spell for everything from simple levitation to the illegal killing curse which James and Lily frequently mentioned. They were at war. War against Voldemort and his gang of inbred fools called Death Eaters. The more she leaned, the more disgusted she became. The people of this world were weak sheep, mindlessly following Voldemort, their incompetent government, or some Merlin wannabe named Dumbledore, the leader of the light. Learning that Voldemort knew part of the prophecy made Eva wonder if the kid would live past his first birthday. He did, but as soon as she found out that the mutt, Black something, had come up with the brilliant idea to have the weak rat which she never trusted hold the secret of the Potter's location, she began counting the days the kid had left. She reached day 7 when Voldemort showed up. She almost attempted to take control of the infant's body, if only to smack the parents over their heads. Their stupidity was something she rarely encountered. James Potter, the mighty Gryffindor, went off to hold off the freaking Dark Lord without even having his wand with him. What the hell was his malfunction? And brilliant Lily Potter, someone Eva had actually began to respect, had made the mistake of going upstairs instead of running out back and teleporting. No, apparating away once she was out of the anti-apparition wards. Eva wasn't the least surprised when Voldemort blasted open the door of the nursery so soon that he likely had not even stopped walking as he blasted apart James Potter. She was curious about Lily's actions, however. She had learned over the past year that she was not nearly as squeamish in battle as most of the light witches and wizards. She rarely had an issue in maiming or sometimes even killing the Death Eaters if that was needed to secure the safety of herself and of her allies. She had heard countless arguments between Lily and James, with the wise Dumbledore occasionally dropping by and reminding her to give others second chances so they can redeem themselves. Eva personally wondered how bad Dumbledore screwed up in his youth, since she had the feeling that the old man was on his 15th chance or the like. So when Lily Trice offered her life in exchange for her son's safety, and then remained silent until Voldemort decided that he had given her enough chances to move aside and thus killed her with the Avada Kedavra, Eva knew that something big was going to happen. She watched through the infant's eyes, and the killing curse flew towards the suddenly scared child, who had seen his mother go down and not get up. She briefly noticed a beam of light leave the chest of the fallen redhead and hit Voldemort, causing him to explode just as the green curse hit the child's forehead and fizzle away. Quickly examining the memory, she determined that Lily's last effort had destroyed the Dark Lord's body, and just that. The woman had likely believed that her sacrifice would shield her child from harm. She was mistaken. But what did protect him? Eva decided that it was accidental magic of some sort, judging from his heightened emotions. She almost missed the sudden agonizing pain as something entered the wound left behind by the curse. No, it was trying to posse's him. Throwing caution into the wind, Eva reached out to her own magic and channeled some into the child's core, strengthening it and allowing it prevent the possession. Even though the soul had got though, it stopped it and captured it in a net of magic before bringing it to Evangeline. As soon as she saw it, she almost puked. While she could not guarantee that it was the most disgusting thing she had ever encountered, it was definitely in the top 5, and that was saying something. Looked like a stillborn fetus of a demon spawn, and not one of the pretty kind. From the snake-like appearance and the red-slit eyes, she determined that it was Voldemort, or at least a part of him. Quickly reviewing the memory, she noticed how the wraith flew away. So this was likely a piece of Voldemort's soul that he was intending to use to make another soul anchor. Realizing that the child had passed out, she turned her attention towards the bound fetus who was currently staring at her, in what turned from curiosity to shock and then terror as Eva's scara turned black and her pupil slit before she began ripping every memory the soul fragment had, while also making sure to have some of its magic, or rather magical talents, bleed into Harry's core, adding to his own. She made sure to double and triple filter any possible taint, and granted the child the ability to heal faster, to understand and speak in the language of snakes, known as parcel tongue, an animagus form of a white basilisk, the ability to see magic, known as mage sight, with the later three dormant, as they would merely scare and confuse him at his age. As she worked, she barely acknowledged that Harry had been rescued and was being taken away by Hagrid. She knew she could review Harry's memories later. She was, however, startled when Harry's magic began to be chained. Someone was bonding his power. Forcefully waking him up, she saw the twinkling eyes of Albus Dumbledore as he placed the child down before a door, all the while discreetly using the wand in his sleeve to restrict the amount of magic Harry had access to. Eva estimated that nearly 95% of his core was bound. Behind the innocent eyes of Harry Potter, the dark Evangel glared at the old fool that dared make her job harder. Oh, he would pay for his interference, and if the white wand he was using was what she thought it was, then he was officially on her shit list, right under Voldemort. As soon as the old man left, as did his two companions, she quickly viewed the memory of Sirius's arrival and departure before she began attacking the net of magic that restricted Harry's core. She quickly reached the conclusion that it would take years to, maybe even decades, to fully remove it on her own. So she began to filter her magic into Harry's core. After all, while it restricted access, it did not restrict growth, though she had learned that in this world magical cores stopped growing at around 3 and then had 2 other growth spurts around the ages of 14 and 17, but did not stop Eva from artificially increasing the size of his core, as well as refining and strengthening his magic with her own. She now realized why Death had said that she could only truly contact him once he was 14. Over the years of abuse under the Dursleys, Eva could not help but then Cammy for her healing powers, which she allowed to bleed into Harry's core, as well as those of Voldemort. Otherwise, Harry Potter would have died of malnutrition before reaching the age of 2. Even so, he was so skinny and short that one would mistake him for a 9-year-old instead of his real age of 11. Yes, he was finally 11, after nearly 10 years of being the Dursley's personal servant. After 10 years of abuse and lies, he was finally returning to the wizarding world, and one of the first people he meets was someone carrying Voldemort's taint and wearing some god-awful turban. Thinking back, Eva could not help but smirk at what she had managed to do to help the boy over the years. She had increased the potency of his magic to what most wizards can't even dream of. She had increased the size of his core to that of Kanoka's, and she had increased his control to the max. Yes, he would do well at school. By Christmas, Evangeline was banging her head against everything she could find in Harry's mindscape. The boy was intentionally performing worse than he could. And for what purpose? So that Hermione Nodal Granger was the smartest and that Ronald Shit for brains Weasley wasn't the dumbest? Even without looking for more clues, it was obvious that Weasley was planted from the start by someone, likely Dumbledore, to be his friend, and while Harry was naive, Eva clearly recognized the burning greed and jealousy in the redhead's eyes. As for Granger, she was likely planted after Halloween to keep him worshipping Dumbledore, or at least follow the narrow path that was sure to be cut short when Dumbledore decided it was for the greater good. And of course, if he said so, Granger would gladly slit Harry's throat. Over the entire course of his first year, however, Eva made sure to manipulate Harry's body to draw additional magic from Hogwarts, eroding further at the shackles on his magic, and making him more and more compatible with the Magia Arabia and darkness as a whole. She took particular pleasure on 4 certain occasions to drain as much magic and abilities as possible. The first time was when Harry received the Cloak of Invisibility. She made sure to absorb as much of the magic as possible without damaging or weakening the cloak in any way. And then, a few days later, she did the same with Dumbledore himself while the old man stood invisible behind Harry while the boy gazed into the mirror of Ariste. The second time was when, during his detention in the Forbidden Forest, he touched some of the blood of the dead unicorn. Eva drained as much magic and abilities she could from the few silver drops, as well as stretching beyond skin contact, and drained far more from the fallen magical being, making sure that she filtered and negated the curse that came with the blood. And what better way to negate it than with the same thing that negated the killing curse? The extremely rare magical ability once possessed by one of her closest friends, Magic Cancel. Of course, after correctly identifying it before Harry was 3, she had made sure to not only nurture the ability, but also keep it in check else it may become permanently active as it was for Asuna. The result of absorbing the magic of the unicorn was to increase Harry's aptitude for what this world called light magic tenfold. The second time was when Harry drank the potion Snape brewed to allow passage past the black flames in the obstacle course leading to the Philosopher's Stone. The potion did not only grant protection against that particular kind of flames, but against all fire short of fiend fire. Eva made sure to keep the excess magic from the potion and enhance it, granting Harry near absolute protection from all kinds of fire, even fiend fire having a much reduced effect. And finally, what she considered as her greatest achievement that year was to drain dry the Philosopher's Stone, absorbing not just the enormous amount of purified magic, but also a staggering amount of knowledge regarding alchemy, the ability to bypass the law of equivalent exchange, and to manipulate one's age and appearance. The later, which she instantly added to Harry's budding metamorphosis abilities. The knowledge, however, she kept to herself, as she did with most of the purified magic which she would steadily bleed into Harry's core over the summer break. Said summer break almost had her take control and brutally murder the Dursleys, but had to settle with feeding his core more and more magic to sustain him in spite of the lack of food and water. She was thankful for the Weasleys rescuing him. She really was, but the fact was that it also cemented the fact of at least Ron being Dumbledore's pawn, with him knowing Harry's address in spite of him never telling it to anyone. Over the time spent at the Weasleys, she quickly got tired by Molly's attempts to mother him, all the while having that greedy look in her eyes, which got worse after the visit to Gringotts. Second year at Hogwarts had her finally beginning to influence his mind slightly, dampening his trust for authority quite easily given the opportunities named Snape, Lockhart, and Fudge. It was remarkably easy to take that lack of instant respect and spread it like a mist over all his acquaintances, making him think twice before trusting them implicitly, of course. She only made sure he would not trust others without a good reason. So with Lockhart's books being worshipped by the sheep of the wizarding world, it was not enough to prevent Harry from attending the first meeting of the dueling club and to go to Lockhart, of all buffoons, with information regarding the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, the Chamber of Secrets, something that intrigued Eva greatly. She perfectly understood Salazar Slytherin's reasons for not wanting Muggleborn within the halls of Hogwarts. In that time and age, she would have likely done the same or worse. She knew all too well what it was like to be hunted for being different, so she found it quite reasonable that he had left something behind to do the biding of his heirs. Unless those heirs were living in the 20th century, when Muggles had no knowledge of witches and wizards. Yes, in cases like this, she was pretty sure that it would be best to have the Chamber of Secrets sealed. With the attacks going on, she was quite intrigued of what the monster was. She was alternating between a Gorgon, a cockatrice, and a basilisk, until she looked into Voldemort's younger memories and found out that it was a basilisk, and that Voldemort himself had unleashed it upon the school half a century ago. Like the previous year, she made sure to have Harry's magic absorb and assimilate all valuable magics and properties he encountered. And to her delight, she found no less than 5 opportunities. The first was when the bumbling fool known as Lockhart vanished all the bones in Harry's right arm. That gave her the opportunity to assimilate Skeelgrow, a nasty potion indeed, which she would rather have him replicate the effects of rather than have to drink it regularly. The second time was when he drank Polyjuice Potion to assume the form of Gregory Goyle. She assimilated any and all leftover magic from it and added it to his Metamorphogus and Animagus talents, increasing their potency further and making additions and changes on the later. The third was done in 2 stages. First, when Dobby the house elf visited Harry in the hospital wing after his bludger nearly killed the boy, and then when Harry helped free the creature from the Malfoys at the end of the year. On both occasions, Eva leached as much magic as she could from the elf, having Harry assimilate talents such as House Elf Apparition and Wandless Magic. The fourth and fifth took place nearly at the same time, in the same minute to be exact. It was when Harry's hand was pierced by the basilisk's fang and when Fawkes used his tears to heal him. When the venom entered the boy's bloodstream, Eva had instantly began draining its magic, not as much as to assimilate it, but more to have less of it in the boy's blood. She had already made sure that Harry had a rather high resistance to poisons and venoms over the years. So while the most potent destructive substance in existence, The venom of the 1,000-year-old basilisk was working 20 times slower than it should had, in other words, burning his flesh and bones in seconds. Fawkes' tears, however, not only healed the damage and counteracted the remaining poison, but also healed his body as a whole as the excess tears were absorbed into the bloodstream, with Eva draining as much magic she could from the tears and the phoenix itself without its notice. Doing so, she not only increased Harry's healing abilities exponentially, but also granted him another animagus form, that of a black phoenix. The summer break that followed was likely the best Harry had ever had. Once Eva put into practice the wandless magic taken from Dobby and allowing Harry to inflate Marge Dursley. She was irritated, however, that Harry had taken a useless elective such as divination. She believed in prophecies, true, but the fact was that you either had the gift or you didn't. Harry did not have it, so he was just wasting his time. She would have preferred him taking ancient runes and/or arithmancy. He was more than smart enough, if he did not hold back, which he still did, much to her irritation. It was with the beginning of his third year that for the first time in centuries, Evangeline felt fear. She understood perfectly why Harry fainted, why he was more affected than his classmates. It was only natural, with his past, and with the Dementors focusing solely on him. After all, from their point of view, Harry was a delicacy. 3 souls in one body, all 3 holding memories of great misery. She practically felt her soul being drawn to the Dementor. So once Harry had settled down in the castle and went to sleep, she decided that she had waited enough. She knew that she had 2 options: posse's Harry's body and do her thing, or make one for herself. The choice was obvious. Her magic flared and flowed out of Harry's body, creating a Kage Bunshin. It was not a real body, and it could and would only last a few hours, but for what she needed it was enough. Turning herself invisible, she wandered out of the Gryffindor Tower and headed straight for a certain corridor on the 7th floor. Walking 3 times before the portion of wall next to a rather ugly tapestry, she summoned the entrance to the Room of Requirement which Voldemort had discovered in his Hogwarts days, and in which he hid one of his Horcruxes. Entering the empty room, she requested. She looked around with the mage sight and could not help but be in awe of the complexity of the piece of magic. She could say without a doubt that the only thing more complex than this she knew of was the code of the Life Maker. Shaking her head, she spoke clearly as she concentrated on her goals. I need Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, which has been placed in the Room of Hidden Things. Evangeline said clearly, and a second later the tiara-like object appeared on the floor before her. Now I need a book or books detailing Horcruxes, from how they are made to how they can be destroyed. I particularly need to know how to remove the soul fragment without damaging the containers. This time it took nearly a minute to fully satisfy her need. First, several books appeared before her, some looking older than time itself. Then, several rolls of parchment appeared with black lines being written at lightning speed. And finally, what she recognized as a pensieve appeared before her, with 3 small bottles containing a transparent silvery substance. Sighing, she began looking through the books. She skipped Secrets of the Darkest Art, since she had the full memory of it from Voldemort, and then began looking through the other 5 books. They were on some of the most disgusting magics. She even heard of things that even Voldemort would have considered too evil, at some point anyway. She made sure to skip everything she did not need and focus solely on Horcruxes and other soul magics. She then read the rather mechanic text written on the parchments, before finally watching the 3 memories. It took less than 3 hours as there was so little knowledge in the subject. But she found what she needed. She began by undoing the majority of the charms that held the soul fragment bound to the diadem, adding some of her own instead. With that done, she took the diadem and went out for a stroll to the gates of Hogwarts. Reaching them, she looked in disgust at the Dementors who were standing guard beyond the gates, unleashing their aura of fear. Deciding to waste no more time, she chucked the diadem through the bars, speaking only one word: feed. The Dementors descended like vultures upon the barely attached soul fragment, breaking it further apart and sharing it between themselves. As soon as they were done, Evangeline summoned the diadem back and cast a few scanning spells on it, and was pleased to find out that it had gone nearly perfectly. The only apparent drawback was that the Dementors had also drained a good portion of the diadem's magic, but that was not something she worried about. Rowena had made her diadem capable of drawing as much magic as necessary from nature, so it would be back at full power after a few days in the room of requirement. And that was exactly where she stored it before dispersing, sending the memories to her real self sealed within Harry Potter. She later congratulated herself for feeding the Dementors, as when they invaded the Quidditch pitch, there were only half a dozen of them. True, they still converged on Harry, causing him to lose consciousness. But all he got was a few bruises from falling from that height, even with Dumbledore's Arresto momentum charm. Of course, what he cared more about was his broom. The rest of the year went rather well. She kept a close eye on the Granger girl, who seemed more affectionate than in the past year. She was also more worried for Harry's safety, though Eva deduced that she was still Dumbledore's pawn, from the way she Harry's firebolt without even telling him more than that he should not ride it yet. The end of the year made Eva confident of Harry's future development, as he not only managed to drive away over 100 Dementors, but also gained a new family member, one that actually cared for him. Eva had known for over 13 years that Sirius Black was his godfather, and that he had not betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. So she was glad that she wouldn't have to tell Harry in a few months that he had allowed an innocent man die. She was also reminded of certain piece of magic by Granger's Time Turner, and by the time the school term was over, she was confident she could build a Cassiopeia if needed. But what made her most happy was that with the extra strain of performing a spell, such as the Patronus charm, Dumbledore's bindings upon his core had nearly been broken. All that was needed now was an extra push from her, which came the second day of the summer break, as Harry was contemplating writing to his friends to have them send him food due to Dudley's diet that Petunia had all the members of the Dursley household suffer under. He was just thinking about how Mrs. Weasley would react to the news of him being starved when he felt pain beyond anything her ever experienced. He tried to scream, but found his voice missing. He tried to move, whether to get help or kill himself to end it all he could not decide. But moments later, he collapsed face first on the floor as he passed out. He found himself in a very odd place, which for some reason seemed very familiar. But at the moment, he was too busy gasping and thanking the gods for ending the pain. As he somewhat regained his composure, he began looking around only to freeze at the sound of a female voice. My, so you finally paid me a visit," was heard from the darkness, and looking in that direction, he only saw two emerald green orbs much like his own, glowing ominously. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," the possessor of those eyes continued as she stepped forward into the light, revealing herself to be a 10-year-old girl with her long, golden blonde hair reaching to her knees. "Boy," she finished her sentence with a predatory grin. Harry remained silent and staring, however. He was more focused on the fact that she was completely naked. Yeah, I know what you're going to say, that I'm beginning a new story even though I haven't updated my other two in a while. Well, the truth is that I've been meaning to write this story for a while, but I did not have time. And as my fellow writers know, plot bunnies are fierce creatures that will never let go of you until they have been written down and published like I'm doing now. So let me give you an overview of how this story will go. Eva will make Harry awesome and at least half as evil as her. And they will do stuff. Yep, that's it. That's all I'm telling you now. I will also point out that Harry and Eva will not get in a serious relationship with each other, since Eva has no desire to spend more than a couple decades in the Harry Potter universe. With that said, this story will not be high on my update priorities unless it receives a satisfying amount of reviews. Chapter 2. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou Sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou Sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 2. Growing into his own man. Oi, brat, Eva said in annoyance as Harry remained silent. She was about to check if the silencing charm placed on his physical body was affecting his mental self well when she noticed that his eyes were glued to her lower body and a blush was forming on his cheeks. Rolling her eyes, she appeared before him in a shundu and delivered a resounding slap that snapped him out of it. "My eyes are up here," she told him with more amusement than anger. She had stopped being embarrassed when naked centuries ago. She blamed Negi for all his strip sneezes. Sorry," Harry yelped as he took a step back, looking away from her. "Who are you? Where are we?" And can you please put some clothes on? To answer your last question, no, I won't put some clothes on. Eva smirked, enjoying his embarrassment. To answer your second, as you can surely guess from seeing how empty this place is, it can logically only be your mind. My mind, Harry repeated in disbelief. Well, your mindscape, which is a representation of your mind. Eva shrugged. Then why are you here? And just who are you? Harry demanded as he tried to glare at her, as he also tried to not lower his gaze. Oh, for crying out loud, Eva muttered, and with a though she was dressed in one of the skimpy goth-style panties and nightgown she preferred. Is this good enough for you? She asked in annoyance, only to notice him blushing even more at her provocative attire. And although most guys did not like Lolis, she thought in amusement. Anyway, my name is Evangeline A.K. McDowell. I never heard of you, Harry said bluntly, causing Eva's eye to twitch. I did not expect you to have, she said. As for why I am here, well, I could claim that I'm your guardian angel. She began as she watched with amusement the look of shock in his eyes. But I won't, since I'm too evil to be associated with an angel. Maybe a fallen angel. She must. Can you run that by me again? Harry blinked. Fine. Eva rolled her eyes. As I'm sure you noticed, your life has been rather shitty. She began, I'm sure you wondered before why Voldemort came after you and your family. Wait, how do you know that? Harry cut in. I'm getting to that. So shut up and listen. Eva snapped at him. Now, as I was saying, Voldemort did not attack you home simply because your parents opposed him. You see, a few months before you were born, a prophecy was made. You remember how Dumbledore told you that the prophecy Trelawney made after your divination exam was her second real one? She received a wide-eyed nod. Well, the first was predicting the birth of a child who will be capable of killing Voldemort. The child would be born at the end of the 7th month of the year, with parents that had thrice defied Voldemort. Now, this is the part of the prophecy Voldemort knew, thanks to Snape telling him after eavesdropping on Dumbledore and Trelawney. That bastard. I'll kill him. Harry roared in anger, only to double over as Eva delivered a mean punch to his gut. You can plan his demise later. For now, let me finish. She glared at him until he gave her a reluctant nod. Now, I'm sure there's more to the prophecy. I don't know, but at that point it could have been either you or Neville Longbottom. My source is more trustworthy than Snape, though, so I can tell you right now that it's you, not Neville. There are probably more details about the Chosen One in the rest of the prophecy, but just know that it's you. So, I have to kill Voldemort? Harry asked, ashen-faced. Oh, grow a pain, you weak fool. Your mother would have been ashamed to see you like this. Eva snapped. Emma. Harry's eyes snapped at her. Yes, your mother. Unlike your father and Dumbledore's sheep, Lily Potter was a force to be reckoned with. She did not use dark arts, but she wasn't squeamish when she needed to blast a few of Voldemort's followers apart. Eva told him, smiling slightly at how attentively he was listening. Now, the reason I'm here is because of some of the mistakes I did in my life and some of the atrocities Voldemort did. To put it simply, I became immortal and even unable to kill myself. I tried and failed, and then I was approached by death with an offer. By death? Harry asked in disbelief. Yeah, I was surprised as well. Eva shrugged. Anyway, the deal was that I help you deal with Voldemort, and he allows me to pass on to the afterlife. So he sent my magic and soul in this world, sealing me into you as you were born. I've been here your entire life. Harry stared at her, and stared, and started some more. Why is this the first time I've met you, if you've been here for my entire life? Harry asked with narrowed eyes. Well, at the beginning it would have served no purpose to talk to you. Eva began. It was obvious that while you were just a baby, I should let you grow on your own with your family. I was planning to have this meeting with you when you were 4 or 5, depending on how you developed. But then he came. She growled. Voldemort. Harry scowled. Wrong. It was Dumbledore. Eva growled. What? Harry asked in disbelief. The night he left you on the Dursleys' doorstep, Dumbledore bound your magical core. He bound nearly 95% of your core, and in the process cutting off nearly all possible contact between us. Eva explained. But why? Harry asked, wide-eyed. Well, there could be a few reasons for that. Eva began. It could be that he was afraid of how powerful you would become. You were born very powerful magically, With me as well, enhancing your core, using my own magic over the years, you were at the age of one as powerful most wizards would be when they start Hogwarts, if not when they take their OWLs. Or maybe he was afraid you could hurt the Dursleys while they abuse you. Yes, it was obvious to a blind, deaf, and mute man that it would happen. She added as she noticed the look on his face. Why would he? Harry whispered. Well, I can't say for sure, but he probably wanted you to be meek, starved for attention, and see him as some savior. Sound familiar? Evangeline asked sarcastically. He wanted you easy to manipulate, whatever his plans for you are. And the way I see it, your future is quite grim if you follow the trail of crumb he left for you. What do you mean? Harry whispered. Come on. A Cerberus that even some muggles know that you had to sing to sleep, a plant that's taught about in first year and whose weakness is fire, which a first year can at least make in a small amount. Flying keys when you were the youngest seeker of the century. A chess game when that's the only thing that Sloth Weasley is good at. A troll which you already know how to get rid of. And a riddle when Granger is one of the smartest girls in school. Eva enumerated. He set us up. Harry whispered in shock. And what are the chances of Molly Weasley forgetting the number of the train platform when she had gone to Hogwarts herself, as well as seen off her children for over a decade? Eva added. You mean? Harry stared at her. Yep, Weaselboy was a plan as well, right from the start. Eva nodded. I mean, have you seen the amount of jealousy in that brat? I wonder how much Dumbledore is paying him. No, Harry whispered. And Granger became a spy as well after that Halloween. Though I'm pretty sure she cared for you anyway. But you know how she is with authority figures. Eva shrugged. Dumbledore probably said it was for your own good or something like that, and she took it hook, line, sinker, and rod. That sounds like her all right. Harry gave a weak chuckle. If it makes you feel any better, she stopped trusting authority in General after Quirrell, Lockhart, Malfoy, and Fudge. She still trusts McGonagall and Dumbledore more than it's healthy, however. Eva told him, well, there's that. Harry sighed. But still, with Dumbledore against me, how could I beat Voldemort? Hell, how could I beat him with Dumbledore's help? I'm just Harry, your Harry James Potter, boy who lived, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Potter, and soon to be the third disciple of the Dark Evangel, the most powerful dark mage that ever lived both in this world and the one I came from. Evangeline snapped at him. Stop pretending to be some insignificant child. Take pride of who you are, where you came from, and of your achievements. Achievements? Harry asked in disbelief. I should be proud that I survived because my mother sacrificed herself. Bullshit. Eva cut him off. Your mother did sacrifice herself, but that did not protect you from the killing curse Voldemort sent at you. That, you survived on your own. What your mother did was trick Voldemort in a magical contract. Her life in exchange for him letting you live. He killed her and his magic unknowingly accepted the deal. So when he sent the killing curse at you, her magic and his own delivered punishment for breaking the contract and pulverized his body. Be but Dumbledore. He stopped, realizing the flaw in his arguments. Good. You're already learning. Eva smirked. The truth is that you possess an extremely rare talent, that to negate magic. It's called magic cancel. When you saw your mother struck down, you unknowingly awakened it and protected yourself. Of course, you were just a child, so the killing curse got close enough to give you that scar before it got completely negated. Why have I never used it before? Harry frowned. You did use it, but generally I blocked it from you. I had a close friend who had the magic cancel as well, but it had become permanently activated for her when she was young, so she could not use magic too well. Eva explained, thinking of Asuna. Oh, thanks then. Harry blinked. When did I use it? Harry asked. Well, you used it against Quirrell to negate the magic of the unicorn blood, keeping his body together. Eva said, and you also unconsciously use it during Floo travel, likely because those green flames remind you of the killing curse, which is the same shade of green. Oh. Harry blinked as he tried to take it all in. So, you're from a different world? He asked, trying to change the subject. Yes. And I will tell you from the start, in the world I come from, magic is mostly of the offensive and defensive elemental kind. We have other kinds such as transportation and healing, but it's generally different than what this world uses. Don't worry though, I know more than most people about this world's magic, though I admit a good portion of it is dark arts. Eva shrugged. Hold on. You said you were sealed in me, so how? Harry began before looking fearfully at Eva. Did you possess me? No, though I recently gained the ability to do so. Eva smirked as Harry pawed. I got all the knowledge I need from the piece of Voldemort stuck in your forehead. Why? Harry asked eloquently. Voldemort is the most disgusting human in this world, if he can still be called that. Eva began. He's terrified of death and paying for the crimes he committed, so he sought out immortality. He obtained a form of it by committing particularly cold-blooded murders to rip his soul apart and store pieces of it in objects, thus anchoring him to the world of the living. When he came to kill you, he was planning to use your death to make another anchor, but as he was blasted apart, a small part of his soul got ripped away and stuck to the wound on your forehead. So, I'm keeping him alive? Harry asked in horror. No, he has a few others to do that, and your scar does not have the enchantments to keep the soul fragment there if he loses all his other anchors. I made sure to lock it up in our magic after I drained it dry of information, but I learned how to get rid of it anyway, so no worries. Eva waved him off. So that's where you learnt this world's magic. Harry nodded in understanding. Indeed. At any rate, here's how it's going to be. I take you as my apprentice and teach you how to get rid of Voldemort and his minions. In exchange, you will do as my previous two disciples did. Eva told him. What? Harry asked nervously. You will obey my commands and follow my instructions to the letter. I am over 1,000 years old, so I simply know better than anyone. Eva began. You will also strive to be the best at all you do. I do not accept laziness or pretending to be dumb. You will be the best, or you will die trying. No alternatives. Is that clear? She yelled the last part, a demonic grin on her face as her scara turned black and her pupils became slits. Yes. Harry stood at attention. Good, because otherwise you will likely die before you even finish your schooling. Eva sighed. Now let's start at the beginning. First of all, when you wake up, I want you to let me posses your body for a few minutes. I need to make sure the wards Dumbledore put up won't fail after you leave this place, and it would take too long to explain how to do it yourself. Then I'll give you back control so you can pack your trunk. You'll leave a note for the Dursleys that you had to go for remedial classes. That will be enough justification for leaving the whole summer. Then tonight after they go to sleep, I'll take control again and use your metamorphosis ability to change your appearance and call the night bus to get to the leaky cauldron. Why can't I do that? And why do I need to change my appearance? And what is a metamorphosis? Harry asked. You can't do it because you don't know how yet, and we need to move quickly, so I can't teach you in the time we have. As for why you need to change your appearance, how do you think Dumbledore would react if he finds you taking control of your life? Eva asked sarcastically. As for what a metamorphosis is, you're smart enough to get it out of the context. Shapeshifter? Harry asked. Indeed. Now, as I was saying, you'll get a room at the Leaky Cauldron for a couple days, and tomorrow you'll go to Gringotts and... Eva began explaining her plan. The next morning, one Nagi Springfield left his rented room at the Leaky Cauldron and walked down Diagon Alley straight towards Gringotts. Giving a brief nod to the goblin guards, he headed straight for the teller who dealt with family matters. Good day, Teller Grarlfoot. Nagi began. I require to take an inheritance test. As soon as possible. It will cost you 50 galleons. Gnarlfoot grunted. That's fine. Nakinove. Your name? The goblin demanded. Out here you can call me Nagi Springfield. When we go to a more private location, you will find out more. Nagi smirked coldly as he pushed 100 galleons towards the teller. Very well, the goblin said, suddenly more willing to help. Please follow me, Mr. Springfield, he said, and after motioning a lower-ranked goblin to keep an eye on his booth, he led Harry away trough a marble corridor. After what seemed like 100 turns of corners, Nagi spoke up. I think you confused me enough. Now please lead me to the chamber I need to go to. I don't have all day. Nagi spoke up with annoyance as the goblin flashed back a grin, and less than a minute later, he was led to a ritual chamber. Looking around, Harry saw that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of family crests and names carved in all the walls, starting in the center of the ceiling and then branching down the walls, stopping at around 2 meters above the floor. So you add new families as soon as they are formed. Nagi guessed. Indeed. Now, please show me your real identity so we can begin. Gnarlfoot said as he looked at Nagi expectantly. Very well, Nagi said and closed his eyes before shrinking into the form of Harry Potter. I believe you might have heard of me. My name is Harry James Potter. I see, the wide-eyed Gnarlfoot said, understanding the need for a disguise. Well, Let's get you thought the inheritance test, Mr. Potter, he said and led Harry to the center of the room where a huge handprint was carved into the floor. You need to let a few drops of blood touch the inside of the handprint and press your hand on it as you channel some of your magic. To channel magic without a wand, I need to think as if I'm casting a spell, preferably a harmless one like a Lumos. I know, I did not come here unprepared. Harry smiled briefly as he took the dagger Gnarlfoot presented him and cut his thumb, allowing a few crimson drops to fall on the stone before the wound healed, and he handed the dagger back. How long do I need to channel magic? It depends on how efficiently you channel it. It could take from a couple seconds to a couple minutes. Gnarlfoot shrugged, unconcerned. Nodding, Harry pressed his hand on the blood and channeled as much magic as he could. He absently noticed the goblin stiffen before yelling at him. Enough! Gnarlfoot screamed and was relieved when the torrent of magic stopped. That's enough magic, he said more quietly as he watched as the walls glowed red before fading. Then, he watched as a few crests lit up in green, blue, and yellow. So, what does this mean? Harry inquired. The green ones you are heir of by blood, the blue ones you are heir by magic, and the yellow are simply relations you don't get anything from but very distant relatives. Gnarlfoot explained absently as he squinted his eyes to read all them all. You are heir by blood to the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and La Fey. You are heir by magic to the ancient and noble houses of Black and Slytherin. And you're related to the majority of the pureblood families. Your closest relatives are from the Black bloodline. Narcissa Malfoy née Black and her son Draco Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, Andromeda Tonks née Black and her daughter Nymphadora Tonks, and Sirius Black, who is also your godfather, and from whom you inherit the Black Lordship. He explained, expecting an explosion at the last name. Hearing none, he turned towards Harry to see him grimacing. I don't know what's worse. Harry rubbed his forehead. To be related to that crazy bitch Lestrange, or to that ponce Draco Malfoy. Looking at the staring goblin, he added, why exactly am I inheriting the Black Lordship from Sirius? I mean, he's still alive? I hope. Well, yes, he's alive, but likely due to his time in Azkaban, he has become incapable of having children. While there are times when a lord can maintain his position if becoming sterile, one cannot assume the lordship while having that condition. Continuing the line is something pure-blood wizards stress on. Gnarlfoot explained, so Sirius is sterile. Harry sighed. Well, after over a decade in that place, he's lucky to be alive and sane, well, moderately sane anyway. I guess I should accept that lordship as well. I'll be useful to have that political power when clearing his name. Clearing his name? The goblin inquired. Well, the truth is that Sirius did not kill those muggles. It was Pettigrew. I saw both of them less than a month ago and got the truth out of them. Harry explained. How did he get sent to Azkaban, though? Gnarlfoot asked in shock. Well, the first one to arrive at the scene was Cornelius Head Up, his ass Fudge. So yeah, you can draw your own conclusions. Harry said sarcastically. Indeed, the goblin muttered. At any rate, I should tell you that your parents will have been sealed at the order of the Wisingamot on November 10th, 1981, and can only be unsealed when you are of age, which I can bypass by assuming my other lordships first, and thus gaining emancipation from them. Harry said, matching the goblin's smirk. Indeed. Follow me. Gnarlfoot said and led Harry to a corner of the chamber, where two stone hands were sticking out of the wall, a black stone embedded into the wall above them. Put some blood on that stone and channel magic in it like you did before. Your family ring should appear as you say your name and declare that you accept the lordship over a house or more. I, Harry James Potter, hereby accept lordship over the ancient and noble houses of Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Black, and La Fey. Harry called out as he channeled his magic through the bloodied stone. Then, in a flash of light, 6 rings bearing various jewels and crests appeared on the fingers of the stone hands, favoring the index, middle, and ring fingers. Harry's eyes, however, were glued to the Peveril ring. Gnarlfoot, the Peveril ring is cursed. And from the looks of it, you don't want to know with what and why. Can I use my wand here to secure it? Yes, I see dark magic on it. Gnarlfoot growled. Very well, you may draw your wand, but I suggest you first accept the lordship so that you become emancipated and exempt from the underage magic regulations. 2 minutes later, there was only the peveril ring left on the stone fingers, the other 5 having already been placed on Harry's left ring finger and merged into one bearing all 5 crests. He discreetly let Eva take over, and she was weaving through the protections placed on the ring to hold the Horcrux. She then took out a canute and transferred the soul fragment to it before looking seriously at the attentive goblin. I suggest you forget this next part. Harry told Gnarlfoot before he pointed the wand at the canute, hissing 2 words. And with that, the canute was blasted to pieces and the soul fragment destroyed. Sorry about that. Harry sighed as he took over again. But it was either that or fiend fire, since I don't have a Dementor or Basilisk. Venom on hand. I see. Gnarlfoot stuttered, making a mental note to never cross this wizard while Harry put on the peveril ring on his right ring finger, and, at an instruction from Eva, he twisted it around his finger once, activating the built-in invisibility spell. It took him only a minute longer to gain the Potter ring and lordship. Now, I will need to see the state of my estates, and particularly the list of withdrawals and deposits for the Potter vaults, since my parents died. Harry said, I'm afraid I cannot help you with that. I will take you to the account manager of the Potter vaults. He will be taking over the management of your other vaults as well, so he will have what you need. Gnarlfoot explained. 2 hours later, Nagi Springfield left Gringotts with a look on his face that foretold the death of the first fool that got in his way. That bastard. He's been paying the Dursleys to abuse me, and Ron and Mrs. Weasley to spy on me. With MY money, 50 galleons per month to each Weasleys and 1,000 per year to the Dursleys. That's over 16,000 galleons. Harry ranted. Just be grateful that the Weasleys did not touch the money yet, so it was easy to recover, and that you could make those arrangements regarding the Dursleys. Evangeline retorted. Days later, Vernon Dursley would be without a job, and the Dursleys as a whole without a home, which got demolished, with them also forgetting about the existence of Harry Potter and magic as a whole due to some goblin magic. At the same time, the same thing would be happening to Marge Dursley. And while I hate it as well, you now have more money than you could even hope to use in several lifetimes. And I'm talking about my lifetimes. Eva tried to placate him. Now move your ass and throw a fortune in shopping. That always relaxes me. Eva ordered, rolling his eyes. Harry first hit the apothecary, where he spent nearly 6,000 galleons by buying nearly half of their stock and getting a generous amount of everything they had and buying out their more rare ingredients. He also bought 3 master-level potions kits and a couple solid gold self-stirring cauldrons and a copy of every potions book they had, storing everything in the bag on which Evangeline had cast an undetectable extension charm, and a few others to keep things sorted and secure. His next stop was Flourish and Blots, where he spent nearly 10,000 galleons by buying a copy of nearly every book they had in stock. He avoided the fiction books such as Harry Potter and the Dragon King just as much as he avoided the Lockhart books. By the time he headed into Nocturne Alley, it was already afternoon, so after slipping into a deserted alley, he turned control over to Evangeline, who instantly used a shadow element spell to create a cloak of shadows that is the body of Nagi Springfield entirely, the hood only allowing the now glowing blood-red eyes with slit pupils to be seen. Allowing some of her ice magic to seep into his skin, it made the hooded being that entered Nocturne Alley even more avoided than she hoped. She went straight to Borgin and Burke's, and after a little subtle intimidation and application of subtle mind magics, Borgin was more than happy to sell all the books he had in his shop for a total of 1,000 galleons. Slipping into another deserted alley, she canceled the shadow cloak and created a Kage Bunshin of herself and gave Harry back control of his body. She then morphed into her adult form, and then took the appearance of Asuna Kagurizuka and created shadow clothing for herself and 2 hooded cloaks, which the 2 of them donned before they headed to the only wand shop in Nocturne. As it was getting dark outside, the finally 2 of them left the shop, wearing similar expressions of annoyance and exasperation. It had taken an hour for the shop owner to decide which components were best suited for their custom wands, and 3 more to craft them. Harry now owned a wand made of wood from a Japanese cherry tree with a mixed core of phoenix tears, thestral blood, and his own blood as well. Eva, however, had a wand made of elder with a mixed core of Yukiana blood, basilisk venom, and a single vela hair. The shop owner also forgot her ever made them, and regarded the 500 galleons as a tip once Evangeline liberated him of his past 4 hours of memories. The next morning, a 15-year-old Negi Springfield was buying a full wardrobe along with his father, Nagi, his mother, Erica, and his younger sister, Evangeline, at Twilfit and Tattings. As they returned to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch, Negi left their purchases in his room as Erica and Nagi dispelled. "You have to teach me that spell. It's awesome," he told Eva as they ate lunch. "First of all, it's not a spell. Secondly, you're not ready for it yet. Maybe in a few months." Eva shrugged. "And why exactly do we need all those clothes?" Negi inquired absently. "Because we're going to need them, you in particular." Eva rolled her eyes. "And we still need to get the Muggle clothes," she reminded him. When he returned to the Leaky Cauldron that evening, Negi was still sporting a bright blush from being forced to watch and give opinions on the clothes Eva tried out both in her child and adult forms, particularly the mountain of lingerie. Grabbing all his possessions, he glanced at the combination of 6 of his family rings and spoke clearly after he retook his natural appearance. "Number 12 Grimald Place Portus." With that the built-in port key whisked him away to the owned property he indicated. He appeared before a decrepit door with a snake-shaped handle. Placing his left palm on the door, he spoke again. "Lord Black demands access and hereby takes control of the wards." His ring glowed briefly, as if examined, before several clicks were heard and the door swung open. The first thing he did, before all others, was to give Evangeline control instantly. She immediately cast a few overpowered air freshening and cleaning charms, cleaning as much of the dust and grime as she could before she entered and closed the door behind her before creating a Kage Bunshin and giving Harry control back. "Call for an elf if this house has any." Eva growled under her breath as she kept swishing her new wand around, casting various spells, from repair spells to pest wards. "Elf," Harry said loudly, and with a pop, what looked the oldest house elf ever appeared before him. "Master?" the elf asked tentatively, as if not daring to believe his eyes. "Yes, I am the new Lord Black, your master." Harry nodded. "What's your name?" "I is Creature." The old elf bowed. "Yes, I can see that." Harry muttered. "Well, I have work for you." "Yes, master." "Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black." Creature nodded rapidly. "For starters, wash yourself and put on something clean. A black-colored toga bearing the Black family crest will do nicely." Harry began. "Then I want you to start cleaning this house. It's filthy and an affront to the reputation of the House of Black. Also, I want you to gather all cursed objects and put them away from me and Evangeline here to look over later. And you are to listen to her orders as if they were my own." "Is she's Lady Black?" Creature asked. "No, she's my teacher and a far scarier and powerful person than Voldemort could have even hoped of becoming." Harry said bluntly. "Now go," he ordered, and the elf disappeared with a pop. "Boy, there's a Horcrux nearby." Eva muttered. "What?" Harry's neck nearly snapped as he turned to face her. "Voldemort had Regulus Black give him the house elf you just saw when he tested the defenses around one of his Horcruxes. He left the elf to die." Eva explained. "Obviously, it's still alive." Harry muttered. "You think the elf stole it and brought it here?" "Possibly. After all, Voldemort wasn't his master. But I also know that Regulus Black went missing soon after that." Eva informed him. "Which one is it?" Harry sighed. "Slytherin's locket," was the blonde's answer. By the time Harry went to sleep that night, there were one less Horcrux in the world. He had earned the eternal respect of Creature, and found out that the last Horcrux Evangeline knew of was in the bowels of Gringotts, in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. That piece of information caused his good mood to go for a nosedive off the astronomy tower. Hey, another chapter right here. Yep, the plot bunnies are haunting me. At any rate, I'm glad to see that the first chapter has received so many reviews in 2 days? I hope you like this chapter just as much, because starting from chapter 3 things will begin to happen. Once again, reviews equals updating sooner. Do the math. Chapter 3. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou Sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou Sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 3. Equivalent exchange. Always balanced but never fair. Price of power. Harry Potter was accustomed to pain. He had felt it a good part of his time at the Dursleys, be it emotional or physical. During his first year at Hogwarts, he had reached new heights in his familiarity with pain. First during his meeting with the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, and then in the chamber that held the Philosopher's Stone under Hogwarts. A near level of pain was achieved a year after that in the Chamber of Secrets when he was stabbed by the basilisk fang in his arm. That was, of course, mostly physical pain. In his Hogwarts years, his emotional pain reached new heights in his second and third years. In the second, due to the year-long shunning from the vast majority of the school populace when they were thinking he was the heir of Slytherin who had been attacking students, followed by the despair of Hermione being petrified, Hagrid taken to Azkaban, and Ginny taken into the chamber itself and nearly killed. And in the third year, due to the supposed betrayal of his godfather, which supposedly led to the death of his parents. Compared to what he was currently feeling as he awoke after the first night spent at NR 12 Grimmauld Place, all that might as well been a vacation in heaven. Every inch, no, scratch that. Every cell of his body hurt. His skin was burning. His flesh was searing, his muscles tearing, his bones breaking, his organs bursting, his brain liquefying, and there was that agonizing inner pain, burning and freezing, blunt and sharp, all coming from inside of him. Though he could not even begin to tell where inside of him, pushing, trying to burst out of him. In his mind as well, he could see and hear people being tortured, dying, screaming. TSK. This is happening faster than I expected. Not even Boya's alignment to darkness was this strong. He heard a vaguely familiar voice in his rattled mind. Evan? Harry managed to gasp out, and immediately regretted it, as the pain he already felt from his face doubled. Opening his eyes, he looked on in horror at his body being enveloped by what looked like a very dense pitch-black mist. What's happening? He asked in panic. Rather than an answer, the world around him faded, and he found himself within his mindscape. He immediately noticed that the same black mist was consuming most of it. What that hell? Harry asked in horror. Oi, brat. Eva called out as she came into view. Good to see you here so fast. She nodded in satisfaction. What's happened to my body? And with my mind? Harry demanded. Well, a good part of it is due to me, another due to Voldemort's soul fragment, but the rest is all you. Eva shrugged as she walked through the black mist, completely unaffected. What do you mean? Harry asked warily. I'm the Dark Evangel, Queen of the Night, Girl Queen of Darkness, and Disciple of Dark Tones. Don't tell me that you did not realize that I specialize in dark magic. The sarcasm was oozing from her voice. But why is this happening to me? Harry demanded. Look, Brad, I'll just say this once. Eva stared him straight in the eye. Darkness corrupts. It consumes all that it comes in contact with. As far as I know, there are 4 categories for people that come in contact with it. Dark magic users, people that know a few dark spells and use them on occasion. Dark magic practitioners, people who know a few dozen dark spells and a good background on them and who practice them regularly. Most Inner Circle Death Eaters, Voldemort's closest supporters, are in this category. Then there are what are known as Dark Lords, people that know and use so much dark magic that they go through various disfiguring transformations for the sake of power and furthering their experience in dark magic. Here, she paused and took a breath, enjoying the look on Harry's face. And then there's me, a being that is part of darkness itself, bypassing the addiction of Dark Lord and the atrocities they commit for their insane pleasure. A being that has not only avoided being consumed by dark magic, but who had consumed dark magic itself. Eva finished with an evil, gloating laugh. Right, so where exactly am I now on that scale? Harry inquired. Currently, you're no on it. You're getting placed on it as we speak due to certain factors. Eva said. Certain factors? Harry asked. You had me inside of you from day one. A being that would obviously at least slightly affect you. And with all the power I had to feed into your body and your magical core to keep you alive and relatively healthy, as well as absorb a few extra gifts you could make good use of, it was only a matter of time before it was too much for you to bear unconsciously. With the bindings on your core breaking, it was inevitable. But I didn't think that your own darkness alignment was so powerful Guess those years at the Dursleys affected you more than I feared. Evangeline frowned. So, what can I do about it? How do I stop it? Harry frowned. Stop it? Eva raised a delicate eyebrow. Well, it's obvious it's not good for me. It's eating at my body, Harry exclaimed. And mind, he added as he looked around. You don't get it, do you? Eva asked in amusement. You think the darkness here and outside is some of my power that's eating at you? Or some of Voldemort's power? Well, yeah. I never… Harry said, slightly lost. Well, boy, news flash. It's your power. The only reason why it's eating at you is that most of it has been locked away under Dumbledore's bindings, and your mind and body doesn't know how to handle it. Eva smirked. My power. Harry screamed in shock. Think of it as accidental magic which you didn't get to control while at Hogwarts. Eva shrugged. Well, how do I handle it? You know, right? Harry asked. Try to calm down. I know, but you may not like the result. Eva whispered as she looked him in the eye. You may not be human after you do it. No longer human. Harry whispered in shock. You mean a monster? Or a dark creature like a werewolf? He asked quickly, not liking how Eva's eyes became icy at the word monster. Well, those are the two options. Eva nodded, feeling an unexplainable relief. Or you die, she added with an unconcerned shrug. What are the odds for those options? Harry asked after a couple minutes of silence. Well, the chance of you dying is low, mainly due to you being accustomed enough to this power, so your body won't reject it. Eva began. The chance of you becoming a mindless monster is not that big either, but it's still around 20% to 25%. The rest is you succeeding. And what would I be like if I succeed? Would I be like you at least? Harry asked hopefully. Well, not quite like me, Eva said diplomatically. You see, I was turned into a Shinso vampire, a super vampire, at the age of then through an experimental ritual. I stopped being human right then and had to feed on human blood since until I got sealed into you. The spell you would need to learn is something I came up with when I was barely a century old to use the darkness that was already part of me. And I should tell you that no regular human would survive it, not to mention master it. So, nobody succeeded? Ever? Harry gulped. One person succeeded. Eva corrected. My first apprentice, Negi Springfield, whose form you used yesterday for shopping. But he had a few unique advantages compared to regular humans. He was the direct descendant of the person who turned me into a Shinso vampire, and since the spell used on me was meant to be eventually used on that man, it was compatible with his blood. He had inherited enormous magical reserves from his hero father, so he had the power to use the spell. And finally, he was a 1 in a billion genius, whose talent and determination were envied by all. But he had trouble with it as well. From what I heard, he was on the brink more than once before finally mastering it. So it's hopeless for me after all. Harry sighed. Oh, stop being such a winner, Eva said in annoyance. You have some advantages too. But if you want to fail so badly, go ahead. What advantages could I have? Harry asked skeptically. I'm a Parselmouth, yeah. And then there's the magic cancel you told me about. Those are some very good points. The later even more than the former. You see, my second disciple, while not learning the spell to control darkness, was also a direct descendant of that royal bloodline, so genetically she would have been compatible. And she possessed the magic cancel as well. Eva smirked at the look on Harry's face. Shall I tell you more? Well, I'm not going anywhere. Harry chuckled nervously. Well, I could tell you that ironically, the Peverell bloodline is quite close to the royal bloodline of Ostia, so your own genetic makeup should be compatible enough for the spell. Eva began. Then, there's the fact that I've been increasing your core over the years by pouring some of my own power in it. While Dumbledore's bindings limited how much power you were capable of using, it did not limit the size of your core. So I had it grow until the 5% you had access to made you a powerhouse among your peers. This earned wide eyes from Harry. Also, I used my own dark magic to reach out of your body at times to take some types of magic and substances and add them to your body, making you stronger. The Phoenix Tears, Harry whispered. The basilisk venom as well. Eva nodded. It gave you immunity to all venoms and likely all poisons as well, she explained when he paled. I also absorbed some magic from the Cloak of Invisibility, some of the blood and magic from the unicorn blood and body, after I made sure you won't get cursed, the fire immunity from Snape's potion, the power and knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, the magic from the Skeelgrow potion, some house elf magic from Dobby like house elf apparition and wandless magic, And let's not forget the magic from Voldemort's soul fragment like an animagus form, healing powers and mage sight, along with the parcel tongue you already mentioned. Okay, but will these things help? I mean, besides parcel tongue and magic cancel, I never even used them. Harry gulped. Well, they made you less human, so the transition will be easier. Eva explained. And let's not forget that behind those attempts to be normal, she said as she made quote signs, both I and the Sorting Hat saw that you have plenty of courage, a bright mind, a shitload of talent and ambition. And let's not forget that stubbornness that kept you out of Slytherin. You still didn't answer my question, though? What will I be like? Will I keep my human appearance and sanity like you have? Harry asked. Yes, you will. Eva nodded. Negi only undergone physical transformation when he wanted to, such as his hair getting longer, but that was due to active use of the spell. Then what are we waiting for? Harry opened his arms wide. Let's do it. I was expecting you to be more reluctant to renounce your humanity. Eva raised an eyebrow. With a werewolf honorary uncle like Professor Lupin, who's such a nice person and has been friends with my parents and Sirius, and with you who has been keeping me alive for most of my life, why should I hesitate? Harry shrugged. I'm pretty sure Professor Flitwick is part goblin and Hagrid part giant too. With so many decent people that aren't fully human, what should I be afraid of changing? Besides, even if someone does find out about it, the Ministry won't be able to classify me, so I won't have that much prejudice. And even if they do, who gives a damn about what those corrupted bastards say? They took Hagrid to Azkaban just so they would be seen doing something, kept Sirius there without a trial for a dozen years, got bribed by Malfoy into executing Buckbeak, and who knows what the hell else. Am I the brat at growing up? Eva smirked with a hint of pride. Well, we have to do something else before that. I'm afraid. What? Harry asked curiously. You need to make a body for me, or rather give me control, so make the preparations, and you just finish things off. Eva said, it would be dangerous for you to have me inside of you during the acceptance of the spell. What about the soul fragment? Harry inquired in worry as he glanced around. Well, I initially wanted to remove it, stick it to a coin and blast it to pieces, Eva admitted. But with the way things are now, neither of us would have the control needed for such delicate spells, so I had to find an alternative. I have a feeling I won't like this. Harry muttered. You won't. Eva grimaced. It involves reducing the soul fragment to a blank slate, cutting all ties it has to Voldemort, and then you assimilating it as you accept my spell. Besides the EWWW, Harry grimaced, are there any drawbacks? No, reducing it to a blank slate would erase all of its previous personality, memories, and talents. All of its magic will become neutral, with no affinity, and merged with your own. Eva explained. Okay, I take it you already blanked it? Harry inquired. It was easy. I had already ripped out all of the memories, destroyed its personality, and transferred all his valuable talents to you. All that was left was to purge to core of all taints and affinities. Which reminds me, you likely have assimilated my ice affinity and Voldemort's fire affinity over the years, adding it to your wind and lightning ones. Eva added as an afterthought. I had 2 affinities when you had only 1? Harry asked in shock. Well, technically my affinities are wind and water, but I used ice magic nearly all my life, so they nearly merged into ice. And all 3 of us have darkness as well. So both me and you had 3 affinities while Voldemort had 2, with the darkness one eating at him. Eva explained. Okay, so now you need a body. How do we do that? Harry asked nervously. First of all, I want you to promise me that you won't do this on your own before I specifically tell you to. We will be using a forbidden form of alchemy. Human alchemy. Eva said with disgust. It involves using alchemy, usually to change a human, at times to attempt to bring someone back to life. I want you to promise me that you won't try to bring your parents back to life. Why? Harry had to ask. Because the most important law of alchemy is that of equivalent exchange. Unlike magic, when you can conjure objects, alchemy can only change what you already have into something made out of the same materials. You can't make iron out of stone, for example, but you can turn a block of stone into a statue. Eva explained. To bring someone back to life, you can't just gather the materials that compose a human body and try to make a living person out of them. The human is more than flesh. There's also the soul, and for magic folk, there's also magic. So you would have to give up something of equal value to the soul of the person you're trying to bring back. Harry understood. Yes, And while the failed alchemic reaction creates a rebound that will attempt to take parts of the alchemist, such as limbs or organs, to balance out what they were trying to achieve, and what they give up, the results are monstrous at worst and dead at best. Eva closed her eyes as a few images gained from absorbing the knowledge of the stone flashed before her eyes. The Philosopher's Stone was made by sacrificing hundreds, thousands of people. When I absorbed it, I filtered it. I only took its power. I drained it dry of power and knowledge and left the souls inside it. I'm pretty sure that Flamel used the criminals of a prison or two in order to make the stone, but I made sure they all passed on to either heaven or hell when Dumbledore destroyed it. I understand. Harry nodded. I won't use human alchemy without your permission. But what about regular alchemy? The stone to statue stuff. If you'll teach me, that will be fine. And no, I won't teach you per se. But you will learn. You can be certain of that. Eva said with a dark smile. Okay, take over then. I just remembered that my body is being eaten by my own darkness. Harry grimaced. It won't affect me much, Eva said before she took over. As soon as she opened his eyes, she began channeling her magic through the body, healing everything she found damaged. Creature, he called out as he got up. What can Creature do for Master Harry? The old elf appeared, cleaner than in the last decade, wearing a black toga that covered most of his body with a black family crest painted in silver on the front. Have you cleaned the house? Harry inquired. Yes, Master. Creature bowed. Does the house have a ritual room? Or a room that has not been magically altered in some way and is devoid of magical objects? He asked. Yes, Master Harry. We is having ritual chamber in the basement. Entrance is hidden. Is Master wanting Creature to show Master the ritual chamber? Creature asked curiously. Yes, lead the way. Harry nodded. A few minutes later, he was in the now sealed-off ritual chamber, just finishing drawing a complex human transmutation circle. Throwing the piece of chalk away, he sighed. All right, Harry, here's what you need to do. Eva told him, I'm going to give you back control, and then I'll quickly push a lot of alchemical energy through your body so you can feel it. As soon as you can, I want you to place your hands on the circle I drew. Don't erase it. Just tap it as you push the alchemical energy into it. After that, I want you to agree to whatever I say during the process. Got it? I'm ready. Harry replied, and a moment later, he found himself in control of his body again. He felt the darkness getting out of control again, but it was very slow compared to the influx of foreign power that flowed through him. Quickly pushing it into his hands, he crouched and activated the human transmutation circle. And then there was darkness. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a completely white, endless space, noticing a naked Eva next to him and glancing away in embarrassment, privately relived that he was still dressed. He also noticed two huge gray stabs of stone floating upright behind them, a few centimeters above the surface they were standing on. The one directly behind him showed what he recognized as the Tree of Life, Sephiroth. The one next to it showed what looked like tattooed wings around a series of overlapping complex magic circles. Boy, where are you? Truth, Eva called out in annoyance. Oh, I don't think we met before. A playful voice was heard, and looking in the direction it came from Harry, say a transparent humanoid figure, about the same stature as him. The only reason he was visible was due to its darkish outline. We have not, but I know enough about you from the Philosopher's Stone that I drained dry. Eva smirked as the large, toothy grin of the figure turned into a pout. Damn, I was sure I recognized that energy signature, he exclaimed. Bah, so you're gonna cheat on the toll. I was hoping you would sacrifice one another. What? Harry exclaimed in outrage. The Philosopher's Stone bypasses equivalent exchange, so you won't have to give up anything of yours in order to give me a body. It will merely drain the alchemical energy equivalent from the stone. Eva explained. Didn't Dumbledore destroy the stone itself, though? Harry inquired. That was more of a shell. Actually, the physical form of the stone does not really matter, though solid form is preferred for obvious reasons over liquid or gas. I took the alchemical energy, the true stone, and moved it into your body. You yourself could be considered a Philosopher's Stone. She shrugged. TSK. Is that all you wanted, eh? Truth inquired. Not quite. Eva hesitated a bit. We have a few questions that you should be able of answering. What are you willing to give in exchange? Truth smirked. How about this? Harry cut in. We ask you a question, and you tell us the price for it, and whether we would be capable of paying it without damaging ourselves or Eva's future body. That's acceptable. Truth agreed, reluctantly. First question then. Eva gave Harry a nod of appreciation. In terms of human lives, how many units are left in Harry's stone? And you're not counting him or me. That one's free since I'm not giving you anything. Truth groaned. He has 35. 854 units. So Flammel used more than criminals. There are no prisons that big now, let alone back then. Eva growled. Maybe he added more to the stone as he found them? Harry suggested. Maybe. Truth grinned. Okay, next question. Will Harry and I be able of using alchemy without a circle after this? Eva asked. That will cost you half a unit. Ask another question to make a full one. Truth replied. Very well. How many units would it cost us to learn all the knowledge that the gate can grant? And that means besides what I already know from the stone, I know for a fact that it's not complete. Eva narrowed her eyes. You will be able to use alchemy without a circle. The boy, however, must give at least a part of himself to the gate in order to be able to. Truth said before pausing to think. And to learn everything, both of you would need to sacrifice all the additional life units Harry Potter holds besides his own, yours, the fractured soul of Tom, Marvolo Riddle, and the unit you already own me for the questions. It would effectively exhaust the Philosopher's Stone. That convenient, Eva muttered. Will his appendices be enough toll for allowing his to transmute without a circle? Yes, it will be. Truth smirked. Then let's do this. Eva nodded. Take Harry's appendices and exhaust the Philosopher's Stone in exchange for giving me a body compatible to my soul and powers, us being able to transmute without circles, and us gaining all the knowledge the gate can offer us. Come on, we need to hurry, since Harry needs to learn Magia Arabia before his darkness consumes him. You asked for it. Goodbye, alchemists. Truth chuckled as another slab of stone appeared behind it and opened, making Harry realize that it was the gate they had been speaking about. Dozens of long shadow hands reached out of the gate and grabbed them, dragging them in as Truth waved cheerfully. It was hell. Knowledge was being poured into his head, making him scream in agony while Eva was right beside him, watching him in worry. Barely at the end did she join him in screaming her head off, and only for a few moments. Then they awoke in the ritual chamber, with a naked Eva straddling Harry. They quickly moved away from each other, but Harry gasped in pain. What? What happened? Eva demanded immediately. Hurts in my guts? Harry grunted. Quickly performing a medical scan, Eva swore. The bastard took your appendices, but let the wound open. Stand still for a few seconds. I'll accelerate the healing. Eva muttered and pushed her magic at the wound, feeding it to the already closing wound and making it work faster. In less than 30 seconds, it was closed. Thanks. Harry nodded in appreciation. You're welcome. I know only the basics of healing, since I never needed it myself, though. Eva confessed. Well, it was enough, God. Harry screamed as darkness began leaking out of him again. Already, Eva asked, annoyed. Fine, let's do this. It will hurt, she told him before grabbing his head and pouring her own magic in him, causing him to fall unconscious. Hogwarts, Harry managed to say as he looked at the familiar scenery. No time for sightseeing, Harry Potter. Evangeline whispered as she appeared before him, still naked. You're here to learn Magia Arabia, the magic of darkness. In essence, it grants you the ability to absorb spells into your body in order to increase your capabilities for a time. I do not know if it works with non-elemental spells, though, so don't try it before I tell you so. She just said all I know will be useless. Harry internally panicked. By the end of this training session, you will either have mastered Magia Arabia, been overcome by it, or died. So be careful, Brad, as while this is a phantasmagoria, an illusionary world, if you fail, I'll be the death of you, soul. Eva said, causing fear to paralyze Harry. No wonder there's the chance of becoming a mindless monster. She could kill my soul. Harry realized. Initially, you would have been able to learn Magia Arabia and then later master it when it begun eating at your body, but you are already in that stage. Eva said, it has both ups and downs. The advantage is obvious. You get everything done faster. The disadvantages are greater. With the original method, if you could not master your darkness, it would have been permanently sealed and you would have had other magics left. Also, your body wouldn't have been affected for a month or two, maybe more depending on how much you use Magia Arabia. She shrugged. But enough, could have been. We're wasting time. You're wasting time. Harry deadpanned. So sell me, what a darkness. A boy? Eva inquired with an evil grin. The shadow's opposite is light. The night's opposite is day. Right and wrong. Good and evil. Order and chaos. Reason and irrationality. She recited with passion as she began to levitate and wave her hands as frosty energy coated them. But what you need is a much simpler strength, she declared before unleashing the spell at Harry, who barely jumped away and avoided getting frozen or skewered by her crystallizatio telutris. It's the beginning of darkness, a small black hole which takes in everything. The origin of chaos, she shouted before sending another attack at him. He dodged, and the Nivis casus coated the ground in ice. The beginning of darkness, small black hole, which takes in everything. Harry mentally repeated, if you can't understand what it means, I'll destroy you here and now. Eva told him grimly, takes in everything like the Magia Arabia that I'm supposed to learn. Harry thought, although I'd expect you to already know what it means. Evangeline smiled. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. That cost him dearly as Eva appeared crouched before him, plunging her Ensis exequens trough him like butter, killing him in seconds. Moments after she backed away, Harry gasped as he slowly got up, perfectly healed. How? He asked in shock. You can't truly die here. But if you get pushed far enough, your mind and soul will break. Eva smirked evilly. Come, boy, show me what you got. Get in touch with your power. Let it flow through you. Come at me. Growling in frustration, Harry tapped into his unbound core, easily drawing magic as he remembered some of the additions Eva made, such as wandless magic. Bombard! Harry roared and thrust his right hand towards Eva, who dodged the blast of magic which destroyed a few meter radius of the part of the forest it hit. Incendio, he continued, and fire erupted from his hand like a flamethrower, but Eva canceled it out with a lazy wave of her hand, expelling ice. Better. You can do far better, Harry. Eva taunted before fading from view. Iaculatio grandinus was the evil whisper Harry heard before his chest was pierced by a spear of ice, also blasting him a couple dozen meters away. Moments later, Harry got up again and stated off with a defendo as he slashed his hand at Eva, taking her by surprise but not even close enough to hit her. He continued in the same note for several hours, sending overpowered wandless spell at Eva to no avail as she kept dodging and killing him, with or without magic, to the point where Harry realized that considering how small and apparently weak her body was, she probably enhancing it with magic. Attempting to replicate it, he managed what Eva recognized as a rough form of Contus Bellax, increasing his speed and strength, getting him to get closer to scoring a hit. As he flooded his body and head with magic, he began to perceive things clearer, more efficient, finding better ways of attacking and dodging. He soon realized that he was fighting on instinct, and, seeing how it increased his power, he surrendered himself to it, something that Evangeline appreciated greatly. Finally, she grinned as she dodged a bombarda and then blocked a few punches, delivering a few of her own which were barely blocked or dodged. You're finally beginning to understand what it means to fight. Look at it. She punched him away, breaking a rib, but he apparat before her with his fist cocked back. Savor it, she screamed as she blocked it with her own. And remember it well, 'cause that's the source of your power. Your initial impulses, your first drive, your original self, she declared before her posture shifted slightly. But you can't win with just that, sorry boy. Her calculative emerald eyes met his own as she cut him open once again, sending him away. Got killed again. I can't win. I can't beat her. It's impossible. She's much stronger than me, more powerful, more experienced, more knowledgeable. She already has Magia Arabia. Harry, though, as he lay on the ground, waiting for the wound to kill him, hopefully for the last time. Wait, win? Why the hell should I be trying to win? I came here to learn Magia Arabia. She came here to teach me, not to fight me. Why isn't she? Unless she already did. Harry's pained eyes widened. It grants you the ability to absorb spells into your body in order to increase your capabilities. Eva's words came back to him. Nearly all my magic is useless. He remembered his own realization. What you need is a much simpler strength. It's the beginning of darkness, a small black hole which takes in everything. Her words rang in his head as Eva stalked towards him. Ensis exequens ready to end him. Absorb spells, my magic is useless. Small black hole which takes in everything. His eyes widened as the sword of pure ice magic descended on his fallen form. Oh! Eva raised an eyebrow as Harry's hand caught the blade. Eyes widening. She jumped away, but it was too late as the blade of ice magic was ripped from her and sucked into the twisting ball of energy now in Harry's outstretched hand. Magia Arabia. It's a magic that allows the user to absorb other magic into himself, be they fire or water, light or shadow, good and evil. It's not just about absorbing magic, it's about taking it all in right or wrong, strength or weakness, to accept it all, to accept my true self, my instincts, my power. Harry growled as darkness poured out of him and converged into the ball in his hand, tainting it pitch black. It looks ugly, it looks evil, it looks like it could kill me, but it's mine. Harry screamed in his mind as he closed his fist, absorbing the magic into himself. It's part of me, and I'm fine with it, he decided with a grim smirk as power exploded from him, enveloping him in terrifying darkness and a bit of frost. But this time it no longer hurt, it no longer ate at him, because it was part of him. Ha ha! Wonderful, Harry, Eva applauded. Do you understand it now? Dark magic? It's not something new I have to learn. It's something I've always had. I just had to understand it, to accept it, to use it and make it part of me for good. Isn't that right, Master? Harry smirked confidently. It looks like my disciple is finally learning. Eva smiled fully. Now enough talk. Show me what you gained. She roared as she descended on him, with her magically charged fist cocked back. Pushing more magic into his fist, Harry lunged to meet her head-on. As their attacks met, the scenery exploded and the phantasmagoria shattered. Seconds later, they opened their eyes in the real world. Gah! Harry screamed in pain. Looking towards him in worry, Eva grimaced. She had the feeling she forgot something. A very small portion of the damage received in the phantasmagoria transcended to his physical body. And with the number of wounds accumulated, most of his ribs were broken, his muscles torn, and skin turned to shreds. She was happy she did not crush his skull at all, though. That would have been a pain to heal, and he was healing, faster and faster. His magic resonating perfectly with his mind, body, and soul. His now inhuman body quickly integrating the Shinso abilities. She could tell that he was not a vampire. He might have been even more human than Negi was after his transformation. Checking his inner world, she was pleased to see that her plan had worked even without Harry fully understanding it. The real reason why she had blanked out Voldemort's soul fragment was not just because they could no longer remove it. She knew that she could have isolated it and had it removed after Harry mastered Magia Arabia. But she knew that he needed it. His alignment to darkness was too close to her own, far too close. At the time she created Magia Arabia, her darkness alignment was likely lower than Negi's. But for a 13-year-old like Harry, such a powerful alignment was less of an advantage and more of a problem, as it would make it harder for him to learn other elemental magics. So she watered it down slightly with the blank soul fragment, stretched his darkness over it in order to absorb it and make it his own. She knew, of course, that it would eventually reach the same intensity as before, but it gave her enough time to teach him what else he needed, enough so that that powerful darkness alignment would not interfere in his development. By the time she finished, his wounds were fully healed, and she knew that not only had he fully adapted to his healing, but he was also using the passive form of Magia Arabia, leeching at the surrounding magic to replenish his own and strengthen it. There's an idea. Eva smirked. All right, Harry. Yeah, he muttered, looking away with a blush. Right, she was naked. Well, there's just one more thing for us to do for the today, and then you have the day off to rest. Eva smirked deviously as with a wave the transmutation circle disappeared and was replaced by a Paccio circle. Now, stand with me in this circle, that's it, she nodded. What now? Harry inquired as he turned to look at her face, only for Eva to capture his lips with her own as a warm feeling enveloped him, and he leaned into the kiss as well while the Paccio circle glowed brightly before flashing once as the Paccio card materialized above them. Now, you're officially my apprentice. Eva smiled as she broke the kiss and absently caught the card. Rest now, she whispered as she touched his cheek, unleashing a silent wandless stunner through skin contact, sending him into dreamland. After dragging him to his room, she dressed in some of the clothes they bought the day before and called Creature. "Where did you put the cursed objects?" she asked immediately. A couple minutes later, she was standing in a room holding a humongous pile of cursed objects, from magical items and jewels to books and pictures. Shaking her head, she activated her mage sight, something she has assimilated into her own magic just as she did with Harry's other gifts, and selected a few pieces of jewelry made of gold or silver and decorated with diamonds, onyx, and rubies. Removing the curses placed on them and then any and all magic they contained, she clapped her hands and touches each of them, reshaping them into gears of various sizes and decorations, as well as other forms. When she was done, it took her less than 15 minutes to assemble it into a Cassiopeia. It was not the latest version she knew how to build. Not even close, but she didn't have the patience nor the need to build something capable of traveling centuries through time. Cassiopeia versus 23 would do more than nicely for her current and likely future needs. Pocketing the watch, she calmly walked out of the house and into a deserted back alley before activating the time machine as she allowed her enormous power to flood it. "Time to do some shopping." Eva smirked evilly before disappearing in a flash of light. Surprise. Yep, Chapter 3 did come out this early. But as far as chronological chapters go, this is it for now. Mystery will begin to claim its rightful place. Flashbacks will be introduced, and many, many more. But that's only if this chapter received its share of review. In other words, more than a dozen like the previous two had. Of course, the more reviews I receive, the more inclined to write I am. Still, don't expect Chapter 4 for at least 3 or 4 days. Chapter 4. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou Sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou Sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 4. Tying up loose ends. July 28th, 11 a.m. Longbottom Manor. Neville Longbottom was a shy boy. He had low self-esteem and confidence. He was the favorite target of upper-year bullies. But he wasn't stupid or ignorant. So when Harry Potter showed up on his front door, requesting to speak with his grandmother, he realized that something big has happened and something even bigger will follow. Especially considering how different this Harry Potter was from the one he had seen a little over a month ago. Taller, healthier, well-dressed, exuding an aura of power and confidence. The summer break had done wonders for the green-eyed Gryffindor. "So, Nev, how have you been doing this summer?" Harry inquired with a smile, his eyes hidden behind a pair of black sunglasses. "It's been nice." Neville smiled hesitantly. "I had the chance to work in the greenhouse as much as liked. Studied a bit, though I doubt that will help me any." "Oh, don't be so hard on yourself, Nevada. You just need to have some more confidence in yourself, and things would be much easier for you. Though I admit, having Snape breathing down your neck as you brew a potion is just as unnerving to me as it is to you." Harry chuckled before falling silent as they entered an office where Augusta Longbottom stood behind a desk. "Welcome, Mr. Potter." She nodded as she stood up to greet him. "Thank you for accepting to see me, Mrs. Longbottom." Harry smiled, though Neville, who had seen him smile earlier, realized that this time it was strained. "I have some important business to discuss with you." "Very well. Neville, leave us," she said without sparing her grandson a second glance. As soon as Neville closed the office door after him, she spoke up again. "So, what do you need to discuss with me, Mr. Potter?" "First of all, it's Lord Potter." Harry flashed his ring, and with that simple action, there was a shift of power between them. "I see. Congratulations." The old woman nodded slowly. "Do sit down." "Thank you." Harry nodded as he took the seat directly in front of her. "The reasons for why I am here are mostly less than pleasant, so I'll start with the good news first." Harry paused before smirking. In the past week, Rabaston, Rodolphus, and Bellatrix Lestrange have died in that exact order, at a day or two difference. He paused for effect as the old woman's sharp intake of breath before continuing. Rabaston apparently went completely crazy and killed himself bashing his brains into his cell's wall. His brother noticed at some point, and since their cells were facing each other, he tried to get to him through his cell's bars. Suffice to say, He found out that his head is not harder than those bars. As for Bellatrix, well, she tried to get to them as well, but apparently it was due to sudden cannibalistic impulses. Harry grimaced. Flashback. Come on, Bella dear. Don't you want to come closer to you beloved and your brother-in-law? Eva mocked as she pulled at the magical strings she was using to control Bellatrix like a puppet. You'll pay for this, Bellatrix said in what she wanted to be a scream, but due to the modified silencing charm, it merely came out as a whisper. The Dark Lord will avenge us. He will bathe in your blood. He will AGHH, she gasped as she was forced to bite some of her own fingers off. Ah, you're feeling hungry, Eva cooed evilly. Maybe thirsty as well? I always found blood satisfying both of those needs. Why don't you try it as well? Your own. With that, she forced Bellatrix's jaw to bite more of her forearms off, letting her blood flow freely as her face was painted red. Flashback in. Why have I not heard of this before? Augusta demanded. I believe that it will be on the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. It has been a long investigation due to those three being prominent supporters of Voldemort. Harry rolled his eyes at her flinch. I merely received word so soon due to circumstances that brought me here. Circumstances? Augusta inquired. Yes. You see, before becoming a Lestrange, Bellatrix was a Black. And due to my godfather designating me as his inability to father children, I am also Lord Black. Harry revealed the Black family ring, causing the woman's eyes to bulge. Lord of 2 ancient and noble houses, and not even 14 yet. Merlin, Augusta thought in shock. Also, due to breach of the marriage contract between Rodolphus Lestrange and Bellatrix Black, more precisely the part concerning heirs, I am now in position to claim the title of Lord Lestrange along with all their possessions. Harry revealed. But I don't want it. What? Augusta asked in shock. I don't want it. I have no need for another title or more money. Harry explained. But I do think that it would be fitting for a Longbottom claim them, considering the crimes of the Lestranges against your family. I take it Neville told you and the rest of his friends about his parents. Augusta sighed sadly. No, he did not say a word about his parents. Harry said, much to his shock. After all, what purpose would that serve? Earn pity? Give further information for insults to Death Eater spawns? He should not be ashamed to. Augusta began angrily. Be silent. Harry hissed coldly, and she was immediately silenced, a fear that she never experienced enveloping her. He is far from ashamed. He is quite proud of who and what his parents were. He merely has enough comparison to them at home and would rather be himself at school, not just his father's son. What do you mean? She asked shakily. You disgust me. You allowed your pettiness and grief to blind you for over 12 years, and you've been trying to make Neville a replacement for his father. Harry said clearly, the temperature dropping further. Get this through your delusional senile head. Neville is not Frank. He is his own person, and what you've done to him over the years is criminal in my eyes. You've raised him to believe that he is incapable of anything just because that you think he doesn't match up to his father's standards. Said standard coming from a 20-year-old man, not a preteen. You've abused him, tried to force his magic out of him. Do you have any idea what could have happened? Augusta was frozen in her seat, seating heavily and shivering from cold and fear. She shook her head slowly. It would have been remarkably similar to try to stamp out the magic out of him. Harry said darkly, causing the last bit of color to disappear from the elder Longbottom's face as her eyes widened in horror. You could have killed him, or worse. He allowed her a couple minutes to digest what she had learned before continuing. I intend to give Neville the Lestrange lordship, and once he has it, he'll legally be an adult, so he will be able to assume the Longbottom lordship as well. Harry paused before giving him a glare, causing her to flinch. But he's not ready for this. The way you molded him, to make him obey your every worthless command, he'll be eaten alive in the political arena. He needs to learn how to be a lord, so I'm taking him for the rest of the summer to teach him everything he needs to know. I see. Very well. But his birthday, Augusta began. Considering that Alice is my godmother, I think it's about time Neville and I spend our birthdays together, especially considering that they're on consecutive days. Harry said coldly in his tone that left no argument as the air got even colder. I will ensure he enjoys it this time, not spend it with old geezers. Very well. Augusta nodded quickly. Getting up, Harry headed to the door. Before touching the handle, he looked over his shoulder. "Don't bother seeing us out. I'll have Neville pack his things, and we'll be off," Harry said before leaving the office and closing the door behind him, leaving behind a terrified and trembling old woman. "Harry," Neville inquired as he caught sight of him. "Is everything all right?" "More than all right," Nevada Harry smirked. "You're spending the rest of the summer with me. Come on, let's get your things packed." "Wah!" The Longbottom heir blinked in shock. Half-hour later, after Harry had magically packed Neville's things, the two were taken by Portkey before NR 12 Grimmauld Place. Giving him a slight push, Harry led his fellow Gryffindor inside. "What is this place, Harry?" Neville asked a bit warily. The house was cleaner than it had been in 20 years, but the dark themes remained unchanged. "This, Neville, is a house I inherited when I became Lord Black." Harry smiled as he led Neville upstairs. "Lord Black!" Neville exclaimed, and nearly fell down the stairs as he lost balance. Thankfully, Harry caught him. "Yes, I inherited it from my godfather, Sirius Black." Harry nodded. "The murderer?" Neville asked warily. "Well, no. You see, he's innocent actually. He was sent to Azkaban without a trial, or any evidence for that matter." Harry said irritably. "What? Are you sure?" Neville asked in shock. "Oh yes, quite sure. He told me himself when I met him the night after our divination exam." Harry chuckled. And considering that Peter Pettigrew, someone Sirius supposedly killed, was there as well, and confessed to killing those muggles, there is no doubt about his innocence. But why is he still being hunted down then?" Neville demanded. "Well, part of it is because Pettigrew escaped when Professor Lupin, who saw him as well, transformed due to the full moon that night. Another part was Snape showing off before we caught Pettigrew and getting in our way, so we had to knock him out. When he woke up, he said that Sirius confounded us. Of course, I doubt he would have helped even if he was awake. Worthless scum that he is." Harry growled. "Of course, there's the fact that our beloved Minister Fudge was the one that brought Sirius in, so everyone finding out that he was innocent would probably end his career. What are you going to do then?" Neville asked, and if anything, he was unsettled by the evil smirk Harry was now sporting. "Well, I won't give you all the details right now, but suffice to say, they'll regret the day they were born just as much they'll regret letting people like Lucius Malfoy bribe their way out of prison." Harry chuckled. "Okay, now you're scaring me." Neville gulped. "That's good, Neville. Fear isn't all bad. Fear keeps people alive, helps them avoid dangerous situations." Harry nodded approvingly. An hour later, after Neville had settled in, Harry led him to the drawing room, where Harry had Neville sit on the couch while he took the armchair in front of him. "Now, Neville, there are several reasons why I brought you here. Do you want to start with good news or bad news?" Harry inquired. Good news," Neville said. "Well, for starters, the Lestranges are dead," Harry said bluntly. "They went completely mad and killed themselves in Azkaban, one after another over the course of the last week." "Are you serious?" Neville asked as he had jumped to his feet. "Yep. Bellatrix tried to eat herself." "Yeah, you don't want details." Harry grimaced as Neville turned green. "Anyway, as Bellatrix was originally a Black, through a clause of her marriage contract, I get all their stuff, including the title as Lord Lestrange." Harry paused. "I don't want it and don't need it, so I'm passing it all to you. It seems fitting, don't you agree? Why are you making me a lord?" Neville squeaked. "And all they had? Merlin, Harry. They're among the richest magical families." "Neville, I don't need the money. As far as I care, you could throw it all to charity. But I just thought that it should be you doing it." Harry explained. "So, you heard about my parents?" Neville inquired hesitantly. "Yes, I heard quite a lot about them, including that Alice is my godmother," Harry said, earning wide eyes from Neville. "I understand why you never mentioned them at school. I can partially relate, not having my parents either as I grew up, though it can't compare to how painful it must be for you. I won't tell anyone at school. It's up to you if you want anyone to know." "Thank you, Harry," Neville said, relieved. "But still?" "Lord, yes. With making you Lord Lestrange, you'll officially be an adult and thus take the mantle of Lord Longbottom as well." Harry explained. I don't think I can do this, Harry," Neville said nervously as he began to pace. "I know you can't do this," Harry said bluntly. "That's one of the reasons you're spending the rest of the summer with me. To learn how to be lordly." "Oh, if you put it like that, do you think I'll be ready by the time school starts?" Neville asked nervously. I'm certain of it. Harry smiled. So, what are the other reasons? Neville sat back down. Well, one would be to get you away from that annoying old harpy you call grandmother. Harry said, causing Neville to splutter. I need to only look at you and know that it's entirely her fault that you have so little confidence and self-esteem and that you do so bad in class. She's senile. She's been trying to turn you into a copy of you, father. And when she realizes she failed, she takes it out on you with insults. Am I right so far? Neville's silence was all the confirmation he needed. Hell, she's even forcing you to use your dad's wand. Listen to me, Nev. You are not your father, and you will never be. Just like I am Harry Potter, not James Potter. You have your own talents, your own way of doing things. Your parents would be proud of you no matter what path you took, even if it wasn't the same to theirs. I'm going to pound confidence into you, even if I have to crack your head open and stuff it in. You hear me? By the beginning of the school term, I want you confident enough to walk over the Snape and kick him in the balls. Well, I'm not telling you to do it, but you get what I'm trying to say. I can't do this, Harry. I'm not that good. I'm just Neville. The Longbottom heir lost his nerve. Nev, what if I told you that you could have been the boy who lived? Harry leaned back. What? Neville asked, confused. Before we were born, a prophecy was made. It said that at the end of the 7th month of that year, a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord would be born to a couple that survived Voldemort 3 times. You're my parents, Harry said, and was pleased that Neville did not even flinch at the name, though it was probably due to shock. Voldemort found out only that much of the prophecy through a spy. There was more to it, though. Apparently, he was supposed to mark the child as his equal. He chose you. Neville whispered in horror. I think he actually intended to kill us both. He merely started with me because I was similar to himself in terms of parentage, a half-blood. Harry shrugged. What? Neville exclaimed. Yep. His mother was a pure-blood witch, but his father was a muggle she used a love potion on. When the potion wore off, the guy left her alone in London, pregnant. She died right after she gave birth to one Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry wrote it in flames in the air and rearranged the letters into I am Lord Voldemort. As you can see, he didn't like his name once he found out that his father was Muggle. Anyway, that's the reason why the Lestranges attacked your family in particular. They knew about your viability for the prophecy and thought your parents had the answers they wanted. Damn it. Neville held his face in his hands. And do you know who was the Death Eater who delivered part of the prophecy to Voldemort? The one that condemned our families to death and torture. Harry whispered darkly. Who? Neville growled. Severus Snape. Harry spat. Snape? Neville asked in shock. Are you sure? Does Dumbledore know? Considering that I know this from memories I ripped out of Voldemort himself, I'm sure. And Dumbledore knows all right. After all, the prophecy was made to him, and his brother was the one who threw out Snape when he was caught eavesdropping. Harry said darkly. Hell, who do you think kept Snape out of Azkaban? Dumbledore, of course. You sound like you really don't like Dumbledore right now. Neville said, not only did he want Voldemort to attack, so he can mark his equal, he also made sure I was raised by abusive muggles who hate magic. He allowed Sirius to go to Azkaban without trial. And let's not forget what he lured me into at school over the years, like with the Cerberus and the Chamber of Secrets. He's been using me as a pawn, molding me into his weapon. I refuse to be anyone's puppet, especially not Dumbledore's. Harry growled. Are you sure? I mean, he's Dumbledore? Neville asked with no small fear. Neville, you know that 2 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. It was due to a cursed diary that possessed Ginny Weasley. The diary was made 50 years ago when Voldemort himself opened the chamber and killed Moaning Myrtle. Harry told him. Dumbledore was Transfiguration teacher back then. Furthermore, Dumbledore was the only person besides Voldemort who knew that Voldy was a Parselmouth. But he let Voldemort walk away and let Hagrid take the blame when he was framed. And right after that, he made sure Hagrid stayed at Hogwarts thinking that he owed Dumbledore. Tell me, what does that tell you about Dumbledore? He? Neville was staring. To him, everyone else is pawns for him to manipulate. Expendable pawns. Harry explained. I need to think about this. Neville held his head in his hands. Sure, I kinda overwhelmed you. I'll leave you alone for a while to think things through. Harry nodded as he got up and left. I'll be in the kitchen if you need me. It's in the basement. Nearly 2 hours later, Neville joined Harry at the kitchen table. accepting the offered bottle of butterbeer with a grateful nod. After a few more seconds of silence, he looked Harry in the eye with more determination than Harry had ever seen from the boy. "How do we do this?" Neville asked, causing Harry to smile. "We'll start with improving you. Tell me, what do you know about occlumency?" Harry began with a wide smirk. July 28th, 11 a.m. Potter Manor. Appearing before the front door in a twisting sphere of wind and light, Harry gently placed down the two very large boxes which had a feather-light charm on them and quickly cast the Tempest and Calendario spells, verifying the date and time of day he was in. Nodding in satisfaction, he placed the Cassiopeia he was holding in his left hand back in an inner pocket and levitated the boxes after him. "I'm back," Harry called out as he walked through the hallway and into the dining room where he placed the two boxes on the table. "How did it go?" Eva's voice was heard from upstairs as she walked down the stairs. "Not as well as I hoped, but we got everything done," Harry replied. "Oh," the blonde inquired as she walked into the room. "His occlumency isn't as good as I hoped, but it's still slightly better than what Voldemort remembers of Snape's, so it should suffice as long as he won't go head-to-head with Dumbledore or Voldemort," Harry explained. "What about everything else?" Eva asked as she opened one of the boxes to reveal a diorama sphere containing mostly sea, with a few islands scattered around. "Well, I got him physically in shape." Harry began counting on his fingers. "I got rid of those bindings on his core. Thankfully, not only were they far, far weaker than mine, but their purpose was less to limit his power and more to fluctuate it, making it harder to control. His casting speed is up to par. His spell knowledge in data and charms is up to OWL level, and in transfiguration is up to 4th year. Surprisingly enough, his potions theory is up to 6th year, mostly due to his phenomenal knowledge of herbology for which he could probably take his newt right now. His potion making is far, far better now that he has occlumency, which helps him pay attention and ignore distractions. Though he still isn't some genius potion master, he simply has enough practice and confidence to brew adequately." He shrugged. "I drilled into him enough about politics and etiquette, taught him who to watch out for, had him take dance lessons for the upcoming Yule Ball, and gave him a few pieces of advice on girls, though I'm still pretty clueless myself." He chuckled nervously. "Don't worry. Most men are." Eva smirked. "Clueless, that is. I'm learning," Harry said defensively. "Oh, and I swore him to secrecy as well." He remembered. "Anyway, it's time to get to the last round of this summer." Eva smirked. "Flashback round 1. Let me get this straight." Harry rubbed his temples. "While I was resting from my transformation, you built a time machine called Cassiopeia, which is far superior to a time turner, and went back in time a few years. Then, you visited a few places around the world where Voldemort had hidden properties and hideouts, broke through the wards, and then took the buildings and surroundings and shrunk them into some glass orbs called diorama spheres." "Yes, I'm glad you understand." Eva smirked. "Oh, I understand what you did. I just don't know why." Harry looked at her skeptically. "Because not only did I take the majority of Voldemort's hidden resources, I also created training grounds for you to use." Eva rolled her eyes as she pointed at what looked like a portion of the Pacific Ocean, islands and all. "Inside those spheres, time goes faster. A day in there means an hour outside. There are magical portals that transport people in and out. This way can accelerate your training. Want I age accordingly?" Harry asked doubtfully. "Well, my previous disciple started aging slower after mastering Magia Arabia, and after a while stopped aging altogether." Eva shrugged. "What?" resounded the NR 12 Grimmauld Place. "Now then, let's start with the getting you in shape physically and mastering the magic of this world." Eva completely ignored his outburst. "I'm sure you noticed, but while you slept I removed the seal on Voldemort's knowledge in your mind. So you'll have to master all that first. Round 2. Gah!" Harry cried out as he was pierced through the shoulder by another stone spike that rose from the ground. "Damn it! Come on, Potter. Do you want to die or something?" Eva chuckled darkly as she clapped her hands, and the water in the atmosphere was compressed and cooled into several sharp and thick icicles that flew at Harry. Hitting the stone spike with his left hand, Harry used the deconstruction alchemy to break it in two before painfully clapping his hands with part of the spike still in his shoulder and slamming them into the ground, transmuting a stone wall to block the projectiles and Eva's line of sight, long enough to rip out the spike. He then jumped away just in time as hundreds of razor-sharp needles pierced through the wall. Glaring at Eva, he clapped his hand before snapping his fingers at Eva igniting the oxygen in twin fiery streams, which she dodged easily. Come on, is that all an alchemist that has gained all the knowledge the Gate of Truth can do? Eva mocked. She says that like she doesn't have the same advantage. Harry mentally rolled his eyes before his real eyes widened in fear at the trembling ground all around him. Oh fuck. Round 3. Sagitta Magica, Series Glacialis. Eva's voice echoed in the frozen wasteland as hundreds of arrows of ice rained towards Harry, who was flying a few hundred feet away from her. Ape Signiferi. Harry called out as 100 wasps of compressed flames darted to intercept the arrows, exploding on contact and taking out a few at the same time. Using Koku Shundo, he disappeared from his spot in the air and appeared a few meters away, out of the reach of the Ensis Exequens that Eva had just tried to cut him in half with. Pointing his right hand towards her, he called out, Dextra Imitam, Nivis Striges, unleashing dozens of white owls of ice at Evangeline. Reflexio. Eva snapped her fingers, and the owls hit her barrier before shooting back towards Harry. Fuck! Harry growled as he used Koku Shundo to dodge before using it again to appear behind Eva. Cocking his fist back, Sinistra Imitam, Flagrantia Rubikins, he unleashed a blast of fire at Eva, who merely batted it away with her hand coated in ice magic, before her eyes widened and she disappeared, but not without leaving behind a small trail of blood. She appeared a few meters away, glaring at the smirking Harry as she put pressure on the cut in her side. Smiling in satisfaction and knowing that the gig was up, Harry canceled the invisibility spell he had placed on one of the 2 spears that composed his Pactio artifact, the Gi Bid, the other being the Gi Dirge, the yellow rose of mortality and the crimson rose of exorcism, respectively. He was quite happy with his new weapons, as the Gi Bid left wounds that could not be healed either naturally or by magic while the artifact was out or while the spear was intact, while the Gi Dirge had the ability to nullify magic and cancel enhancement and the flow of mana through what it cut. So you want to play in the big leagues already, Harry? Eva smirked dangerously as she began to radiate huge amounts of magic. Very well. Lick-lack la lack lilac. Venient spiritus glacial obscurance. Crap. Harry gulped as he began chanting as well, not having any delayed spells of that level. Tenebris gelida flamma fulgur. Venient spiritus ignis obscurance. Cum flammation, cum obscuration flet tempestas nivlis. Eva chanted. Flet tempestas ignisis. Harry caught up. Nivis tempestas obscurance. Evangeline unleashed her twister of ice and darkness. Ignis tempestas obscurance. Harry retaliated and his twister of fire and darkness collided with hers. And before he knew it, he had been blasted towards the ground where he hit and lay in a crater as his wounds healed themselves. Okay, enough warm-up for now. Let's get to the real training. Eva grinned from the side of the crater. Her wound healed as the spear shattered on impact with the ground. She only received a groan in response, which earned more evil laughter from her. Round 4. You're joking, right? Harry asked as he stared. Of course not. You need to do it. It's not that hard, you know. I was capable of it even while inside you. So you will be capable of doing it as well on your own, even if you won't have the same proficiency. Eva explained. That's not what I meant. Harry exclaimed before quickly quieting down and glancing quickly at them. It's immoral. I mean, this is kidnapping and theft. I don't mind that you did it when the situation presented itself, but gathering all of these, you, and your silly morals, Harry. Eva chuckled in amusement. How else did you think I got my ice affinities so great that I can freeze anything I wish with a mere touch and a drop of magic? Back home, people thought that I created Magia Arabia when I was weak and then stopped using it when I got stronger. What only a handful of people realized was that I got stronger and continued to grow stronger since Magia Arabia was always active, but merely in its passive form. Just by being in a place with a lot of ambient magic made me stronger. But at the beginning, I had to use it actively until I had my affinities up to snuff. So you traveled around the world and... Harry asked incredulously, why do you think I became so infamous so quickly? Eva smirked evilly. Don't worry though. With time travel, metamorphagus abilities, my customized pepper-up potions, and generous use of stasis spells and memory charms, they won't even know they were missing. The ones that get to return, that is. She chuckled darkly. Oh! Harry blinked. For a while, I thought you would let them go and have them come after me for revenge as a means of training. Maybe next time, Eva said thoughtfully, earning an eye twitch from Harry. Sighing to himself, Harry looked at the several dozen stasis cages and tried to recognize as many species as possible. Incubus, Preda, Devil, Demon, Amit, Frost WRM, Yukiana, Chinese Fireball Dragon, Griffin, Harpy Sylph Hippogriff, Dark Elf, Werewolf, Fenrir Greyback, Ifrit Kitsune, Salamander Reiju, Chinese Thunder Dragon, North American Thunderbird aka Thunder Phoenix, Hydra, Nymph, Leprechaun, Entity Tiger, Lynx, Cockatrice. This is going to be a long month. Harry mentally sighed as his Magia Arabia flared and darkness seeped out of him, darting to its first target, the expendable Fenrir Greyback. Flashback end. Right. Harry smiled, knowing that it wasn't him who would suffer this time. Dobby. Yes, Master Harry Potter, sir. The elf appeared with a loud pop. I want you to go to this location. He handed him a piece of paper with coordinates Evangeline obtained through scrying. Find my godfather, Sirius Black, and stun him before he notices you. Then bring him here. Harry grinned as Dobby bowed and operated away. We have enough time to hook these two up with the others. Let's go. Eva instructed as she took the sea diorama sphere and headed upstairs. Nodding, Harry opened the second box to reveal another sphere, this time holding a large marble castle that Eva named Lebenschild II, placed on a tall cliff overlooking the sea. Taking it upstairs to the first floor, he entered what was once a conference room to reveal 8 diorama spheres arranged in a circle on pedestals around a 9th empty pedestal, one of the 8 spheres being the one Eva had brought from downstairs. Placing it on the central pillar, he backed away so that Eva would have enough space to connect it to the others. As he watched her work with the foreign magical runes, he could not help but be in awe. He had the entire Hogwarts curriculum of ancient runes from Voldemort's memories, and comparing that to the beauty and complexity of this diagram would be like comparing a brick to a statue. He had learned some of the basics of the Latin, Greek, Norse, and even Ostian Magi runes as he learned the elemental spells, a step necessary in understanding the manifested magical circles and how to use them properly. But this was on an entirely different level. He watched with rapt attention Eva's every move and regretfully looked away when Dobby appeared next to him with an unconscious and very dirty Sirius Black. "Done," Eva announced as she looked back and noticed Sirius. "That's him, huh? This'll take a while." Eva muttered. "Well, let's take him inside and get started then." Harry shrugged. "Dobby, this time it would be best for you to stay here and look after Manor. If we need your help with anything, we'll call for you. In the meantime, I want you to clean up this house perfectly and—" He glanced at Eva. "You took what we need from the Potter Library, right, Evangeline?" "Yes. I put the books along with the others we took from the Black, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw libraries on the subjects we might be interested in." Eva nodded before snapping her fingers. "Right. I forgot the computers I bought, as well as the other materials. I still don't understand why you would bother. You know that magic and technology don't mix well, don't you?" Harry asked curiously. "I have a few ideas." Eva smiled mysteriously as Dobby kept operating back and forth, bringing nearly 50 large boxes in total, with 10 extremely large ones. "Eva, I thought you said that it was risky to travel to the future." Harry said blankly as he eyed the fabrication dates on some of the boxes. "I come for the 25th century of my world, and I have a pretty good idea on what would be fabricated when." Eva informed him. "There's no way I'll be using 20th century junk. Be happy, I only went a couple decades into the future. Don't worry, I was under disguise and went to Muggle American shops, so I did not see anything that could affect our lives in the wizarding world." Eva assured him before adding as an afterthought, "And on a completely unrelated note, we should invest in Microsoft and telecommunications companies for the next decade." "Completely unrelated, I'm sure." Harry smirked, taking advantage that electronics reacted badly to magic only when they had electricity running through them. They shrunk the boxes and entered the diorama spheres, dragging Sirius with them. "Welcome, Master." A green-haired, green-eyed woman in a maid outfit greeted them with a bow. "Welcome, Harry. How have things been since we left, Cha-Cha-One? Any problems at all?" Eva inquired. "No, Master. We have finished organizing the books you brought and placed the materials in storage, so they won't spoil." Good. Return to your duties." Eva instructed as he led Harry into the castle. Damn, I still can't get used to it. I can't believe you were able to use the blank souls of the Lestranges to make 3 homunculus maids. Harry shook his head. I had plenty of practice with my puppets. It's convenient that I was able to make realistic bodies to bind the souls to this time. With that done, I just needed to give them the basic pack of skills that I had all my servants know, and that was it. Eva shrugged, not to mention that they're not bad on the eyes. Harry commented, "Humph. And here I was thinking of giving you a strip show tonight." "Oh well." Eva shrugged in mock sadness, amused by the way Harry's eyes bulged and glazed at the same time. Perverted brat. Hey, I'm a healthy teenager. It's not my fault my mind wanders when you say things like that. And the fact that you look like in your mid-teens does not help at all. Harry argued. Oh, does the thought of my body make you horny? Eva teased as she flicked his nose. Very. Harry nodded resolutely. Where the hell did you get this perverted and flirting streak? I don't know. Eva laughed as she shook her head. Harry merely gave her a pointed stare, which she completely ignored. Reaching the wing designated as the infirmary, Harry laid Sirius on a bed after casting a few cleaning spells on Sirius's clothes and Sirius himself. Cha-Cha 3. Eva called. Welcome, Master Harry. The woman physically identical to Cha-Cha, one but dressed in a nurse uniform, greeted them. What can I do to be of service with? I need you to prepare a recovery regime for Sirius Black here. Eva pointed at the ragged man. Nutrition potions, muscle growth stimulation potions, nerve healing potions, bone strengthening potions, detoxification potions, mind clearing elixirs, cheering elixirs, witch sharpening potions, magic enhancement potions, as well as a few drops of the perfected elixir of life that I made. Eva finished, thinking back on how she realized, after obtaining the last bit of knowledge from the Gate of Truth, that the Philosopher's Stone Flamel had made was slightly flawed. It was for that reason that Eva could not gain that bit of knowledge from the stone. The elixir of life the imperfect stone had produced was also different from what it should have been. In reality, there were 3 separate elixirs that had to be separated from the clear liquid the perfect stone would have produced, each with its own effects. The first was the one accessible to the Flamels for all those centuries, which stopped the passage of time for the body for a period of time in accordance to the quantity consumed. The second, and the one Voldemort was hoping to use to return to power, had the power to restore the body to full health even if there was nothing left of the body at all. And the final one, the one Eva considered the true elixir of life, or maybe elixir of youth, had the effect of regressing the body to a younger form in accordance to the quantity consumed. Even without a Philosopher's Stone, it was rather easy for Eva to create the elixirs, as they were not part of the stone, but a result of transmutation using the stone as a focus. Knowing what the end result should be like and what it's made of was more than enough for a person with few scruples like Eva, as she quickly gathered the needed ingredients and transmuted them into the mixed elixir before using another transmutation to separate them into 3 different ones. It was difficult, true, as she had to draw some particularly complex circles for both transmutations. But she had plenty of time. Get him something light but tasty to eat, and make him take a bath when he wakes up. Then he can come looking for us. Harry grinned. We'll be in the library. I want a review on the mind-healing procedures. I still say we should wipe his entire memory of Azkaban. It would be easier that way. Eva muttered. Yeah, but the trauma is too deeply rooted into his subconscious. I'm pretty sure being terrified of something you can't even remember would be worse for him. You said so yourself last time we talked about this. Harry raised an eyebrow. I know. I'm just getting bored of this monotony. Eva sighed. Ah, you poor thing. Harry placed his arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. Once this is done, we can start terrifying the wizarding world and overthrowing the government. You just know how to make a girl? Happy, don't you? Eva smiled with wide, innocent eyes before both of them burst into laughter. A couple hours later, as the two of them were reading comfortably in the library, Sirius Black burst in wearing a dark red bathrobe with golden linings. Harry! Sirius cried as he jumped and hugged Harry tightly. I'm fine, Sirius. Nothing bad happened to me. Harry tried to calm him down. But it did to me. Sirius croaked out. That hot, evil nurse nearly drowned me and rubbed my skin raw. My ass still hurts too much for me to sit down. Ah! Harry understood. You didn't want to take a bath, did you? I was perfectly fine the way I was. Sirius protested. My nose begged to differ. Harry grunted. Sirius, Allow me to introduce Evangelina K. McDowell, my mentor, best friend, and confidant, as well as the one that made this all possible. Charmed, I'm sure. Eve said as her lip twitched at how Sirius was still hugging Harry. I won't force you to go back there right at this moment. Harry said exasperatedly. Oh, good. Sirius finally let go with a relieved smile. I want to thank you for helping my godson. I'm in your debt. He bowed to Evangeline. It's fine, I have interest in helping him as well. Eva said carelessly. Now, have a seat and we'll explain the situation. Harry was wondering whether they should tell him about the Lestranges before informing him that he's sterile. Or maybe tell him about their planned trip to Las Vegas. That would surely cheer him up. Well, here's Chapter 4, just as promised. Thank you for the reviews, and please keep them coming. They inspire me, especially the ones with suggestions. Due to such inspirational reviews, I decided to post a new poll on my profile regarding Harry's relationship with Evangeline. Please drop by and vote. Custom spells used in this chapter. Ignis Tempestus Obscurans. Firestorm of Darkness. Latin. Venient Spiritus Ignis Obscurans. Cum Flammation Flet Tempestus Ignisis. Ignis Tempestus Obscurans. English. Come, spirits of fire and darkness. O firestorm which blows with darkness. Firestorm of darkness. Nivis striges, owls of snow/white owls. Latin. Periopactum quod servo mihi. Recoligo phasmatis glacials. English. Obey the contract and serve me. Gather, spirits of frost. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou Sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou Sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 5. Returning to Hogwarts, new impressions. I don't see him anywhere, Ron. Ginny said worried. He has to be here somewhere. There's no way Harry wouldn't return to Hogwarts for his 4th year. Hermione said as she kept looking left and right. Relax, will you? He'll be here eventually. Ron waved them off, not really interested in looking for his friend. Come on, Hermione. Let me tell you what you missed because you didn't come with us to the Quidditch World Cup. We were in the top box, and we saw Victor Crumb up close, he exclaimed enthusiastically. That's nice, Ron. Hermione said absently. You got yours stolen from you and used to cast you-know-who's mark into the sky. Death Eaters attacked the camps and tormented the local Muggle family. You got arrested and taken to the Ministry for interrogation. And all you can think about is Victor Crumb? One of the Weasley twins asked incredulously. That's nice, Fred. Hermione mumbled. Hey, are you even listening to me? Ron asked annoyed. You lost your wand, it was used for a crime, and you got in trouble with the Ministry for it, right? Hermione glanced at him. Ron blinked. Honestly, where is he? Hermione asked worriedly. He said he'll be back by the start of term. Be back. Ginny rounded on to her. Be back from where? Did he tell you where he went? And how do you know he went anywhere? He wrote to me and Ron at the beginning of summer. Hermione replied. He said that after last year he needed a vacation and that he would be out of the country for the summer. But he didn't tell me where he would go or how. And all the other letters I sent returned to me unopened. Well, there are possible explanations for that. Fred and George exchanged concerned glances. Either he was under male wards of some sort, or had a male rejection charm cast onto him. Or what? Ginny demanded. Well, spit it out. Or he's dead and the owls have nobody to go to. They answered, visibly uncomfortable. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Hermione spoke up. Good think Mrs. Weasley already left. If she heard you even speculate that. She trailed off as the whistle was heard and the train began to move. Quick, get on, she said. Well, Harry might already be on the train, and we didn't notice him. Fred tried to be optimistic before leaving with George. Right, let's find some compartments, and then we have the whole train trip to look for him. Hermione agreed, trying to stay positive. I don't know what you're so worried about. Ron said annoyed. Dumbledore probably operated him to Hogwarts or something already. Honestly, Ron, how many times do I have to tell you? You can't apparate in Hogwarts. Hermione ranted. The wards, then maybe in Hogsmeade. Ginny suggested. I'm sure the headmaster has better things to do than to apparate a student to school. Hermione said exasperated. Not if it's Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Ron grunted. Hey, there's some room here. Hermione ignored him and opened a compartment door. Excuse me, do you mind if we sit here? She asked the two boys who were sitting across from each other next to the window. Sure, Hermione. One of them said. Here, let us give you a hand with those trunks. A couple minutes later, they were all sitting down, with the three newcomers glancing curiously at the two boys. Both of them were wearing dark muggle jeans and dark reflective shades, with one wearing a dark red shirt while the other wore a black one. Thanks, but how do you know my name? Have we met before? Hermione asked the one wearing the black shirt who had spoken to her. The two boys exchanged glances and chuckled, the boy in the dark red shirt taking out and tossing a galleon to the other. You were right. They really don't recognize us. He shook his head in amusement. Never doubt me, Nevada, the one in the black shirt smirked. Nev? As in Neville. Hermione caught on and stared at the boy who smiled and took off his shades. At ISU. Merlin, you've changed over the summer. Well, let's just say I had a few life-changing family-related revelations. Neville smiled with not one hint of nervousness. Good for you, Neville. Ginny smiled as she eyed him up and down before doing the same with his still unnamed companion. And who are you? Ron asked bluntly. His eyes narrowed at the boy wearing the black shirt. That hurts, Ron. Right here. The boy grasped his chest, as if having a heart attack. You don't see me for a couple of months, and you don't know me? That's cold, man. I'll need a new best mate. He sighed dramatically. Best mate? Harry? Ron screamed in shock as he lowered his shades, revealing his luminous emerald orbs sparkling in amusement. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny stared. This was Harry? Their Harry? It seemed unbelievable that the short and skinny spectacled boy with messy hair they saw at the beginning of summer was before them. Gone were the handed-down muggle rags several sizes bigger than he needed, replaced by stylish jeans and a black dress shirt. Gone were ugly round glasses kept together by duct tape, replaced by brand black shades. Gone was the skinny body suffering from malnutrition, replaced by that of a 15-year-old muscled hunk. Gone was the messy short hair, now long and kept in a short ponytail while the front was spiked upwards. Gone was his scar. Harry, where's your scar? Hermione asked in shock. Well, you know how Madame Pomfrey told me that a cursed scar like that can't be removed, right? Harry asked, earning nods. Well, what she didn't say was that it could be moved. You moved your scar? Ron asked in shock. Why? Harry merely stared at him blankly while everyone else gave him looks of disgust. So yeah, I moved it. Harry decided to ignore Ron's last question. But how did you? Hermione demanded. Well, I don't think you know this, but my paternal grandmother was a black before she married into the Potter family. Harry began. Paternal? Ron asked confused. I mean my dad's mom. Harry grunted. Oh, why didn't you just say so? Ron rolled his eyes. Anyway, Harry ignored the oozing stupidity. The members of the Black family are generally skilled in transfiguration and have talents in self-transfiguration, such as animagus and metamorphagus skills. That means changing into a certain animal or changing to look like another person. He added with a glance at Ron. So you moved your scar with your metamorphagus ability? Hermione asked, her eyes glittering with questions. Where did you move it to? Ginny asked, a bit upset that such a symbol was no longer easily visible. Well, Harry drawled with a smirk. I always did say that my scar was a pain in the— Harry, Hermione said, scandalized. Upper thigh. Harry finished with an innocent smile as his shades once again hid his eyes. What's with the glasses? Ginny asked curiously. Oh, I had my eyesight corrected this summer after seeing a healer, but there were complications. Harry said delicately. Complications? Hermione asked worriedly. Well, it seems that there was a bit of leftover basilisk venom and phoenix tears from Fawkes in my blood, so it's making the potion that was supposed to fix my eyesight work differently. Harry sighed. So, while it did fix my eyesight, it made my eyes slightly sensible to sunlight for a while. They should be fine in a few months, though. Harry, why was there basilisk venom and phoenix tears in your blood? Hermione asked weakly. Harry blinked. All right. I didn't tell you that when I killed it, the basilisk stabbed me in the arm. Here? He showed them the entry and exit scars. Fawkes cried a few tears and healed me before the venom hillied me or melted my flesh, though. He smiled while Neville, Hermione and Ginny were staring at him faintly, and Ron with badly hidden jealousy. Why is Neville wearing sunglasses, though? Hermione tried to change the subject. Oh, they're Harry's, Neville explained. I just borrowed them so I can try and catch some sleep easier. I've been out of the country, so… Jet lag. Hermione nodded in understanding. Why? Ron asked, confused. It means that while here is day, over there is night or afternoon or something, Harry said, and I'm in the same boat. I've been across the pond for most of the summer, so I think I'll take a nap as well. And with that, he leaned back into his seat and tried to make himself as comfortable as possible. Before anyone can comment, there was a knock, and the compartment door slid open, revealing a girl with dirty blonde hair and wide silvery gray eyes. Luna, Ginny greeted with a smile. Hi, Ginny. Do you mind if I sit here? The blonde asked. Sure. There's an empty seat left. Harry answered as he secretly used his mage sight to glance at the girl and saw that she had a rather large core, and that her magic seemed wild yet tame, and for some reason reminding him of some fairies he saw a few months before. Well, come in then, Ginny said, slightly intrigued by Harry's forwardness. After the blonde sat down and Harry helped her put her trunk away, Ginny began making introductions. Everyone, this is Luna Lovegood. She's in my year in Ravenclaw. Luna, you remember Ron? The red-haired boy rolled his eyes. And these are Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Harry Potter. Luna nodded. Pleased to meet you all. How do you know that? Ron demanded, annoyed. Yeah, how is it that a pretty girl from a lower year from a different house that I never even spoken to before knows me better than you? Harry asked with a frown, looking between Hermione and Ron. Umph, some best friends you are. He huffed and looked at Luna. Luna, want to be me new friend? I think my old ones are defective, he told her in a loud whisper. Of course, Luna said with a bright smile and slight blush as laughter danced in her eyes. Ginny and Neville similarly were unsuccessfully trying not to laugh at the looks on Hermione and Ron's faces. Well, joking aside, me and Nev need to catch some shut-eye, so we would appreciate if you lot would keep the noise down to a minimum. Harry smiled. That's fine with me. Luna nodded and took out a magazine called The Quibbler, turned a few pages, and then turned it upside down as she hid her face behind it. Harry's mage sight was still active, however, and noticed how she channeled magic into her own eyes to activate what he recognized as a form of mage sight similar to his own, but not as precise. He saw that her eyes almost popped out of her head as she caught sight of him and likely noticed the size of his magical core. Smiling, Harry gave her a wink behind his shades and deactivated his own mage sight and closing his eyes to rest when an unwelcome voice was heard through the slightly open compartment door. Father actually considered sending me to Durmstrang rather than Hogwarts, you know? He knows the headmaster, you see. Well, you know his opinion of Dumbledore. The man's such a mudblood lover, and Durmstrang doesn't admit that sort of riffraff. But Mother didn't like the idea of me going to school so far away. Father says Durmstrang takes a far more sensible line than Hogwarts about the dark arts. Durmstrang students actually learn them, not just the defense rubbish we do. Hermione got up, tiptoed to the compartment door, and slid it shut, blocking out Malfoy's voice. So he thinks Durmstrang would have suited him, does he? She said angrily. I wish he had gone. Then we wouldn't have to put up with him. Durmstrang's another wizarding school, isn't it? Ginny inquired. Yes, said Hermione sniffily, and it's got a horrible reputation. According to an appraisal of magical education in Europe, it puts a lot of emphasis on the dark arts. I think I've heard of it, Ron said vaguely. Where is it? What country? Well, nobody knows, do they? Hermione said, raising her eyebrows. Why not? Neville asked. There's traditionally been a lot of rivalry between all the magic schools. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons like to conceal their whereabouts so nobody can steal their secrets. Hermione said matter-of-factly. Come off it, Ron said, starting to laugh. Durmstrang's got to be about the same size as Hogwarts. How are you going to hide a great big castle? But Hogwarts is hidden, Hermione said in surprise. Everyone knows that, well, everyone who's read Hogwarts a history anyway. Just you then, Ron rolled his eyes. So go on. How'd you hide a place like Hogwarts? It's bewitched, Hermione answered. If a muggle looks at it, all they see is a moldering old ruin with a sign over the entrance saying danger, do not enter, unsafe. So Durmstrang just look like a ruin to an outsider too? Maybe, said Hermione, shrugging. Or it might have Muggle, repelling charms on it like the World Cup Stadium. And to keep foreign wizards from finding it, they'll have made it unplottable dash. Come again? Well, you can enchant a building so it's impossible to plot on a map, can't you? If you say so, said Ginny awkwardly. But I think Durmstrang must be somewhere in the far north, said Hermione thoughtfully. Somewhere very cold, because they've got fur capes as part of their uniforms. Think of the possibilities, Ron said dreamily. It would have been so easy to push Malfoy off a glacier and make it look like an accident. Shame his mother likes him. I think it has less to do with his mother liking him and more with her not wanting to let old Lucius touch her ever again. Harry grunted, earning a few blushes and chuckles from anyone other than the clueless Ron. By the way, Durmstrang is in Norway and Beusbattens is in southern France. Now please keep your voices down. From there, the trip was relatively silent for a couple hours with everyone talking in low voices once Neville and Harry finally fell asleep. It was not to last, though, as eventually Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, opened the compartment door, just as Ron was telling an increasingly irritated Hermione for the third time that he had been in the top box. For the first and last time in your life, Weasley. Malfoy sneered. Malfoy, get out. Hermione said annoyed. Weasley, what is that? Malfoy asked, pointing at Pigwidgeon's cage. A sleeve of Ron's dress robes was dangling from it, swaying with the motion of the train, the moldy lace cuff very obvious. Ron made to stuff the robes out of sight, but Malfoy was too quick for him. He seized the sleeve and pulled. Look at this, Malfoy said in ecstasy, holding up Ron's robes and showing Crabbe and Goyle. Weasley, you weren't thinking of wearing these, were you? I mean, they were very fashionable in about 1890. Young Malfoy, Ron said, the same color as the dress robes as he snatched them back out of Malfoy's grip. Malfoy howled with derisive laughter. Crabbe and Goyle guffawed stupidly. So, gonna enter, Weasley? Gonna try and bring a bit of glory to the family name? There's money involved as well. You know, you'd be able to afford some decent robes if you won. What are you talking about? Ron snapped. What about Potter? He'll enter for sure. He never misses a chance to show off. Where is the Scarhead anyway? Malfoy asked, more intrigued than annoyed. I knew it, Harry said groggily. I knew you were stalking me. I figured it out since first year. He nodded to himself while the others stared at him, confused. But it has to end. Malfoy, no matter how you do your hair or how much you stalk me, get it through your head. I don't swing that way. Why? Malfoy actually took a step back in shock. I am not gay. Sure you're not. Harry nodded mockingly. And you don't spend nearly all your time with Crabbe and Goyle just so that you can stare at their asses. I'm not gay. Malfoy screamed, unknowingly drawing the attention of many students in nearby compartments. Who the hell are you? Anyway, you mean you're stalking me without even recognizing me? Is it already instinctual? Harry asked in disgust as he removed his glasses and locked his emerald eyes with Malfoy's gray ones. Potter. Malfoy stared. Yep. Now, why don't you take your boyfriends and get out of here? Harry suggested. I'm not gay. Draco yelled even louder before turning towards Crabbe, who had flinched away. I'm not. Keep telling yourself that. You might actually delude yourself eventually. Harry cheered. Now get out. With a snarl, Malfoy left, slamming the compartment door closed. I should have done that years ago. Harry chuckled, and that broke the dam, causing the other five to burst into laughter, but none more so than Luna. Ha, the hair, ha, and stalking. Her whole body shook with laughter. Smiling, Harry put back his shades and leaned into his seat, returning to his nap. When they reached Hogsmeade, it was raining outside. While nearly everyone hurried to the carriages or boats, Harry and Neville exchanged a smile and used a variation of the basic Protego as umbrellas as they casually strode to the carriage the others had gotten on. How are you two dry? Ron demanded enviously. Shield charm, Harry muttered, already getting fed up of acting friendly, aka not killing the traitorous weasel. But he had promised Eva to let Ron and possibly Hermione dig their own graves. He had reluctantly agreed to start the term by acting as natural as possible without showing active dislike and or distrust towards Ron and Hermione, and then respond in kind when the two crossed the line. From what his legitimacy was telling him of Hermione's mind, she had not written to Dumbledore or anyone else other than Ron regarding his absence that summer. so her chances of remaining among Harry's friends were pretty good so far. Ronald, on the other hand, was promising to be spending his near future with the acromantula of the Forbidden Forest. He had spent most of the train ride thinking how he would buy a firebolt using the money he got for spying on Harry, get on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, become captain, and kick Harry off it. Of course, he also thought how he should convince his mother to brew a love potion for him to dose Hermione with, so that she would do his homework for him. He was mildly amused when Peeves dropped a water balloon on Ron's head as they headed through the entrance corridor. Even more so when McGonagall came skidding out of the Great Hall and missed Hermione's shoulder when she reached for it to gain some balance. Instead, she slipped and knocked Ron over, just in time for him to slide under the 24 water balloons Peeves dropped as he ran away. Snickering, he pulled the soaked Ron up and made sure to not sit next to him at the Gryffindor table. As they ate, Harry and Hermione noticed that the new Dada professor was missing, and while the bookworm was concerned that Dumbledore may not have found one, Harry was nearly certain that the new professor wanted to make a dramatic entrance. Indeed, as he extended his senses through the Hogwarts wards, as practiced with his other warded houses, he sensed an extra adult core in the castle. He was mildly annoyed with the cancellation of the Quidditch Cup for the year, and downright irritated with the reenactment of the Triwizard Tournament. Because of the age limit, of course, he was pretty sure that someone, somehow, for some reason, will enter his name, and if it put his nearly exhausted modesty aside, he would admit that even without his rebirth and training this summer, his chances to become the school champion were pretty good considering what he had to compete against. With his new changes, nothing in this world short of Evangeline or some unholy chimera of Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald could top him. The reason why he was annoyed by the age limit was the scandal he would likely face when his name would be undoubtedly selected. Sure, he could take advantage of it to expose his emancipation, which he had managed to keep secret within the ministry with the use of a simple notice me not charm on the documents before anyone noticed them. Sure, he had to time travel to the day he took his lordships and sneak invisibly under the noses of the entire Auror contingent, but it was worth it, and he had taken the opportunity to also swap the prophecy for a recording Dumbledore scratching his ass. Harry was pleased to hear that Dumbledore had brought Alastor Moody into the fold, until he inspected the man with mage sight and saw that it was actually someone using polyjuice. And from the way he was acting, Dumbledore had no idea, well, no reason to tell him at the moment. After all, the publicly known polyjuice only works when the person being impersonated was still alive. Of course, Eva had managed to get past that small flaw as soon as she started experimenting with potions. That damn I would be tricky to get around, though. As from the glow of magic it was likely the work of Dumbledore using the Elder Wand, thus allowing it to see through the cloak of invisibility. That would have to be taken care of. I'll deal with it tonight, Eva promised, or something along those lines. Still, he had 2 months before the tournament began, and he wasn't going to waste it. As soon as he finished taking a shower, he tracked down Fred and George and talked them into rounding up the Quidditch captains and getting them to organize some pickup matches. By dinner, it was decided that Gryffindor would face Slytherin at the end of September and Ravenclaw would face Hufflepuff 2 weeks later. In classes, he made sure to avoid getting paired up with Ron for anything that would last longer than a week. After all, he never knew when Ron would become disposable. Neville became his regular partner along with Hermione, Harry having enough pity to manipulate her into pawing off Ron to Seamus Finnegan, the man who could somehow turn beetles into top-grade explosives at a wave of his wand. Neville's assistance also proved instrumental in making Snape's brain shut down for a few seconds when the two of them presented him a perfectly brewed potion, causing Snape to nearly growl before he barged into Harry's mind with his legitimacy in an attempt to find out how he had cheated. And that was what Harry had been waiting for. Unlike Eva, who could literally make a copy of a person's life given enough time, Harry's skills and legitimacy were more limited and mundane. Yes, he could easily know when he was being lied to. Yes, if he knew what he was looking for, he would be able to access the needed memory from the target's mind quite easily. But his skill in extracting large amounts of information at the same time without being noticed was drastically limited. He had 2 methods, both needing outside intrusion to work, and it was one of those that he used when Snape tried to read his thoughts. Snape didn't know what had happened. One moment he was staring into the brat's eyes, and the next he was in a white space, devoid of anything other than, my, someone has been a bad scumbag. Harry shook his finger in admonishment as he leaned onto the side of a great floating stab of stone with the Tree of Life, Sephiroth, carved onto it, and two identical wing-like tribal designs flanking it. "Potter, where did you take me?" Snape demanded as he reached for his wand, only to notice that Harry was twirling it between his fingers. "You want it?" Harry smirked as the stones split down the middle and opened outwards like doors, revealing a black void with white, long, childlike hands reaching out. But in the center of the darkness was a distant image of the potions classroom. "Go and get it." Harry tossed it through. "How stupid do you think I am, Potter?" Snape sneered. "I won't fall for such an obvious trap." "Of course you won't." Harry nodded with an ever-widening smirk. "After all, what's losing you magic compared to doing what I say, right? My magic." Snape took a step back. "That wand was a representation of it. If you leave this place without it, well, you get the picture." Harry chuckled darkly. "Now more your ass out of my sight before I decide to give you more incentive," he said, and before Snape could answer, the white hand stretched, reaching out to him and grabbing hold before dragging him through. All the while, the white hands touching Snape were turning silver and then letting go, being replaced by other white ones. Just as he was about to touch the image of the classroom, a black arm touched his forehead, and he was back in the classroom, scowling at the two boys and not remembering a thing. Scowling. He walked away as Harry's smile turned positively evil. He had just made a complete copy of Snape's mind, and he was more than pleased with the knowledge of new or customized potions and invented spells he had taken from the Death Eater. Harry was also enjoying his new elective, Ancient Runes, which he had qualified for after talking Professor Babbling into allowing him to take the third-year runes exam test while she was giving the introductory speech to the third years. Suffice to say, she was more than happy to accept him in her fourth-year class after he scored 145% on the test. That, of course, led to Harry being allowed to drop one of his other electives, in other words, divination, which led to Dumbledore accosting him on his second day of classes as he was leaving the Great Hall after lunch. Flashback. "Harry, may I have a word with you?" Dumbledore asked as Harry walked past the staff table. "I don't know, sir. Do you think you're up to it?" Harry asked with a smile, which was rather fixed. "I believe so." Dumbledore chuckled merrily. "Now, I heard you drop divination. May I ask you what brought you to this decision?" "Yes, you may." Harry asked with the same smile as he lowered his dark shades to show his eyes glittering in amusement. "What brought you to that decision?" Dumbledore asked patiently. "Divination is a waste of my time," Harry said clearly and loud enough for most of the staff table to hear. "I don't have the sight, as Professor Trelawney put it, and she's an awful teacher at it anyway." Seeing Dumbledore about to speak up, he added, "After all, you told me yourself last year that in her entire life, she only made 2 real prophecies. 2 fancy poems don't make a good teacher for the subject, headmaster, no matter how you look at it. Now, if you excuse me, I have ancient runes to get to." And with that, he left before Dumbledore could get another word in. Flashback in. Hermione's glee at dropping divination and joining her in ancient runes was equal to Ron's irritation at having to suffer through it on his own, as Neville had also dropped it in favor of Muggle studies. Their first class with the Barty Crouch Jr. Polyjuiced as Mad-Eye Moody was also quite intriguing and disturbing on the same level. Harry knew for sure that Eva had implanted a few suggestions into his mind, but he had a feeling that most of the class had been planned by Moody. They started simple enough by walking into the classroom when they found themselves under spell fire. His wand drawn, Harry had a wandless Protego up while his eyes darted towards the source of the incoming spells. Seeing nobody, he activated his mage sight for just a second before he slammed a stunner into Moody, taking the disillusioned Moody by surprise. But he already had a shield up, so he was merely pushed back a bit by the power of the spell before he made himself visible and shouted a bit about constant vigilance. Harry ignored him. What he did not ignore was how he demonstrated the unforgivable curses in front of the class on spiders. Harry no longer shied away from the darker aspects of magic. He knew very well that magic was magic no matter how you used it. It was not good or evil. It simply was, so he was no stranger to using the unforgivable curses, though he never used them on another human or sentient being. That, however, did not reduce the disgust at how Crouch paraded them in front of the class, and what it was obvious, to him, an attempt to intimidate him and Neville. The way the bastard looked at the spider his was torturing, while his magical "I locked on" and Neville made it clear to him that he was enjoying it, and that he was reminiscing the crime that got him sent to Azkaban. Harry decided to make his death as slow and excruciatingly painful as possible, to do unspeakable things to his corpse, and to make sure there won't be enough left of his soul to reach hell. What? You're surprised? Well, I'm currently on a roll, and I want to get the preparatory chapters done before I can start on the good stuff. The poll for Harry and Eva's relationship is officially closed, as the results are pretty clear. 75%, 44 votes. Lasting relationship 22%, 13 votes. Friends with benefits 1%, 1 vote, one night stand. So obviously, Eva will be around for quite a while. With that decided, I admit that I'm conflicted on what to do with Hermione. So I'm posting another poll on my profile to decide her fate. Once again, I want to thank my reviewers. And once again, I will ask you to review, especially if you have things to point out regarding the chapter or the story as a whole. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou Sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou Sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 6. Female Wrath, Loudmouthed Idiots, and Foreign Rivals. The weekend following Harry's fifth week of classes, he woke up early in the morning and headed for breakfast with a slight smirk. Ron never woke up on his own, especially on weekends, so it brought Harry a bit of admittedly petty satisfaction that the redhead would miss breakfast. The Nebula Hypnotica he cast on him had nothing to do with it, nothing at all. But by the time he was halfway to the Gryffindor table, however, he was surrounded by a few people, stopping his advance. "Good morning. Is there anything I can do for you, ladies?" Harry asked cautiously. His passive legitimacy was picking up embarrassment, anxiousness, indignation, fear, and impatience from them in various amounts and combinations. It only made him more curious. "Yes, there is. We need to talk to you, Harry. In private," Luna said, her usual dreamy appearance now serious. "Very well," Harry said after a few seconds of looking at her curiously. "Let's find an empty classroom, and I'll put up a few privacy spells," he suggested, and led them out of the Great Hall into a usually unused classroom. As they entered, they wrinkled their noses at the amount of dust, but before any of the girls could comment, Harry's custom wand had snapped into his left hand from the wrist holster, and he vanished the dust, as well as casting a few air-freshening charms. "I thought you were right-handed," the Hufflepuff girl asked curiously as he placed the privacy spells on the door. He didn't know her name, but he was pretty sure she was a fourth year. "Ambidextrous, actually," Harry commented as he put his wand away. "Now, while you ladies know my name, I'm afraid that other than Luna's, I don't remember yours. So?" He trailed off, looking at the Hufflepuff girl expectantly. "Right? My name is Susan Bones, fourth year Hufflepuff." She introduced herself and blushed slightly at his smile. "Daphne Greengrass, fourth year Slytherin," the blue-eyed blonde with a cold attitude introduced. "Tracy Davis, fourth year Slytherin," the final girl said. "Well, what did you ladies want to discuss with me?" Harry inquired, taking in their appearances during his time spent with Sirius. He had quickly been taught by the old womanizer how to appreciate beauty. And considering how beautiful and well-developed these four were, he was quite appreciative indeed. Thanks to Sirius's rigorous training, despite the conservative school robes, he only needed a glance to know that Luna had mid to high C cups, Tracy had high C cups, Daphne had high D cups, and Susan amazingly had high DD cups. Harry briefly considered that he should be embarrassed of his current thoughts, but he quickly cleared his head of that ridiculous notion. "You're joking, right?" Daphne blinked, her ice queen facade momentarily slipping. "You don't know?" Susan stared at him in shock. "Know what exactly?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "That you're betrothed to the four of us," Luna answered simply. Harry didn't say or react in any way for a few seconds before taking off his sunglasses and rubbing his forehead with his free hand. Placing the shades in an inner pocket, he looked at Luna with conflicted emerald eyes. He absently noticed that the girls were all blushing slightly at how he looked without his glasses, but he was not in the mood to tease or flirt at the moment. He needed answers. "Please explain to me how exactly did this happen, and how do you know of this while I don't?" Harry said in a calm voice. Well, at the beginning of the summer, I received an owl from Gringotts, saying that Lord Peveril has claimed his position and that the betrothal contract between the Lovegood and Peveril families had become active, with my and your name on it. Luna explained. Same for me. Only it was between the Greengrass and La Fay families. Daphne said coolly. Bones and Ravenclaw for me. Susan smiled nervously. Davis and Black. Tracy finished. Harry stared at them for a few seconds before sighing and taking a seat, rubbing his forehead. I take it that these contracts are magically binding? He inquired. Indeed. Now mind telling us why are we betrothed to you? Daphne demanded. Well, I don't know why the contacts chose you in particular from your family, but as to why, they most likely became active because those ancient and noble house have a new head. Harry stated before finally glancing at them. Me, your Lord La Fay, Black Ravenclaw? Daphne, Tracy, and Susan yelled in shock before glancing at Luna, who was oddly quiet. I knew that Harry was descended from Ignotus Peveril. Luna shrugged in reply. Actually, I'm Lord Potter Black Peveril Gryffindor Ravenclaw, Slytherin La Fay. Harry corrected, stunning all four of them into open-mouthed shock. I would appreciate it, however, if you keep this information to yourselves until it becomes public. He requested in a kind but firm voice, receiving nods from them. Still, I wonder why these contracts have suddenly become active. What do you mean? Tracy inquired. Well, besides yours to the Black family, the others are guaranteed to be centuries old. Harry explained. The Peveril line became extinct on a male line sometime in the 1300s. The La Fay line probably suffered the same fate before the founder's time. So this isn't like the head of these families created these contracts after we were born and put our names on them. I most certainly didn't. Well, we only have copies linked by a protean charm to the original contracts Gringotts has. You also must have one as well. Susan informed him before frowning. Come to think of it, why didn't you know about the active contracts? Didn't you look through the paperwork when you took on your lordships? Well, Harry chuckled nervously. I did look through it, but I let someone else go through the documents more in depth. That's pretty irresponsible. Who knows what that person could do? Unless it's a solicitor. Daphne frowned. She's not a solicitor, but she's more than experienced in such matters. I trust her with my life. Harry said firmly. Her? Daphne raised a delicate eyebrow, her demeanor becoming naturally frosty. A close friend of mine. Harry answered. Don't tell me it's Granger. Tracy grimaced. Hell no. Harry blurted out before regaining his composure. No, it's someone I've been around most of my life, even before Hogwarts. Then why didn't she tell you about the contracts? Daphne narrowed her eyes at his outburst. I have a vague idea, but it would be best to ask her directly, a flick call maybe? Harry muttered, knowing that the telepathic connection of the Paccio card would not allow them all to talk to Eva at the same time. Just as he was about to suggest they find a fireplace, there was a knock in the window, and opening it, Hedwig flew in with an envelope from Eva. It contained what looked like a glass casing the size of a Paccio card with a magic circle carved on one side and countless minuscule Austrian runes carved on the other side, and a short note. Put your Paccio card inside with the circle on the casing matching the one on the front of your card, and channel a bit of magic into the casing. E-A-K-M. Huh? Harry muttered, shrugging. He did as instructed under the curious eyes of the four girls and watched expectantly for the result. He was both surprised and delighted when an image began to be projected from the carved circle, like from a holographic mage ladder, especially when the image was that of Eva taking a bath. Hello, Harry. She greeted with a provocative smirk and was likely about to get up from the water covered in white foam when she noticed that he was not alone. I seem to have forgotten to mention that it would be preferred for you to activate that item in private. What is that? Tracy asked in shock. It's a real-time holographic projection. Harry began before noticing their lost look. Think of it as a portable flickall. Oh, well, I'm glad you sent me this, Eva. We were about to flickall you. Harry told the holographic emerald-eyed blonde. Is that so? What is the emergency? Eva asked in amusement. Apparently, some marriage contracts became active when I accepted my lordships and they're betrothed to me. Harry explained. They are Luna Lovegood, Susan Bones, Tracy Davis, and last but not least Daphne Greengrass. All right, I remember those contracts. Eva nodded as she stretched languidly, showing part of her generous chest. And you didn't feel it was something I should know? Harry asked in shock. Well, they won't become due until both of the contracted parties are 17. So there are 2 to 3 years before the marriages would occur. Although you had enough on your plate this year, so I was planning on telling you next summer. Eva explained with obvious disinterest. So, we're not even worth mentioning, is that it? Tracy asked furiously. Girl, you should know 2 things. Eva looked towards Tracy with a bored, half-lidded stare. First of all, with Voldemort still out there, weakened or not, there's always the chance, though small, that Harry won't live long enough to carry out those contracts. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. Harry rolled his eyes as 3 of the girls flinched and paled while Luna frowned. You're welcome. Eva gave him a mocking smile. And the second thing, before any of you can be his, you should know that he is mine. If you want to marry him, you don't need to earn just his approval, but mine as well. The blonde on the left is the closest to gaining it so far. I refuse to have cowards in the family that flinch at the mentioning of a made-up name of a half-blood coward, she sniffed. At any rate, Harry, you should know that even if these marriages do happen, you will still need a Lady Gryffindor and Lady Potter. Evangeline, are you proposing to me? You want to be my wife? Lady Slytherin? Harry asked in surprise, a wide smile on his face. It's not about me being your wife. It's about you being my husband. Eva smirked, and Harry understood she was referring to the permanent Pactio. I always get what I want, you know that all too well, don't you? She teased. Oh yeah. Harry nodded. At any rate, do as you feel fit with your betrotheds. We'll talk again later. Eva smirked as she got up, revealing her perfect naked body covered only by a bit of foam before the transmission ended. Harry could not help but chuckle as he put the card and casing away. That was Eva, all right, no ounce of modesty when concerning her body. That is the person you trust with your life? Tracy crossed her arms over her chest self-consciously. Indeed, she would and has risked her life for me, and I hold nobody in higher trust. Harry nodded with a smile. Who is she anyway? She looks around our age, but I've never seen her before. Susan inquired. Her name is Evangeline A.K. McDowell, and she never attended Hogwarts. She was homeschooled. He explained. Well, that's technically true. She was on the run, and the world was her home while she learned magic. That's all I can tell you. It's her story to tell. He added when she saw curiosity shining in his eyes. Still, she has some nerve, Tracy said in annoyance. Well, she's used with everyone obeying her without question. Harry chuckled. Why should we obey someone like her? Daphne narrowed her eyes. She's powerful, very powerful. Luna whispered. That's one of the reasons, yes. Harry nodded. How powerful? As powerful as a professor, or... Susan began. I saw her beat a Nundu into submission without breaking a sweat. She could beat Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald in their prime all at once. That powerful. Harry told them. Why, you're joking. Daphne's eyes widened in shock, but the serious look Harry gave her said it all. And the second reason? Susan asked, not quite sure she wanted the answer. She's a sadistic bitch that likes to see people squirm. Harry chuckled nervously, and we didn't make a very good first impression on her. Luna pouted. It's going to take a while to gain her approval. Well, she appreciates strength of character as well as power. Harry decided to throw them a bone. She doesn't care much for wealth, but values her comfort. And this one's important. She doesn't like suck-ups. I see. Well, let's focus on getting to know you for now, Harry. Luna smiled brightly, grabbed his arm, and began leading him to the door and removing the privacy spells. Every inch of you, she added as she dragged him out of the classroom. The 3 remaining girls exchanged shocked glances before running after them. Monday morning, Harry was in a very good mood. His weekend had been more pleasant than he could have imagined. He did not get intimate with his 4 betrothed. No, they did not go further than a kiss on the cheek, but he was in no hurry. He understood that they barely knew each other and that they were far from ready of having sex with him. He, of course, was mentally in his lower 20s after spending so many summers training in the diorama spheres, and if others knew, they might have considered him a pervert. He had long ago admitted to himself, however, that it was something about the bodies of younger girls that turned him on, which he first noticed when he met Evangeline, and he knew that it had only become more pronounced after delving deeper into his instincts after mastering Magia Arabia. But just like Evangeline, he had accepted that with him having a lifespan several times longer than a regular human, it would be a bother to waste his time on such inhibitions. A few talks with Sirius about sex also helped, though Harry decided that he would keep at least some of his inhibitions, unlike the dog Animagus. "Oh, looky here, it's Scarhead." Malfoy's drawling voice reached his ears as he left the Great Hall and headed for the grand staircase. "Stalking me again, Malfoy?" Harry asked in a tired voice as he looked over his shoulder at the Slytherin. Noticing that along with Crabbe and Goyle, he also had Nott and Parkinson with him. "Who will want to stalk you?" Parkinson sneered. "I could answer that, but I would probably only be wasting some brain cells just from spending more time near you." Harry deadpanned. "And Malfoy? I said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't swing that way. So stop staring at my ass," Harry said before walking away from the increasingly red Slytherin. "Why you? I'm not gay," Malfoy yelled, before noticing the deathly silence surrounding him, broken only by snickers and giggles. Nearly everyone in hearing range was staring at him in amusement. "Damn you, Potter!" he yelled in anger as he pointed his wand at Harry and sending a stunner. Harry knew it was coming. He had already turned around and noticed that he only needed to lean to the left, and the spell would miss him. But that would not send the proper message. Not at all. Instantly reinforcing his right hand with magic into a small reflexio, like shield, he bitch-slapped the stunner out of the air and towards the ground a few feet away from him. Before anyone could do more than gape in shock at him, a spell hit Malfoy, who was instantly replaced by a white ferret. Glancing at the source, they saw Moody limping towards the ferret with an angry look on his face. "Attack from behind, will you?" "That's a disgusting example of—" Moody began. "Well, he's gay, so he has a particular interest with people's behinds," Harry commented with a shrug. Moody merely glanced at him with what could have been an amused smirk as he pointed his wand at the squealing ferret as it tried to run away. "I'll teach you what happens when you fight dirty," Moody growled as the ferret was thrust up and down, always being allowed to hit the stone ground before being lifted again. "Never do that again," he punctuated with a swish of his wand each time. "Moody." McGonagall arrived at the scene, carrying a stack of books. "W, what are you doing?" she asked in shock as she witnessed the animal cruelty. "Teaching," Moody answered smoothly. Is that a student?" McGonagall went pale. "It's just Malfoy," Harry provided with a small shrug. McGonagall screamed as she drew her wand while dropping the books. As a moment later, a ruffled Draco Malfoy was on his knees before them. "Moody, we don't use transfiguration as punishment. Surely Dumbledore has told you this. He might have mentioned it," Moody said, not really affected by her attitude. "But I though a good shock would be better. We have them write lines, or maybe talk with their head of house," McGonagall insisted, "or send them into the Forbidden Forest to the Acromantula colony." Harry provided, helpfully. "Really?" Moody asked in interest as everyone else, McGonagall included, gaped at him. "Well, not necessarily the colony, but she did send me, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy with Hagrid to find out what was killing unicorns and draining their blood." Harry shrugged. It was just Voldemort possessing Professor Quirrell back then, but you never know what might be in there these days. By now, even Moody was staring at him in shock. "You don't say." The professor blinked. "Yeah, and for the love of Merlin, Malfoy, stop staring at my ass." Harry looked to the side at Draco, who was still on his knees and positioned to be looking straight at Harry's upper thigh. By the time McGonagall had snapped out of it, Harry had already left, and Malfoy was being dragged towards Snape's office in the dungeons by Moody, as nearly everyone watching laughed their hearts out. Over the next few days, the gossip of the entire school focused on three subjects: Draco Malfoy, the poofer, Draco Malfoy, the amazing bouncing ferret, and Minerva McGonagall, crueler than Snape. The first two were obviously the most well-known and spread, causing laughter to erupt occasionally when Malfoy showed up. But it was the third that caused the most discussions among the students. After all, Malfoy had always been at least slightly effeminate, unlike his father, who could take in for a woman if seen from a distance. And quite a few people were present when Moody transfigured him into a ferret. While even more got their hands on a picture Colin Creevey had taken discreetly while in the crowd, it was not as high quality as his other photos due to the lack of the distinctive magical flash, which would have drawn too much attention. But it was still good. But McGonagall, sending 4 first years into the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night while unicorns were being killed? That was not just harsh, it was irresponsible beyond excuse. This led to debates, not only among the students, but the staff as well. To say the least, Sprout and Flitwick had been beyond outraged and had told McGonagall that on no uncertain terms was she allowed to make any member of their houses add much as write a line without informing them first. Snape said the same, only for it to backfire on him as McGonagall rounded on him and reminded him that he had known all along where Malfoy would be doing his detention and had not made any complaints. To which Snape reminded her that the location of the detention itself had been imposed on the two of them and Hagrid by the headmaster. Suffice to say, by the time the Bewsbattens and Durmstrang delegations were announced to arrive at, no student was attending any detentions that was not personally approved by their head of house, which of course made any detention received from Snape bearable. As they stood outside on the steps before the main entrance, the students could not help but be annoyed by the cold weather, especially the wind. Harry himself was not even listening to Ron's banter about whatever he was talking about. He was reading a small book, the size of his palm, full of wavy lines that to anyone else around him would look like complete gibberish. To him, however, it looked like English if Old English. It was one of the few things he had managed to discover within the Chamber of Secrets since he had begun cleaning and searching it. It was written in what he realized was Parseltongue. At first, he had been completely shocked. Unlike English, French, or other languages of the civilized world, Parseltongue was an animal language, so written accounts of it were quite shocking. Even if a greater community of human speakers had existed at one point in time, the concept of them creating a written language from scratch was hard to conceive. And it was soon after that Harry had discovered something hidden in the same hidden compartment as the handbook, a quill. Not just any quill, though, but the very first dictaquill created by Salazar himself with Rowena's help. After all, what better way to create a written version of a normally strictly spoken language than by recording it directly from a speaker's mouth? The handbook and the enchanted quill were not the only items he had discovered hidden in secret compartments along the chamber's walls. There were not many true, but they were the secrets of the chamber, something that Tom Riddle, an arrogant Muggle-raised pure-blood supremacist, was not clever enough to find. Harry himself had gotten lucky as he had the mage sight to help him find the more magically reinforced and conceived portions of the chamber's walls, and then the vast knowledge gained from Voldemort and groomed by self-study and practice to help him bypass the protections. Tom Riddle had been a talented student, true, but he had been just that, a student. The secrets of curse breaking and ward making and breaking, as well as enchanting, were not something even the Hogwarts library was fully documented on, as they were mostly skills outside of the school's curriculum. And Tom Riddle had only gained his mage sight through a dark ritual performed nearly 20 years after graduating. But the handbook was without a doubt Harry's favorite, as the knowledge it contained was nearly priceless in his eyes. Not only did it contain the Parseltongue variants of every spell known in the Founder's time, but also the method to find out the variants of other spells. Many would scoff at the idea of learning a whole new set of incantations, but Harry immediately saw the value in this. When spoken, all the incantations came as hisses of various intensities and generally short lengths, definitely shorter than any regular incantation. And, even more enticing, the Parseltongue variants did not require wand motions, while the spell itself manifested in different colors than those of the traditional ones. Truly, it was an advantage against any regular witch and wizard, with the possible exception of Voldemort, since he would understand what Harry was saying and thus knew how to react. That was true, of course, until Harry read a certain note written with the instructions, which detailed a way to censor the ownership of the Parseltongue variants of the spells through a rather simple ritual performed before the translations of the newer spells into Parseltongue. Through this, only those of the same blood as the caster could understand it. "Look!" Ron screamed into his ear, snapping him to attention and barely stopping himself from blasting his head off his shoulders. Looking in the pointed direction, Harry saw the flying carriage drawn by huge winged horses. Harry was quite interested in what Bewsbattens had to offer, but he was caught slightly by surprise by the clearly part giant woman that was greeted by Dumbledore. A so-called half-breed as headmistress? They definitely have far less bigotry than us, Harry mentally remarked with a bit of envy. Once he had reached this conclusion, he decided to take a glance at the Bewsbatten students to see if there were others of mixed heritage among the tournament applicants. Quite a few had non-human blood running through their veins. He saw their distinctive racial magical signatures with his mage sight, But only one person had those genes active and in use, a silvery blonde girl with blue eyes that to his eyes exuded a thin aura of magic. Vila. He recognized the signature, and a powerful one at that. I'm surprised her aura isn't bigger, with the amount of magic in her body. Something's holding it back. His eyes followed her just like those of many other boys, but unlike them, he was not entranced by her, merely curious. That did not stop Hermione and most of the other girls from huffing indignantly. Unlike the arrival of the Busebattens delegation, it was that of the Durmstrang delegation that caught Harry's attention from the start, mostly due to the amount of magical power it was using and the warning of the wards. Teleportation using water as a gate. Something that big, incredible. He whispered in fascination. How do you know that, Harry? Hermione asked in shock, causing him to mentally curse at speaking out loud. I read on methods of magical transportation, trying to find a pleasant one. Guess the result. Harry grimaced. None, huh? Hermione smiled in amusement. What was that about a gate? Neville asked in confusion. Well, think of it as using the flu, only with water instead of fire. Harry shrugged. Ah! Neville nodded in appreciation at the simplified explanation. I doubt they came that way directly from Norway, though. That kind of magic takes a lot of power, even for short distances. They likely sailed near northern Scotland and then teleported here. Harry must, as his eyes narrowed on the Durmstrang headmaster. Death Eater. Harry! That's Krum. Victor. Ron screamed in glee. Yes, very nice. Harry smiled indulgently. Shut the fuck up already, you worthless worm. He mentally growled as he glanced dismissively at the Bulgarian seeker. He had high levels of power for someone his age, but it was mostly raw and uncontrolled. The dinner was somewhat unpleasant in Harry's opinion despite the high-quality foods, as the noise levels were higher than ever, and he was standing next to one of the loudest and stupidest people in the Great Hall. His attention was drawn, however, to the Vila Busebatten student who came to the Gryffindor table to ask for a French dish, which had apparently been completely consumed at the Ravenclaw table, where the Busebatten students were sitting. Yes, feel free to take it. Harry answered in French, pleasantly surprising the blonde. But may I ask you a question before you leave? Yes, the girl inquired in her native language. How exactly are you restraining your allure to this extent? From what I can tell, it should be much stronger and covering a larger area. Harry continued in French. You noticed that I was restraining it? The blonde asked with no small amount of shock, and only received a mysterious smile in return. Well, it is mostly due to this ring I'm wearing. It was originally meant for children with too powerful accidental magic, but it serves my purposes quite well, she explained while eyeing him intently. Now, would mind telling me your name? I am Fleur Delacour. Ah, my apologies, Miss Delacour, for my rudeness. Harry smiled sheepishly as he took her hand. My name is Harry Potter. He smiled as he kissed her knuckles. The famous Harry Potter? Fleur asked in surprise. Yes, but please take whatever the press say about me with a grain of salt. I most certainly did not become the ultimate ruler of the dragon race, not the last pharaoh, before starting school. Harry shared a chuckle. I see. Well, Mr. Potter, see you around. Fleur smiled as she returned to the Ravenclaw table with her desired dish. What? Harry raised an eyebrow at the way a good portion of the Gryffindor table and others were staring at him. You never told us you knew French. Hermione looked at him accusingly. Well, it never came up. I studied it in my last year of primary school, Harry said truthfully. Not that he had mastered it to such degree in that year. Oh! Hermione blinked in surprise. So, what did you talk about? Ron asked aggressively. Oh, I just asked her about the reason why most of the guys are staring at her like a piece of meat. Harry shrugged. Oh, what did she say, Harrykins? Fred asked, the twins being among those less affected. Just that they're a bunch of weak-willed imbeciles, just in much prettier and polite words. Don't spread it around, though. It's amusing to watch stupidity at its finest. Harry smirked as he looked at Ron, who had not heard a word he said, and was still staring at Fleur. Hermione seemed to want to chastise him, but one glance at how Ron was drooling at Fleur while stuffing himself was enough to make her grudgingly agree and look away before she was disgusted to the point of throwing up. Once the feast was over, the students listened carefully as Dumbledore introduced Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch Sr., the latter whom Harry knew was under the Imperious Curse and had no intention to change that since the greedy fool had sent Sirius in Azkaban with no trial. When the tension reached its peak, Dumbledore brought out the Goblet of Fire, the magical object which would act as the impartial judge in the choosing of the champions. Watching the goblet with his mage sight active, Harry could not help but cringe at the amount of magic the thing had, and he was sick to his stomach as he recognized the source of that magic. Nearly all of it had been taken from the past champions when they died, literally ripping the magical cores out of their bodies and absorbing them. Had blood begun to drip out of it at some point, Harry wouldn't have been surprised in the least. Enough blood had been spilled because of it, after all. He barely listened to Dumbledore as he explained the procedure, but he still heard the bit about the age line, and he barely held back a scoff. He would merely have to touch the line, and it would be negated, and even without that he could think of at least 10 other methods of getting a name in the goblet. An age line, Fred Weasley said, his eyes glinting, as they all made their way across the hall to the doors into the entrance hall. Well, that should be fooled by an aging potion, shouldn't it? And once your name's in that goblet, you're laughing. It can't tell whether you're 17 or not. Why bother even crossing the damn line? Harry asked distractedly. A first-year levitation charm would be enough to get a piece of paper into the goblet. Is Dumbledore even trying to make this tournament safe? What? He asked as he noticed everyone in a 3-meter radius staring at him in shock. A levitation charm? Brilliant, Harry. George grinned in excitement. So, you're putting your name in the goblet too? He asked, and everyone listened for the reply. Why should I? Harry raised an eyebrow. I mean, what could I possibly win from this tournament that I don't already have? Money? Fame? I have more of both than I'll ever need. And after my last 3 years here, I think I'll let some other idiot risk his or her life. I've filled my quota for this lifetime. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going for it. Ron grinned. I mean, after we beat Quirrell, the Basilisk, and the Dementors, how bad could a tournament be? He asked as he ran off. We? Harry raised an eyebrow before glancing at Hermione, who was looking at a departing Ron in shock. He makes it sound like he wasn't unconscious during the first and last, and babysitting Lockhart during the second. Hey, Fred, can I ask you something? Just don't take offense to it. Oh. Fred looked at him in askance. What's up with your brothers? I mean, Bill and Charlie are cool. Then was Percy, who's, well, pompous, that seems like a good description. Then it's you and George who are again cool. And then there's Ron. Harry trailed off quietly. Who's a jealous ass? Fred asked, intrigued by the theory and not really offended. When you put it that way, it does seem like every third child is defective. Dad doesn't have any brothers, so we can't take him as example, but Mom did have 2 older brothers. Let's drop it for now. I'll lend you my invisibility cloak for the night if you want to sneak out and put your names into the goblet. Harry muttered and led them to the large double doors, arriving at the same time as the Durmstrang group led by Karkaroff. Deciding to be polite for the moment, he stopped and allowed Karkaroff to walk through first. Thank you, Karkaroff said carelessly as he glanced at Harry before freezing in place and staring at him, more precisely at his forehead where Harry had allowed his scar to be seen again, though slightly paler than it had been in the previous years. Yeah, that's Harry Potter, said a growling voice from behind them. Karkaroff spun around. Mad-Eye Moody was standing there, leaning heavily on his staff, his magical eye glaring unblinkingly at the Durmstrang headmaster. The color drained from Karkaroff's face as Harry watched. A terrible look of mingled fury and fear came over him. You, he said, staring at Moody as though unsure he was really seeing him. Me, Moody said grimly. And unless you've got anything to say to Potter, Karkaroff, you might want to move. You're blocking the doorway. It was true. Half the students in the hall were now waiting behind them, looking over one another's shoulders to see what was causing the holdup. Without another word, Karkaroff swept his students away with him. Moody watched him until he was out of sight, his magical eye fixed upon his back, a look of intense dislike upon his mutilated face. Hey, what's up with that? George wondered as they walked towards the Gryffindor Tower. Karkaroff is a Death Eater, and Moody was the one that caught him, Harry said before grinning. Well, at least Dumbledore still has some sense of humor, bringing Moody here when he's also expecting Karkaroff. I mean, did you see the look on his face? What do you mean he's a Death Eater? Hermione asked in shock. Why isn't he in Azkaban then? Why isn't Lucius Malfoy? Or Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr.? Or Snape? Harry shot back. They either bought their way out or spilled their guts and had other Death Eaters incarcerated instead of them. But that's not right, Hermione said weakly. If you're expecting the government of all places to do the right thing, then you better have your will written. Harry snorted. But Dumbledore is the chief warlock. Hermione cried out, and he let Snape walk away without even a shred of evidence. Kind of like he let Sirius get sent to Azkaban without evidence. Don't you agree? Harry stared her hard in the eye, having removed his shades. But he's Dumbledore, Hermione whispered weakly. And yet he saw fit to bring the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts and endanger the students when he knew Voldemort was after it. He saw fit to do nothing when there was a basilisk slithering around the school and petrifying students, and saw fit to allow the Dementors on the grounds last year, when I know there are wards around the school made specifically by the founders to keep them away. And yet Dumbledore saw fit to bring them down, just because he considers himself wiser than every other headmaster the school ever had, the founders included. Harry finished, not moving an inch, and yet Hermione had slowly backed away until her back hit the wall, her eyes all the while staring into Harry's. But Hermione whispered. Don't trust Hermione, think. Harry said more calmly as he finally broke eye contact. You're supposedly the smartest witch of our generation. Use your head. Also, his eyes narrowed as he looked down to the bottom of the stairs where Dumbledore was leading Bagman and Crouch to their guest chambers. If Dumbledore screws up this year as well, there will be consequences he will most certainly will not like. What do you mean? Hermione whispered, idly noticing that everyone had left the two of them behind earlier. Unknown to her, it was due to a small compulsion from Harry. Well, Harry smirked. Let's just say that there's more to me drawing the sword of Gryffindor out of the sorting hat than just me being a brave little Gryffindor. Harry left it at that. The next day began quite amusingly, in Harry's opinion. Fred and George thanked him for the cloak and told him how Ron showed up after they put their names into his goblet, how he had mistakenly walked over the age line after levitating his name in and then blasted into the opposite wall before being found by Moody and taken to the hospital wing along with informing McGonagall. Apparently, their curiosity got the better of them, and they followed the three of them to the hospital wing, where Moody threatened Ron with turning him into a weasel, which led to Ron spilling his guts. How he was going to be Hogwarts champion and take all of Harry's glory and money for himself. I've seen it coming, to be honest, Harry said when the twins asked why he wasn't surprised. I mean, the fool is practically oozing jealousy and greed. It would be amusing to have him actually get selected and then beaten to an inch of him life during the tasks. No chance, Harrykins, not with me and Fred in the game. And Angelina put her name up as well. George grinned. Harry was conflicted slightly by Hermione's lack of reaction at the news, but as he took a peek at her thoughts, he was pleased to see how she was analyzing her entire time at Hogwarts as through a microscope, without her blind respect for authority blinding her this time. Harry was impressed how much she remembered, and was pretty sure she had eidetic memory. By the time Ron showed up in public again, the twins had made sure to tell most of the school what Ron had claimed, while also making sure that he was in no way associated to them or Ginny. When Ron did show up, he was met with glares and looks of disgust that surpassed even what Harry experienced in his second year, when he was accused of being the heir of Slytherin. Stupidly, he walked over to Harry and sat down, immediately beginning to pile food on his plate. Why is everyone staring at me? Ron asked through a mouthful of food. It might have something to do with you saying that you'll take all my money and glory, Harry said with a thin, cold smile. Now why don't you take your plate and sit at the other end of the table before I'm tempted to show you exactly why Voldemort fears me. By the time Harry had finished his suggestion, Ron was sweating and trembling from the killer intent Harry was focusing on him, as well as from the glacial look in his eyes that promised pain. One glance at the wand sticking out of Harry's sleeve, and he was off, clutching his overflowing plate to his chest. Shaking his head in disgust, Harry vanished the food Ron had spilled as he ran, and cast a few cleaning charms on the seat and table where he had sat. As the flames of the goblet eventually turned red and spat Fleur's name, Harry could not help but wonder what was going to happen. Eva had assured him that she would not allow Crouch to make him the fourth champion in the Triwizard Tournament, but that did not explain why she had to borrow the Stone of Resurrection from him for 2 weeks at the beginning of the school term. And she didn't want to tell me anything either. Harry mentally frowned while he clapped for Crumb. It was when Dumbledore froze while reading the name of the Hogwarts champion that Harry got a bad feeling about Eva's actions. The champion for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced. There was a split second of silence when Harry swore loudly before the Great Hall erupted in applause and whispers. Someone is going to suffer for this. Harry muttered as he stood up and walked over to Dumbledore, who barely repressed a shiver at the scowl on Harry's face, even if it was partially hidden by the shades. What is this feeling? Dumbledore mused as he watched Harry enter the room where the Busebattens and Durmstrang champions were waiting for him. And what has brought all these changes in young Harry? With all these preparations, I had so little time to look into it. And yep, Chapter 6 is here. Things finally begin to happen. Regarding the recent poll on my profile, regarding Hermione's fate, here are the results. Slave, 68 to 47%. Remorseful friend, 39 to 27%. Best friend, 30 to 20%. Enemy, 4 do 2%. No friendship, 3 to 2%. So she'll end up as Harry's slave. Though I won't ignore the effort you all put in voting her for the remorseful friend route. The next chapter will have a few darker elements. Yeah, Eva's back, and Harry will start throwing his weight around. On a different note, a love bashing requested me to tell you that he has posted a poll regarding the best Dark Naruto fanfiction writer on this site. If you're interested, check out his profile. At any rate, I hope you enjoyed this chapter. If you did, don't be shy. Review. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou-sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou-sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 7. Control, power, remorse, and political takeover. Harry. Fleur blinked as he entered the side room of the Great Hall. What are you doing here? Apparently someone placed my name in the goblet, and just now I was chosen as the Hogwarts champion. Harry answered in a tight voice, his irritation obvious through his clenched jaw and twitching facial muscles. You don't look too happy with this. Fleur pointed out curiously, though with a bit of caution at his behavior. That's probably because unhappy does not even begin to describe how pissed off I am at this situation. And bad things tend to happen to people that get me in such situations. Very bad things, Harry said in a calmer and colder voice as he glared at the door moments before it opened to allow entrance to the Dumbledore, Maxime, Karkaroff, Bagman, Crouch Sr., McGonagall, Snape, and Moody. Excellent. Now that we have selected the 3 champions, let's... Bagman began enthusiastically. Now wait just a moment. Karkaroff spoke up coldly. Potter is not 17. He should not be allowed to compete. Is this one of your schemes, Dumbledore? It's no one's fault but Potter's, Karkaroff, said Snape softly. His black eyes were alight with malice. Don't go blaming Dumbledore for Potter's determination to break rules. He has been crossing lines ever since he arrived here. First of all, Harry spoke up, not even deeming Snape worthy of a glance, and everyone else in the room tried to repress a shiver at the coldness of his tone. If I wanted, I could have legally entered the tournament since I am emancipated. Harry told Karkaroff as the Potter ring became visible on his finger as he showed his hand to the Durmstrang headmaster. Secondly, he calmly drew his wand, ignoring the various reactions. I, Harry James Potter, hereby swear on my life and magic that I did not place my name in the Goblet of Fire, nor did I ask someone else to do so, regardless how easy it would have been. Harry spoke clearly, and his body flashed green for a moment. Lumos, he said as the tip of his wand lit up before adding Nox to extinguish it. Is that enough proof that I have nothing to do with my entrance into the tournament? He asked, looking at Maxime and Karkaroff. Oui, Maxime said while Karkaroff nodded gruffly. Good. Harry nodded. Due to the magical contract the goblet represents, I will have no choice but to take part in the tournament. Does anyone have any objections to this? I refuse to accept an arrogant brat like you as a champion. Snape sneered. Let me rephrase that. Harry nodded slowly as he reached to his shades and removed them, revealing his blazing emerald orbs, glowing with power and anger. Does anyone have any objections, other than Death Eater scum who will die excruciatingly painful deaths, with unspeakable things done to their bodies and souls mutilated beyond recognition? He asked as power went off him in waves. Nobody made a sound. They were all staring either shock, anger, fear, or awe at the teenager who insulted Snape like that, but most were focused on the power he was giving off, which even the less magically sensitive among Bagmen them were feeling. Maxime, being half-giant, was more sensitive than most, as was Fleur with being Vila. But while the Busebatten's headmistress was actively fighting her inborn instincts to flee from the teenager, whose aura screamed predator, Fleur had to grab the edge of a nearby painting in order to stay upright, as her legs turned to mush from the shivers of pleasure she was experiencing from Harry's powerful aura, which, had it been focused into something akin to her allure, would have knocked her out for a few hours with sheer orgasmic power. Let it be known that Vila are particularly attracted to powerful males. I see there are no objections. Harry smiled in satisfaction at the atmosphere he had created. Potter, what did you mean when you said that placing your name in the goblet would have been easy? Moody asked. Have you ever heard of the levitation charm? Harry deadpanned. Anyone could have placed their names into the goblet of fire, even a first year. McGonagall said, white as a sheet. Exactly. We can add that to our headmaster's long list of screw-ups. Harry rolled his eyes. By the way, you can consider yourself on probation, Dumbledore. I beg your pardon, Harry? Dumbledore blinked in shock. Did I stutter? You are hereby on probation. Harry repeated slowly, as if speaking to a particularly slow child. On what authority? McGonagall erupted. I am the lord of the ancient and noble house of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, the later by conquest. Harry said clearly as he revealed the appropriate rings as he spoke. I would have preferred to not have to do this, but it is clear that the Board of Governors has given you too much freedom and has overlooked too many of your mistakes. So as owner of Hogwarts, I hereby dismiss the board. You are on probation until you are deemed capable of doing your job properly. How dare you question the headmaster? You're just a worthless brat that. Snape began angrily. He instantly froze as a blade of pure poisonous green fire rested under his neck, originating from Harry's wand. You, Snivellus Snape, are hereby fired from your positions as potions professor and head of Slytherin House. Harry hissed. You have disgraced these halls with your presence far longer than you should have been allowed. Leave with the knowledge that you have been the most being to ever attempt and miserably fail to teach potions in this honored institution. Harry, there is no need for that, Dumbledore said firmly. Severus has my full confidence. I trust him with my life. Good for you. I promise to drop by to piss on your grave. Harry said sarcastically, causing Crumb to snort and Fleur to giggle slightly despite the situation. Snape, your personal possessions have already been packed and will join you on your way out. Hogwarts, remove him. With a loud pop, Snape disappeared. What did you do to him, Harry? Bagman asked anxiously. I just sent him outside the gates. Harry said dismissively, conveniently forgetting to mention that he had Snape fall from 10 meters above the ground and his trunk on top of him. Now then, who was in charge of the tournament security? I. Moody spoke up, slightly nervously. Well, consider yourself fired from that position. Harry glared. If you can't keep an eye on the goblet, you can't expect us to believe that you're capable of doing your job properly doing the tasks. You may, however, remain as Dada Professor since that is something you are good at. Agreed, lad. Moody nodded gruffly. I'll find a new chief of security as a few assistants for him, or her in a week tops. Is that acceptable? Harry asked Maxime and Karkaroff, who nodded, Karkaroff with particular glee. Now then, Mr. Bagman seemed to have something to announce when he came in. His eyes settled on Bagman. Indeed. The man smiled nervously. The instructions for the first task. Barty, if you will? Mr. Crouch seemed to come out of a deep reverie. Yes, he said, instructions. Yes, the first task. The first task is designed to test your daring, he told Harry, Fleur, and Victor, so we are not going to be telling you what it is. Courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard, very important. The first task will take place on November the 24th, in front of the other students and the panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. The champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over. Owing to the demanding and time-consuming nature of the tournament, the champions are exempted from end-of-year tests. Mr. Crouch turned to look at Dumbledore. I think that's all. Is it, Albus? I think so, said Dumbledore, who was looking at Mr. Crouch with mild concern. Are you sure you wouldn't like to stay at Hogwarts tonight, Barty? No, Dumbledore, I must get back to the ministry. Crouch Sr. said. It is a very busy, very difficult time at the moment. I've left young Weatherby in charge. Very enthusiastic, a little overenthusiastic, if truth be told. Well, if that's all, I will take my leave, Harry said calmly as he strode to the door with a nod to Crumb and a wave to Fleur. By the way, he added as he glanced over his shoulder from the open door, if I find out who placed my name into the goblet, I'll be sure to let you know before I make them regret the day they were born. He promised grimly before closing the door after him. Harry's trek up to the Gryffindor Tower was silent on the outside. On the inside, however, he was telepathically ranting through the Paccio card held to his forehead. And then I left. So tell me, what did you do? This has your name all over it. He finally paused to take a mental breather. Yes, this is indeed my doing. I'm rather impressed to the way you worded your oath. After all, you didn't place your name into the goblet yourself. Not did you ask me or anyone to do so. The fact that you asked me to deal with Crouch Jr.'s assignment did not imply me interfering with the goblet, after all. Evangeline complimented. Thank you. Not please stop trying to divert my attention with compliments. Harry insisted. Well, Eva drawled. Do you remember me borrowing the resurrection stone? Yes. Go on. Harry said. Well, I used it to summon several spirits, whom had contributed to the creation of the Goblet of Fire. Eva revealed. That was how I found out that a name can be only entered once. Any second, third, or later paper with the same name will be instantly incinerated. So I had Dobby place your name under Hogwarts as soon as Crouch was far enough. When he placed your name as well, he did not notice it get incinerates because of the flames are too magically powerful for his eyes to see past. I see. But why have me participate in the first place? I mean, that's Riddle's goal. Harry inquired. Exactly. This way, he would think that his plan worked better than anticipated, since there would be less scandal than it would have with you as the fourth champion. He'll at least partially let his guard drop. Evangeline chuckled darkly. All we need now is confirmation that Voldemort has left Riddle Manor, and I will go and replace one of the ingredients. Oh, I take it you've already reverse-engineered and modified the revival potion? Harry inquired surprised. I cheated a bit and used the resurrection stone to see a few powerful dark wizards and dark lords. Pooling their knowledge, it took only a few days of research. Eva confessed. I see. Well, this is what I have planned for the following week. Harry began with an evil grin. By the time he reached the fat lady's portrait, Evangeline's evil laughter was echoing in his mind. Very well, I will make the arrangements. See you soon, Eva said before ending the connection. As soon as he stepped through the portrait entrance, he was nearly deafened by the loud cheers and screams of his housemates. Adopting a strained smile, with a twitching eye, he made his way towards the stairs leading to the boys' dorms when his arm was grabbed by someone, barely restraining his urge to blast away the fool who touched him when he was in this state of irritation. He slowly turned towards the offender with a blank face. You just had to show off again. Huh, Potter? Ron Weasley spat. You can't anyone else have all the money and glory, can you? Why didn't you make the goblet? Gah! Further words were lost as he gagged when Harry's hand gripped his neck and squeezed slightly. First of all, Harry began calmly in the deathly silence that had suddenly settled in the usually noisy Gryffindor common room. You should know that I did not enter myself in this tournament. I actually swore an oath that I didn't, not that I asked someone else enter me, just minutes ago. This caused quite a stir among the Gryffindors, as magical oaths were not something to be taken lightly. Secondly, the Goblet of Fire would rather chose a newborn child as a champion instead of you. Do you know why? Because you are the most petty, greedy, childish, lazy, weak, stupid, disgusting, worthless, and all-around pathetic living being that Gryffindor House has had a shame to have as a member. Ever. As far as I know, even those inbred fools, Crabbe and Goyle, have better grades than you. Even if your name was the only one entered, I'm nearly certain that the goblet would rather set itself completely on fire than chose you for anything. Do you understand that, Roy? Harry spat as dropped the freckled red head to the ground to gasp for breath. My name is Ron. The youngest male Weasley gasped. Whatever you say, Robbie. Now, as even you can probably see, I'm in a very bad mood. So get out of my sight. Harry finished in a demonic voice as his emerald eyes flashed angrily, causing Ron to flee up the stairs to their dorm room. Sighing, Harry glanced around at his fellow Gryffindors and noticed their worried and fearful looks. Mentally nodding to himself, he got up on a table and looked at them firmly. I have a few announcements to make regarding what was discussed with the headmasters. Harry began loud enough to get everyone's attention. This will probably hit the newspapers in a few days, but since it affects you all directly, I decided to tell you all right now. First of all, you should know that I am the heir of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw by blood and heir of Slytherin by conquest over Voldemort when I solved the Chambers of Secrets incidents. This caused loud exclamations of shock, disbelief, and rage to erupt before Harry unleashed some killing intent on them as he showed the 3 rings. As you might notice, I also took the lordships of those houses as the rings accepted me. My first act was to dismiss the school governors who were organized merely out of a lack or a lord for at least 2 of the founders' houses. And with that authority, Harry said slowly, making Minnie lean closer to hear, I sacked Snivellus Grease-for-Brains Snape. He declared, causing the entire tower to erupt in a loud applause and cheers that were heard from the dungeons even. Harry, you're our hero. Lee, Fred, and George screamed in awe. The second thing I did, Harry continued once they had reasonably quieted down, was to dismiss Moody from his additional job as head of security for the tournament. He may have experience, but he's still an old man that someone easily fooled when they placed my name in the Goblet of Fire. He'd still be teaching Dada. I'm sure nobody wants another hack like Quirrell or Lockhart to take his place. This received quite a few words of agreement from those 3rd year and up. And finally, I placed Dumbledore on probation. Harry dropped the bomb. He glanced around, expecting someone to yell at him, but everyone seemed to be too shocked. Let me explain why. First of all, Dumbledore is not only an extremely old man, but also an extremely busy one. He's not only the headmaster of Hogwarts, but also the Grand Sorcerer and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and the Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Those are 3 very demanding jobs few people can manage, even one of them properly. Sure, many of you will say that he's Dumbledore. So what? That doesn't make him a god. He's still an old man who had only 24 hours in a day. He might have managed decades ago, but he's still 113 years old, Harry exclaimed, and was pleased to see that quite a few were nodding, most of them either half-bloods or Muggleborns. The second reason is far more important than his advanced age and many responsibilities. Harry said firmly in an increasingly colder voice. Over the years, he's been slipping. And I don't mean small mistakes. I mean huge, catastrophic-inducing mistakes. 3 years ago, when Quirrell began teaching Dada, Dumbledore made such a mistake. The common room was silent as a grave now. He received word that Voldemort was planning to have one of his servants steal the Philosopher's Stone. And he tried indeed. Remember that break-in at Gringotts? The one where nothing was stolen? Well, it was the stone they were after. But I was removed because Dumbledore made one of the most idiotic decisions possible. He remained silent for a few seconds to build up suspense. He brought it to Hogwarts. This caused pandemonium to erupt. Harry remained silent for a full 10 minutes before they quieted down again. Before any of you get your hopes up, the stone has been destroyed since then. He began and chuckled as a few sagged in disappointment. The reason Dumbledore brought the stone to Hogwarts, even though Nicholas Flamel, its creator, wanted it destroyed, was not to protect it. Dumbledore would probably claim, along with some bullshit speech about the greater good. Harry made quote marks with his fingers with a grim smile. No, the real reason is quite obvious. Dumbledore tried to lure Voldemort to Hogwarts. And he said loudly before they can get loud again, before you even consider the possibility of a trap for Voldemort, you should know that the so-called protections were so pathetic that 3 first years, Hermione, Robin, Minnie snorted, and myself got past them all in less than an hour. Also, right when Voldemort's servant was making his move, Dumbledore was conveniently out of the castle, having left to the ministry at around lunchtime due to some bogus letter. Well, I'm sure everyone here knows that it would have took him all of 10 minutes to apparate from the ministry to the gates of Hogwarts and get back to the castle. Harry left that statement standing. Another big mistake, as with the Chamber of Secrets. First of all, you should know that the heir of Slytherin who opened the chamber both 52 years ago and 2 years ago was Voldemort. Only that 2 years ago, he was not here in person, but opened it through the use of a diary enchanted with some of the darkest magic in existence. Anyway, back to Dumbledore. You may already know this, but Dumbledore was the Transfiguration professor when the chamber opened 52 years ago. Many of you know that Hagrid was falsely accused and expelled for it. What you don't know is that Dumbledore knew that Hagrid was innocent and that Voldemort was responsible. After all, Dumbledore was the one who brought Voldemort his Hogwarts letter Aunt told him about magic. And before you asked, Lord Voldemort's birth name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. His title is merely an anagram. Harry wrote the name in letters of fire before rearranging them into I am Lord Voldemort. His mother was a near squib of that wretched Gaunt family, Merope Gaunt, and his father was the muggle she seduced with some amortentia. Tom Riddle Sr. Voldemort grew up alone in Muggle orphanage due to Tom Riddle Sr. leaving Merope as soon as the love potion wore out in her dying hours after he was born. Harry explained to the audience who was listening in horrified fascination. Anyway, Tommy boy, this earning him stares of shock and awe at his gall, told Dumbledore that he was a Parselmouth when the old man visited him. So Dumbledore obviously allowed Hagrid to be expelled for nothing. Anyway, back to more recent times. I don't care who says it. I will not believe that Dumbledore could not realize that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk and that the entrance was in Myrtle's bathroom. If 3 second-year students could do that in months, how could he not in 50 years? He had all the clues, and as arrogant as I could possibly become, I'm not that smart. Hermione is close, though. Harry muttered the last part more to himself, thought the entire silent common room heard him. As for Robin, well, he was there. Harry rolled his eyes, earning a few weak chuckles. Right. So Dumbledore did nothing and allowed no outside interference while a 60-foot snake thicker than I'm tall was slithering around the school, petrifying students, ghosts, and cats. Harry once again paused so that the point would sink in properly. Last year, with the Dementors, don't you mean Sirius Black? One of the 6th year's cut. No. All Sirius Black did was try to, and succeed to sneak into Hogwarts undetected several times. Nobody got hurt in the process, right? He glanced around, ignoring the look Hermione was giving him and mentally cheering at Ron's absence. The Dementors, on the other hand, he frowned. I might look like I'm trying to be dramatic, but they tried to kiss me on the first day on the train to Hogwarts, again during the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw Quidditch match, and once more at the end of the year when they tried to have a reunion with me as the midnight snack. Then how are you still here? A snobbish-looking 5th year, Cormac McLaggen, demanded before quickly backing away in fright as Harry drew his wand in a blink of an eye. Expecto Patronum, Harry chanted as he focused on one of the events of the summer, and the glowing silver mist that erupted from his wand condensed into what looked like a giant leopard. What a few older students recognized as a nundu. This is known as the Patronus Charm. It's one of the few spells capable of driving away Dementors and other extremely dark creatures such as Lethifolds. I had to learn it last year due to my frequent dates with Dementors. Harry said sarcastically. How can you? Most adults can't make them solid. A 7th year gasped in shock. You will find that people make greater efforts to learn certain spells when their souls are at stake. Harry shook his head and dispelled the silver nundu. Anyway, the reason I'm mentioning this when talking about Dumbledore's mistakes is because Hogwarts has a shitload of wards protecting it. One of them is a Dementor-repelling ward made by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Harry paused, scowling deeply. Dumbledore turned it off and placed the entire school in danger of waking up one morning without our souls. He endangered the schools for his own reasons, just like he did by bringing the Philosopher's Stone here, just like he did by not doing a proper investigation or allowing experts from outside the school to help. And this year he agreed to host the Triwizard Tournament here, a competition known not only for the high death rate of the school champions, but also for the tasks getting out of hand and killing the audience. Here he paused again so that it could sink in, and he screwed up again, allowing my name to get into the Goblet of Fire. If he couldn't protect one small inanimate object, how can we trust him to protect the entire student body from who knows what monsters they'll bring for the tournament? Nobody had an answer to this. Even the most die-hard Dumbledore worshippers could not claim this greatness after they were told in great detail how the old man had placed them all in mortal danger year after year. So, I think it's pretty obvious why I felt the need to put him on probation. Harry declared as he glanced around. I'm not unreasonable to kick him out just like I did Snape. They greasy bastard had it coming for over a decade. If Dumbledore does not shape up, we'll have a new headmaster or headmistress next year. Harry declared solemnly. Is that all? Lee asked thoughtfully through the silence. Well, now that you mention it, I intend to replace Binns with someone who won't drone about goblin rebellions. Maybe a goblin? Harry suggested with a smirk, earning a few chuckles. Also, I'm taking divination off the electives list and putting it on the extracurricular one. Everyone knows that you either have the sight or you don't. And there are 2 people out of a million tops who do have the talent. So screw the Grim and all that crap Trelawney spews. I'm placing her on probation as well, and that's only because I know she made 2 actual prophecies in her lifetime. Still, she sucks at teaching. Harry shrugged, pointedly ignoring Parvati and Lavender's heated glares. And I'm also going to look into what the Muggle Studies professor, too, is teaching, since from what I've seen, people come out even more clueless of the Muggle world from her classes. This earned a few chuckles again, but nobody was really in the mood for humor at the moment. Regarding the tournament security, I'm going to hire more than one person. I ask you, for your own well-being, not to cross them. At least one of them will be a marauder. Yes, Fred, George, you will get to worship the ground they walk upon soon. Harry rolled his eyes at their ecstatic reactions. Thank you for your time. Now pass the fire whiskey. Harry finished his speech as he climbed off the table and walked over to Hermione's seat and joined her. She just stared at him with an unreadable expression, though he could clearly see inner turmoil in her eyes. Relax tonight. Anything you feel the need to say can wait until tomorrow morning. Harry said as he accepted a glass full of fire whiskey with a grateful nod and took a long sip of it. You shouldn't be drinking that. You're underage. Hermione finally spoke up. I'm legally an adult, and the Phoenix tears Fox left in my blood make me pretty much immune to alcohol. Harry deadpanned. Phoenix. Hermione did not bother arguing with him. After hearing him give that speech, she was quite sure he would not be inclined to listen to her feeble rant about rules, and she did not feel like giving it. Instead, she reached over the table and, to Harry's disbelief, took his glass and took a small sip of fire whiskey herself before returning it with a grimace. I think I'll stick to butterbeer. Suit yourself. Harry shrugged as he took another sip. The next morning, the entire school was buzzing with discussions and debates. By 10 o'clock, all the Hogwarts population and the foreign guests knew not only of Snape's sacking and Dumbledore's probation, but of Harry's speech in the Gryffindor Tower as well. One thing was for sure, though. Neither Dumbledore nor McGonagall were at breakfast that morning, currently being stuck in their respective offices, getting buried under mail with complaints from hundreds of parents or people in the ministry. Harry was also absent from the Great Hall, taking a stroll around the Black Lake with Hermione trailing after him. It seems that Dumbledore is already neck-deep in complaints. Harry spoke with satisfaction as another flock of owls carrying howlers flew towards the headmaster's office. What happened to you, Harry? Hermione asked as she looked at him warily. This isn't like you at all. All this. Harry arched an amused eyebrow. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Why don't you elaborate? First with disappearing off the map for the whole summer. Then you show up flaunting your wealth when in the past years you were so reserved about it. The way you act and treat people. Pushing Ron away like that. Going against Dumbledore. Suddenly being the best in all classes. Hermione elaborated in a loud rant. You know, Hermione, jealousy is such an ugly thing. Harry remarked as he stared at her pointedly. What do you mean? The bushy-haired girl asked. Jealousy. Is that what pushed you and Ron to spy on me for Dumbledore since first year? Harry asked as he looked at the reflection of the sky upon the lake. What? Hermione took a step back. Or was it greed? HM? I know he was paying Ron 50 galleons per month from my own vault, no less. Tell me, what did you get for giving him reports on me on a regular basis? I doubt it's money. Unlike Ron, you've always seemed content with your wealth. What did he give you? Books? Access to the restricted section of the library? Did he promise you a prefect and head girl badge? Well, answer. Harry hissed the last word in anger as his unveiled eyes flashed. I. Hermione took a few steps back, he said, distancing yourself and mumbling under your breath will now help explaining yourself to me. Harry informed her icily, freezing her in her tracks. Dumbledore said that someone needed to look after you. Hermione said, right, like if I ever do anything unusual, like trying to think for myself rather than following him blindly or listening to whatever you said. Harry rolled his eyes, disgust clear in his voice. It's not like that, Hermione insisted. Really? So he didn't summon you nearly weekly in our second year? He didn't have you keep a close eye on my every movement? And he didn't bribe you with the time turner to do the same in third year? Harry asked mockingly. I'm not Ron, you know. I do have a brain, a quite developed one at that. Only a complete imbecile would believe that someone would allow a barely 14-year-old girl to time travel. And while that applies to most of the wizarding world, I would rather you not compare me to them. He said it was for your protection. From Sirius. Hermione said desperately. So he had you spy and MY every move to protect me from someone outside Hogwarts. Harry snorted. To think that I was so naive in the last few years, considering you my friend and smart, when you've never been either of those. Have fun telling Dumbledore about my crime of bad-mouthing his oh-so-holy name, he said as he began walking briskly towards the castle, without even a glance back at her. Harry, wait. Hermione called after him. Harry, she yelled as she ran after him. I'm sorry. It was stupid of me to do all that. I stopped after Halloween last year, which is why I ran to McGonagall instead of him when you went behind my back again with the firebolt. Old habits die hard. Huh? Harry asked coldly, not dignifying her with a glance. I know I was wrong, but I've changed. Hermione pled, and I should believe that. Harry snorted. After over 2 years of continuous betrayal of my trust, and then random acts, I should believe you? What kind of idiot you take me for? I know that most wizards trade their common sense for magic, but I'm no Ronald Weasley. But Hermione stuttered. What? Harry suddenly stopped and turned to face her, his eyes glowing with anger and disappointment. You thought that a simple I'm sorry will make us best chums again? You betrayed me, Hermione. I entrusted you with some of my most personal secrets, and you stabbed me in the back. If you had been a bit dumber and had caused the death of someone I care for, I would probably call you Wormtail the Two. But I suppose there's still time for that, right? With that last stinging remark, he turned to leave. Wait! Hermione pled as she grabbed his shoulder. But Harry suppressed his already ingrained instinct to turn and twist the offending limb and merely continued walking, not in the least slowed down, causing Hermione to hurry after him to avoid toppling over. Please, Harry. Still no response, and she began to tear up. I'm begging you. Please. I won't betray you again. Just give me one last chance. Still no response. Harry, I'm begging you. I swear that I won't betray you again. That I will keep your secrets safe. By now, she was crying openly, her tears obscuring her sight, causing her to trip, and ended up grabbing Harry's leg as she tried to regain balance. I'll do whatever you want, Harry. I swear on my magic. I'll do anything. Just give me one last chance, she cried out, and this time Harry stopped cold. Thought it was likely more due to both their bodies flashing with a white light, before Hermione flashed blue and screamed in pain. Quickly turning around, Harry looked on in shock as she ran her hand up and down under her skirt, right on her crotch. What the hell are you doing? And what was that like? Harry demanded. It burned me. Hermione moaned pain. Where? Harry asked instantly. Right above my pustache. She stopped short, realizing what she was saying and blushing furiously. Okay. Harry muttered warily, what about that light? I don't know. Hermione said in annoyance before remembering what she was doing beforehand. Harry, please. I swear that I won't betray you again. Please give one last chance. She begged him on her hands and knees, causing him to sigh in annoyance. Tisk, fine. This is your only chance. Hermione, don't screw it up, or I'll make sure you never get to ask for another. He told her firmly. What do you mean? Hermione asked warily. Ever heard of memory charms? Harry smirked before turning and continuing to walk towards the castle, with Hermione hurrying after him, still massaging the sore spot around her crotch. Will you stop that? If someone sees you, they'll think you're a deviant or something. Harry hissed. It's itchy. Hermione said defensively. Can you at least abstain until we can reach a girl's bathroom so you can take a look at what's wrong? Harry grunted in annoyance. Fine. Hermione muttered as she made herself look more presentable. They quickly reached the closest bathroom for female students, and Hermione hurried inside, idly noting that nobody else was inside, while Harry sighed as he leaned onto the wall next to the door for all of 10 seconds before a shrill scream was heard from inside. He instantly kicked the door open only to see Hermione standing in front of a large, clearly recently enlarged, mirror with her skirt at her feet and her panties around her knees, revealing a bright tattoo on her shaved crotch, just above her pussy lips. It was only when she turned towards him in surprise that he clearly saw it and instantly recognized it. My family crest? Harry blurted out in shock as he stared at the golden griffin with a ribbon with the name Potter in capital letters around it. Family crest. Hermione repeated in shock before blushing bright red. Get out. Harry reluctantly turned around, a slight reddening of his cheeks being the only evidence of his embarrassment while his mind worked at full speed. Why the hell would she have my family crest on her crotch? He asked himself. It took Hermione nearly half-hour to leave the bathroom, but she eventually did so with a look of aggravation and embarrassment on her face. It won't come off. It's like a tattoo or something, she hissed. You tattoos my family crest there? Harry asked her. In her, I thought you were a shy type when concerning. I didn't tattoo it there or anywhere else for that matter. Hermione immediately said. It wasn't even there this morning when I got dressed. It's likely related with those flashes of light since it burned you right afterwards. Harry must be. Hermione frowned. I don't know anything about magical tattoos, though. Do you? Not really. The only one I know is the dark mark. Harry began. You know whose mark? Hermione stopped dead. No, I don't know who. Harry glared at her in annoyance. Anyway, I know that the dark mark is a magical tattoo, but I also know that Voldemort is the one who applied it to the Death Eaters. He had to touch the spot, their forearms, with the tip of his wand, though. And my wand never got near your... Harry stopped and blushed, as did Hermione, at the other interpretation of his words. Well, let's check the library. There shouldn't be many people there right now. Hermione said quickly, her face quite red. By the time they found any books on magical tattoos, though, a brown official-looking owl with the Gringotts emblem tied around one of its legs swooped down and dropped a letter on Harry's head before leaving through the same window it came in. A letter from Gringotts? Hermione asked curiously. Why would they write to you for? Well, it might be about the numerous vaults I have there. Harry rolled her eyes as she blushed in embarrassment. Let's see here. Harry mutters as his eyes quickly passed over the polite introduction before they began to widen with every word or read and his jaw to slacken. What is it? Hermione asked curiously. Harry blinked a few times before nodding to himself and quickly pointing his wand at Hermione. Silencio, he called out, and when Hermione opened her mouth again, no sounds came out. Silencing charm. Now read this. Harry placed the letter into her hands. It only took a few seconds for Hermione's mouth to open into a silent scream of outrage and embarrassment as her face alternated between bright red and ashen pale. Yeah, that's why I cast the silencing charm. Harry admitted to her shocked gaze. You place these books back while I find the proper one, he told her and left the table. 10 minutes later, they were in an abandoned classroom with a certain book and silenced doors and windows. A slave bond were the first words to come out of Hermione's mouth once the charm on her was lifted. How in the world did that happen? I don't know, Harry admitted, thinking of the letter informing him that Hermione Jean Granger had become a slave to the House of Potter. Let me see that book, the bushy-haired girl demanded, and was immediately flipping through the pages. Here it is, she exclaimed, the slavery bond, one of the oldest kind of bonds, nowadays rarely formed. The bond is usually formed through a slavery contract, with a person selling themselves to another or a lord selling a member of his house. Other circumstances where the bond can be formed include owing approximately 20 life debts to a person or offering oneself as repayment for a life debt. Legal background. While the slavery bond had fallen out of practice at the dawn of the 20th century due to human rights, there are records of it still taking place occasionally. It is not against the law to own a slave, though the number one is allowed to have depends on his or her status and wealth, as they must be capable of sustaining their slave. It is illegal to force someone into a slavery contract, hence the lowering of its numbers, mostly from the pure-blood lords. Slavery bonds are not recorded by the Ministry of Magic. Once formed, the bond cannot be undone. It can, however, be transferred to someone of higher status if desired by the master. The slave retains all its rights in society, his or her status often never being revealed to anyone but the master. However, they have the obligation to obey any and all their master's orders or wishes. Any harm that comes to the slave from the master cannot be taken to court, as the slave's status is that of a possession of the master. Harry read out loud before slowly turning towards the stunned Hermione. Well, this is new. New, she gaped at him. That's all you have to say? Well, what can I say? Harry shot back. This is entirely your fault, My fault? Hermione demanded. Don't you remember? What you said before that light flashed. Harry asked her. Before? Hermione whispered as she closed her eyes in thought before her eyes snapped wide. I swore on my magic. I swore that I would do. Her eyes widened further. Anything and everything, yes. Harry nodded. As a side note, you still do magic? Lumos. Hermione instantly raised her wand, and the tip shined brightly. Nox, she whispered in relief. Well, there's that at least. Harry muttered. Damn it, one thing after another, he swore. What am I going to do? Hermione whispered in fright. For now, nothing. Harry said flatly. Don't even think about telling someone about this. The last thing we need is for this to appear in the Daily Prophet. My parents, Hermione began, are muggles. They wouldn't understand, would probably think that I'm trying to take advantage of you. That and the fact that Dumbledore will intercept any letter you'll send them. Harry said, annoyed. Hermione remained silent for a few minutes before closing the book and looking at Harry awkwardly. What? Harry asked warily. I just realized something, she began. I'm not going to be able to marry anyone other than you. She looked away. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Hermione, but I'm not going to go down on my knees and ask for your hand. Harry said bitingly. I know. You wouldn't like someone like me, she said, still facing away. I think the issue is not trusting you. Harry shot back. You do realize that you betrayed my trust to a very high degree and that you're on your last chance. Yes, I don't deserve you, she said. You're everything a girl would want. I'm just a plain bushy-haired know-it-all. She sniffed. Hey, it's not like that, Harry exclaimed. Sure, your hair is bushy, and you do have the habit of telling more than necessary when answering a question, and you are bossy. He paused. She sniffed again. Well, you're not plain. I'll give you that much. Not plain? I'm probably the most plain girl in Hogwarts. Hermione shot back as he finally turned towards him, tears flowing down her face. Maybe from your point of view. Harry rolled his eyes. Come on, name one part of me that is not plain. Hermione demanded. Well, most recently, you're... Harry began with a grin. Besides that, she cut him off, blushing in embarrassment. Harry stared at her for a few seconds before getting off his chair. Stand up, he told her as he transfigured a desk into a very large mirror. Why? She asked curiously as she did so. Flans exarmatio. Harry called out as he pointed his index finger at her and releasing a powerful wind, causing her to shield her eyes. What was that FO? Hermione stopped as she noticed that most of her clothes were missing, she only having her shoes, socks, panties, and bra left on. Kya, Harry, what are you doing? She screamed in shock. Proving a point. Now stop covering yourself. I saw more than this earlier. He reminded her, and they both blushed. Anyway, take a look at yourself in the mirror. Why? Hermione asked suspiciously. Just do it. Harry rolled his eyes, and she did so. I'm seeing myself, Hermione said, her voice demanding explanations. Sigh. I have to explain everything, don't I? Harry shook his head in annoyance. Okay, you asked for it, so I'll appreciate it if you don't start hitting me, Harry said as he walked beside her. Let's play with fire, he thought. Okay. Hermione looked at him questionably. Let's start from the bottom, he suggested. Now, if you care to look, you will notice that you have beautiful, long legs with no cellulites and quite toned. He began tracing his index finger from his ankle's upper leg, making her shiver as it was ticklish. You have, in part of my language, very nice, firm ass. His finger traced her backside and then cupped one of her cheeks, giving it a squeeze which earned a yelp from her as she blushed an obscene red and stared at him in shock. Your hips are not too wide, true, but your narrow waist still gives you a nice figure. This time he was trailing both his hands along her waist. Your abs are not too defined, but you are in no way fat. You have a flat abdomen, he said as his finger trailed upwards. Your breasts are what? A high C cup? 32C, or something close to that, he commented as he cupped her breasts and squeezed slightly. Quite firm, too, he added, ignoring Hermione's slight trembling. Your arms are once again nicely toned. No hint of cellulites. His hands trailed her arm towards her shoulders. Your face is quite cute, especially when you puff your cheeks like that, Harry commented as he touched her face. And you cure little nose and luscious lips compliments that perfectly. His finger trailed her lips and she shivered even harder. And your beautiful hazel orbs match your hair color perfectly. He ran his hand through her bushy hair. You know, if it annoys you that much, you could tie it in 2 ponytails. And I know that you have an issue with your front teeth, so if you want to, either me or Madame Pomfrey can shrink them slightly. Harry looked her straight in the eyes. So trust me when I say this, Hermione Granger, you are a very lovely girl. I personally blame the robes from hiding most of you, especially this part. He pinched her ass slightly, causing her to once again yelp, though this time it was continued with a gasped scream before she staggered and fell to her knees. Hermione. Harry stared at her in shock as she breathed heavily. His eyes quickly settled on her completely soaked panties. Oh my. He stared before smirking at her glazed eyes. Someone is a naughty girl. He whispered in her ear, causing her to shiver again and moan slightly. My naughty girl. It took Hermione nearly an hour to fully regain her bearing, as well as be capable of looking Harry in the eye. As soon as they split up, Hermione going back to the Gryffindor girls' dorms to change her underwear, Harry contacted Evangeline through telepathy. Slave bond, she exclaimed in shock. Damn, you do nothing normal, do you? Story of my life. Harry deadpanned. Tell me, does it affect her mentally? I tease her a bit, showing her that she is attractive by literally painting out some of her assets in front of a mirror, and she climaxed. Well, there is a certain sensibility towards the sexual side of things, especially for women. Evangeline admitted as she recalled that bit of information from Voldemort's memories. The bond won't change her, per se, just make her more acceptant of your quirks and receptive to your desires. I was kinda excited after seeing her without panties on. Harry admitted sheepishly. See? That's part of the reason she reacted like that. The other part is likely because she was turned on by what you were doing. Eva chuckled. God, this is going to be awkward. Harry sighed. How the hell will I explain this to Luna, Daphne, Tracy, and Susan? Let me sleep on it and I'll get back to you. Evangeline chuckled in amusement. I'm screwed. Harry grimaced. Yes, you are. Now, forget about this bond for now. About tomorrow, the next day, the Wisengamot was about to begin its session when the doors of the courtroom used for the meetings slammed open for a young man to stride in. Sorry I'm late. That imbecile working as a guard helped me up, Harry said in a slightly annoyed voice. Harry, my B-Fudge began. I believe it would be more proper for you to refer to me as Lord Potter or Lord Potter Black Peverell, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin Lawfey, whichever you prefer, Minister. Harry cut him off with a sharp look. Lord Potter. Dumbledore spoke up, looking at him, without a trace of twinkle in his eyes, and his face, quite pale. Could you verify you claims to be? He stopped dead as Harry showed his hands, 7 separate rings adorning his fingers. I see. Very well. You are hereby recognized as Lord Potter, Black Peverell, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Lawfey by the Wisengamot. Please take your seat. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Harry smiled coldly as he took the Potter seat, which instantly changed in appearance to display all 7 family crests. Now then, our first issue is... Dumbledore began to rumble about various bills and law proposals. Thanks to Harry's numerous votes, things went much smoother, as usually the side he chose to vote for was the one that passed. They were nearly half-hour ahead of schedule, and Dumbledore was about to bring the meeting to a close. So if nobody has anything to add, On the contrary, Chief Warlock, there are quite a few things that I need to add, and they cannot and will not wait. Harry's voice boomed within the courtroom. Very well, Lord Potter. Dumbledore said, Minister Fudge. Harry turned towards the man who suddenly felt a brick fall into his stomach. I have recently been going over certain files, namely file transcripts from the past 15 years, and I have found something quite peculiar. What do you mean, huh? Lord Potter. Fudge quickly corrected himself. I'm speaking about the trial of Sirius Black. The trial that never took place, and for which no evidence whatsoever has been recorded. Harry's voice felt sharp enough to cut through steel by now. Tell me, Minister, since you were the first to arrive at the scene when Sirius Black was arrested, you surely have some insight on why exactly someone was tossed into Azkaban without a trial or justification. He killed 13 muggles and a wizard, an old man exclaimed from a lower row. Says who? Harry arched an eyebrow as he glared at the old man dangerously. Who has given proof that Sirius Black did that? HM? By now the old man was trembling from the pressure being pressed on him. Well, Minister, there were plenty of witnesses, Fudge stammered. Such as? Harry demanded. Well, the Muggles said. Fudge began. Muggles said? Harry roared, and the courtroom was arctic as Harry unleashed his ice magic into the surroundings with his anger. We have Veritaserum, truth oaths, pensives, and half a dozen other methods of verifying what had happened, and you rely on what some random Muggles on the street thought they saw. Harry demanded. But there were... Fudge began. There were Muggles who had no idea what they saw or could have easily been confounded. And you rely on them to find out the truth when you could have easily fed Sirius Black some Veritaserum or extracted the memory of the event from him? Harry hissed angrily, radiating killing intent. This is the kind of incompetence that allowed the Dark Lord to so easily bring our world to the brink of destruction. What kid of justice system is this? What you need is not rumors, guesses, and suppositions. You need cold, hard facts. So let me give you some, he hissed dangerously as he reached into his robes and took out 2 vials containing a silvery substance. I have your 2 memories. I hereby swear on my life and magic that they are genuine and that they had not been modified in any shape or form. So mote it be. A flash of light followed, and then Harry cast a Lumos charm prove that he spoke the truth. Chief Warlock, have an official projection pensive, verified by the DMLE, brought in so that we may view these memories. Harry ordered, and his eyes flared at Dumbledore's expression that looked ready to deny him. Now, unless you have something to hide, of course. That did it, and Dumbledore immediately withered under the inquisitive gazes of the entire Wizengamot. Very well. Dumbledore agreed, and seconds later the first memory was being poured in. This memory has been extracted from Sirius Black, and it shows exactly what happened that day, nearly 13 years ago. Harry announced, earning a buzz of interest. They all watched Sirius pursued Pettigrew. How Pettigrew shouted out loud, James, Lily, Sirius, how could you? While slicing off his finger before casting the overpowered Bombarda behind his back and turning into his Ratonimigus from, fleeing into the sewers. This caused quite a stir among the members of the Wizengamot, many of them calling out for various things, from justice to Fudge's head. That is not all. Harry called out loudly, silencing the courtroom. The second memory is my own, and dates back only a few months, the 6th of June to be more precise. This memory is my own. The memory showed everything from when Remus and Sirius forced Pettigrew out of his Animagus form to just before they declared that they were going to kill the rat. The Wizengamot did not need to know that part. So you see, the truth behind the matter is more than clear. All crimes Sirius Black was accused of and sent to Azkaban for were committed by Peter Pettigrew. Harry said loudly, receiving cries of agreement. I am also convinced that Sirius Black would be more than agreeable to join us at a later time for interrogation under Veritaserum or other method, if anyone questions the veracity of these memories. That won't be necessary, Lord Potter. Madam Bones spoke up. These memories, along with your oath, are more than enough proof. Yes. With this, the matter is closed. Fudge said hurriedly. Closed, Minister? Harry asked in a deathly cold and sharp voice. I do not think so. The contents of the second memory were relayed to you minutes after they occurred, but you completely disregarded them and ordered for Sirius Black to receive the Dementor's kiss. I did not know. Fudge began to stammer. Furthermore, Harry cut him off. How could you possibly consider the matter closed when Sirius Black, the rightful heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black, has spent nearly 12 years in the hellhole named Azkaban, having the life and happiness sucked out of him, in worse than miserable conditions that led to him losing his claim to the Black Lordship due to sterility, and has spent the past year being on the run from Dementors who had permission to suck his soul out? Harry asked, his voice becoming more and more emotionless. You actually dare think that I will allow that extreme injustice go? The ancient and noble house of Black demands compensation from the Ministry of Magic for illegally robbing us of our proper heir and submitting him to the hell known as Azkaban for so long. Harry roared as he unleashed a massive amount of killing intent while slamming his fist into the desk before him, causing it to cave in with a resounding boom. Lord Black, the Ministry of Magic recognizes the mistakes made and requests the presence of Sirius Black for negotiation regarding an appropriate compensation. Madam Bones spoke up. The House of Black accepts. Harry nodded firmly. I also suggest you look into all the other trials of that time period. Who know what other mistakes have been made? What if more people were sent to Azkaban due to hearsay? What if Death Eaters avoided Azkaban by claiming innocence, or that they were manipulated? Harry turned and fixed a certain blond man with a dangerous glare. What say you, Lord Malfoy? Care to back your claims if Imperi is cursed with a few drops of Veritaserum? This caused whispers to explode among he Wisengamot. What about you, Lord Crabbe? Lord Goyle? Lord Knott? Lord Avery? What say you? He hissed the last sentence coldly as he glared at them, before turning towards Dumbledore, who flinched slightly at the burning emerald gaze focused on him. Due to his many mistakes and illegal actions both before and during his mandate, the ancient and noble House of Black calls for a vote of no confidence for Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Now wait just a minute here. Fudge began as he began to turn purple, seconded by the houses of Potter, Peverell, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and La Fey. Harry ignored him. I should also mention that Cornelius Fudge himself forced one Rubeus Hagrid to spend several months in Azkaban over 2 years ago, despite Mr. Hagrid having committed no crime, with no evidence that pointed at his guilt. It was, as the Fudge said himself, he had to be seen doing something. Harry quoted the minister, who was by this point ashen pale and mute as he stared at Harry in horror. The vote of no confidence will take place now, Dumbledore called out as he finally found his voice. All in favor of the removal of Minister Cornelius Fudge? There were many in favor, far too many, and all Fudge could do was do a very good impression of a goldfish, as over 3/4 of the Wisengamot voted his sacking. All opposed? Dumbledore called out, and only a few, such as the toad-like woman in pink besides him and a bushy-haired which next to a wizard with a stuffy mustache voted against, along with Fudge himself, who was looking around desperately. Very well. Cornelius Fudge is hereby removed from office as Minister for Magic, Dumbledore declared loudly. I ask for nominations for Interim Minister for Magic. House Longbottom nominates Amelia Bones, Neville said loudly as he stood up, seconded by all 7 houses I'm head of. Harry called back. House Avery nominates Lucius Malfoy. Avery declared only for a resounding snort to echo from Harry. Nobody seconded that nomination. House Diggory nominates Rufus Scrimgeour. Amos Diggory announced. A few other names followed, but in the end it was decided between Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour, with Amelia winning by an extra 20 votes. She was less than happy with Neville and Harry. By evening, the Daily Prophet had the articles detailing the recent changes in the government, the truth about Sirius Black, and the changes in the Hogwarts staff. They also, surprisingly accurately considering their record, pinpointed the driving force behind them all. Lord Harry James Potter Black Peverell, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, La Fey. Yep, finally done with Chapter 7. I hope you enjoyed reading this, as it will be a while before I will update. I've neglected my other 2 active stories long enough. I hope everyone is satisfied with the way I handled Hermione's situation. Please review, as they inspire me greatly. Edited notice. The administrators of R, as of June 4th, going to be taking down fics that have lemons or have extreme violets. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that's stupid. There are many wonderful fics that only have 1 or 2 lemons in them, yet the plot itself is awesome. You can't just take down a 100,000 plus word FIC just because it has a lemon in a chapter that is only 1,000 words long. Now I urge you all to read the petition below, sign it, and repost this to your own fics. Hopefully, if we make enough noise, everything will return to normal. Thank you. Greetings to the fine folk that moderate our site. Myself, along with many, have been writing and posting on your fine site for years now. Some of the better examples of up-and-coming writers out there are now suddenly finding some of the stories we've come to love at risk of being removed without the chance to even rectify our errors. For some, that means the permanent loss of a story. While I don't have anything that I believe violates your terms of use, there are those out there that are never able to recover a story in its original form. This is something I find to be almost worthy of a legal action, as while we cannot claim ownership of a character, the stories are. OURS, and simply destroying them is something that is inexcusable. It's quite easy to simply add an MA rating, additional filters, or even a simple requirement for a free membership to read the stories presented here, and would cut down on hateful anonymous reviews and posts at the same time. So I have to question as to why such a thing, in all this time, simply wasn't added. If you're worried about falsification of a registration, then have an appropriate disclaimer, and then there can be no dispute. You took your steps, and the parents didn't monitor their children, if that is even your concern. If it is more of a personal view or desire, then please at least let people know and give them a chance to remove a story that you and yours find offensive. Most people on the site are actually rather cordial when it comes to such requests. While I cannot say for sure if this letter will even reach those that may be willing to listen, if it's more akin to a wide-spectrum purge in preparation for something bigger, please understand that you're going to be losing a large number of your writers, and thus your income from a lack of readers, if there is not some level of action taken to help with this situation. For those that may agree with this, please feel free to sign on and send this to the support server. Maybe we can get some movement on this. Sign here. http://www. Change petitions /fanfictionnet stop the destruction of fanfictionnet #share. Also, show support here. http://forum. Fanfiction topic /1117726368350/3/number 63702497. Pseudocode_semi-Rocketman 1728 Dracaholo 117. Snake. Agato the Venom. Host J. Frost. Samcrow Blood Brandy Dusk 666. Hizia Ori. The Dark Graven Black Revenant. Lord Orion Salazar Black. Sakusha Sailbu Horcrux. Sokrisnal the Hain. Kumo no Makoto Biskoff. Corriganitor the Night Shadow Night Inc. Lazarus Ragnarok. QB Spirit Rider XXX. Ace 6151. Fleeing Reality, Harufu. Exiled Crow, Slifer, 1988 D. Laner. Angel Doctor. Final Black Gitsuga, Zamiel Rizundo Fenris, 187. Blood Enraged. Arashi's Nose Kami Stolt. Mystic 6, Tailed Naruto, Elemental Master, 16 Dark, Vizard 447. Darth Void Sage of the Force Shiso, no Kitsune. The Sinful Kage, 640 I Hate Heroes, Swords of Twilight, QB16 Darth Command Narratodorgon. Bungie the Wolf. John Walrus Killjoy, 3000 Blue Exorcist White Whiskey. Ing the Nine-Tail Fox Jin of the Wicked Smile Stolt. The Wolf God Fenry Jazzy J, 09 Sleepers for you. The Unknown 007 Galamon, 228 MK Tarek Gunblads 19. Forgatinkami R Hatch 89 Soul King and Crack Dreadman 75 Knives 91. The Lemon Sage. Dark Spidey Violet Tragedies. Ian the Cat of Shadows Kazakamike's 24 Anime Game Master 6. Lloydrox. Demented Squirrel Swords of Dawn the Immoral Flame Blue Exorist Challenger Shy White Fox. DRP 83 Bethreezen Dragon 6 Belks Ross Unway Mexicano. The First Kitsukij Kingdom 219. Brown Phantom. Little King 9512 Kurakami DG. Oman Francine Blossom BDG 420. Her Dark Poet Bloodrosep Psycho. Shinin Kalhar. Naruto Master Sage 4040 Masamune X 23. Kuramoki Sliver Lynx Devil's Knight 86 Eunice Crimson 0 X Limit Revan 228. Jada ER. Third Fong IR Assault Grumpy Winter. Absolute 0001 Single Silver I Anamki Mike Daniel Link 0 or 20XX Darth Drafter Archuris. Izeal Shizurakage Yuzinaru 999 Dark Knight Firm 80. Devil Summoner 666 Slicerness. Toa Naruto, Solenius Kajidorgon, Dansama 92 Kamen Rider Nexus Captive Crimson. QBI Lover 27 Mozilla Everer 4 RM 36 UI EBM 6969 Repiece. Phantom Shadow Dragon, Colonel Eagle Timothy 1988 Shadow Zenith Awesome 125. The Purple Critic Dark Hepion Zombra Brickster 409 Chaos Sonic 1 Leaf Ranger. Soul Embrace 2010 Oni Shin Silver Knight 17 Spectre 637. Hunter Berserker Wolf Shadow Red 0. The Roaming Shadow Bucketbot Avalon Nakamura. Avashi I. Maxwell Gray Silver 0 Arisher Walker. Lord of Demons Lord Anime Cloud Red 1988 Forest Scout. The Lost Mana Red Warrior of Light. Twalmarista Fox. Mr. Alaska Swagnilla. Ice 1985 Mujetsu Ichigo Bloodlust 002. Nervarian Kage Biju JK10. Observer 01. Mistress Winnowill Count Kalalu Ronin 504. Ted 009 Ralmadaz Ladera. Lost my shoe in Sheol Toy Haunter. Hayami Pakrithoff Demonzinger Kinoma Mount. Love Manga and Drari. Yusei Kojan Elvira Baba Ujitshi. Iampiman Ultima Bloodblade. Jintoki Kumar 9900. Demon Angel of Ice Dragon. Cloud 16 Haruta Haptism. The Green Ace of Clubs Assassin King of Masyaf Flame Fist Ace. Lucifer's Remnants Story Reader 97 Niznik. Naraharam Fariva. In Hunter. Angry Hamster Cookin. Tenchi Yum. St. Clair. Uchan Jojo. Non-inscrit. Gaia. Pa-inscrit. Estelle Uzumaki Milana 76 Honor Lukazanara. Advi Archie Mouse Fenrir the Vicious Taj 14. See I am a Dragon. God Emperor of GR Hallow Warrior of Olympus Freeful Angelics. Vitaman Shadow Cub Ace Bro Evolution Scorponok XV Hunter 200007 Kyo Anime. NYSK Killer Action 49 Story Lover 213 Arya 19 Ervanthidam Kiranos King Kid Badass Nim 09 Palladius. Orange Fuzzball Kaku no Yami Burning Truth Drunkman's Quakin Cable 1972 Dynamite 88 Tolodos. Hungsi Rawl Reckman Farmer Kyle. Ulak Badassery Silver Scale. Cloud 75 JC Gunnerio Kurigane 7 Raji Ulit. Dragon Masterflex Sapphire Quill Shadows Fover 5 Hiveler. Renoti 2 NDSLY. Guardian Master 4 Godly Killer 2 Myunsanza. Dark Host X W1P. Lord Archon Zon 777 T3 Co. Dragon Man 180 Alia Jevs. Fainir. Ukami Usama Asth 12 Burning Lights. Eternal Blizzard of Swords 66 Eltiger 221. Jarjaxel Hinagai 749. Great Vampire Shinso. Haruta Haptism Oxic Sun. High Lord Mage Fatal Crimson Scion. Starfire 99 Doombreed. Adamantium TP Night Ink. Wrathful Fire Damaged. God Emperor of GR Hala. Exartex Capola Nova Hunter Azrael. Anime Death Angel Sabery Ba Mutsuro 94. Soul Painted Black Infinite Freedom Rodney Saw Shotsuka. JM 1681 Ukami 88 Akira Strider Empress Kitsun Kitsune Girl 021 Kagome Girl 021 Joey Black. Next Keeds Billy Bio Light Spirit. Celtic Reaper Full Houses Feeler. Titanium Wyvern Neon Zengetsu. Largevsnov Devil Aim Igriku. Define Incompetent Koraven Backwards. Hazard Lord Martillo Omishido. Pokemon Cosmoking Strider 18 Scout 360 Pyro. Tainted Loki Mount Sarks Kumar 9900 Te Irish Brony. Uzumaki Crossover. Etsukazu No Kitsune Ranger Kit. RTS 515 Soul Blazer 87. Kamigawa Nagamaki F Archer. Us4GI. CH4N Shirabika Tenji Spear of the Doom Pain Sake. Ben 1987. Spartan Ninja Dante 5986 Victorious Villian Sage of Eyes Boomer Bam Bam Yosouma Mega Man 88 Angry Hamster. Warden of the Runes. Gyoi Subarstu Nadagun Nakana Muzoa Kiuftawuf Kulabradao Sol Faujamade Nurantatres. Document K 9. Draken 867 Mocha McDowell VGZ. Ororana. Nightmares Around Winter Chuck 17. Son of a Wolf Daniel Lynx. Sibjasibi Sleep When You're Dead 1989 Backwards Hazard Hunter 200007. Zagger the Bloody Angel. Zen Rinnegan Duachanfin Alice the Noble. Zagger the Bloody Angel BRD Man. Nano 101 Shotgun Willie Eternal Night 219 Dedak. Idiot Akomikami 64, Loki 0191. Kanoa's Nightmares, Redethwing, Ursinius, Kamen Rider Nexus, Nico Haikachan Project, Slepner Neuros Sinicus Spider 79. Zlogialazi, Erebus of the Bonat Belnum, Tristan Blackheart Zfix, Satram 9 Nana 00 Kyred Reader King's Rider, Holly Shortfowl Chaos Raptor Eye, The Infamous Man Vamchik 2010, The Dark Dragon 26 Lord Pain, Vale Ryaketsa Dark Matter 13 Forbidden Fruit and Loved, Lostantha Damned Imperial Gem 21. Chio Asakura Snakehead 85 Zedier, Occult Ura 0 Zengetsu will 1 by 2 Tolini's Dragus. RST 64 LC. Leaf Ranger Meow Puppy Sage of Oblivion Iopno. GRZ Silver Crystal. CT Mercury Dawn Mamoru 3193 Beast Within Gunman 2, Indius Ly. Big Bull 2, Iron Elsa Anlaisum Kyra Isis Lycanotakin Pack 17. Dark Yami Moda Manga 154 Marionette 0, 116 Phoenix 182 Catsfish. Sombit Talon Spike. 10 Commandments Daggerettle. Hawk 628. Black Volcano Bloody Wolf 26. Shizuma 12 Isom. Dark Dragon. The Goddess of Darkness Magic is what? Minako Uzumaki River Nalo Chaos Kira Q Johnny 89644 Rune Della Vega JSBRX. End of an Era Senjudo Kinasu. Delta Black Naruto Baka. Ekikon. Hunu Woodwright, Deathwatch, Razgriz, 11 Martin, Ryan Shadow 19. The Demon Fox in Within, I Am 0, 217. Harry 1817 Blade, 1986, Zuri GS. Heaven's Hell, the Satoiku Fainir. Dragon Wizard 91, Final Saiyan Shadow Asino. Infinite Yami, the Silent Jack of All Trades Dark Dragon of Amaterasu Not Ganase 09. M6L99, the Second RX 78, -3. The 8th Sin Kelliger. Sunny Lighter King's Rider Fuyutaro-san. Ink 14 Jajika. Shaoist Relzair. Kitsune Dragon Hiroji Unaka Master Zelva Irish Fighter. 7 Wins. Arsenic Snowflake K. S. TM. Rudy Krim's Train 1. Kitsune Maelstrom 21 Keiko Miniko. Sniper Shiek 9 27. Evil Long Pen Name having individual end. Gaia Goddess off Earth. Marjo 76 Green Rena. Midnight Raven Wing Mikhail. Inspired Solitaire. Rajver Chloe Marie. The Madness of My Life. Ra 666. Karin Lane Kadisahane. Naruto Lost Ethno Paranoid Schizo. 91 Kanshisha Kitsune Germany's Warrior Askas 30. Kami no Kages Jokilo. SSJ 3 QB Gohan, No Life King 666 Santana and Doom 13. Burning Shadow Wolf Honor. Just Alive 1 Sun Fun, Thekaler 00. Shinryu the Eternal Storm, God Cuban Naruto 634. Sportsman Uo Zalianuo Kosh's Stormsty 95 Demon Kira. Ridian Gun the Journeyman Conrock Hatterack, Stargazing at Midnight. Flame Dragon 14 Woodsy Moments. My Dear Fangirl Lover Off Lemon Ironia. Outlaw Justice Alkas. Kinkakashi OB Nyaxilis Anima Fangirl 95. Dark Phantom Dragon Piacine. Pharos New Sita. Vincent Avalon Slayer in Tenru 29 Villain 84 Beta 0 1 Valdemarian The Last Test. Phoenix Amazon Lyarana. Falai 89 Flam. Zyka Blackmany 83 Scalero. Sakura Okasansu. Kintalan Kail Huyin. Chaos Rune Stadat Botosai 2000 and 1 Kuka, No Rio Firestorm 2004 Derekov Diname Little Morxie Kuro Chidori Death 123123 Lu 2000 and 3S Gohan 0 Zasask. Ramakat, Fated Flight, Akamahika, Dr. Blue, 22, Ultimo Owner. Lord Silver Knight, Slovikid Znirum. Blood Wizard Kukanadrlex, Phoenix Flame, 22. Dawn Mystic Super Saiyan Gohan, Nyami, 0W. Sedave, Umbra Periliator Lunetta Star, Lin Sword 0, 1 Kite Kepri. Mitsukuri Jukiyama, as in Puffy Hair. Kori, Grindelin Reaper 2040. Mylong, Lightning Thief. Croy KY Germany's Warrior Squibblicious Wicked Lovely 17 Flash Devil. Fated Slayer Madness is Good. Violet Truth Sagor Mana Death 77. Drakakubi the Otaku, Akatsuki Fiori 75. Master of Mythology, Raxius Cherryberry 58. Kakeno no Latenonce. Itachi Hyuga. Yoko the Spirit Fox, Lithius, Osmius, Tridemon Naruto, Tiger Zodiac Animru Darkmanu, XXX Dragons Phoenix XX Mian Sanzan. Alex 189 G Starux, 72, Elite Dog, Granui 77 77 Cloud Peace Liger 01 White Elf Elder Lance Gamar Eonir Random User. James Masters Poke that Dante Sparta 894 Faraway R. Lord Xantose. Foul X Cows XQBX Daenerys Starcatcher Kumar 9900 X Noix Blind Marakel The Lost Lu 2003S. The Wolf God Fenrir Kroban 02. Stone 20. Hattori Save Bones Boy 15 Spider Monkey 92K Katia Nui. PZLDFN Mox 68. Star 1 Wars 3 Mags Hatter 123 Shelter. Rio no Kage Epicali Sean Gilgamesh King 9790 1 Gaiuvium White Bone Boy 15. Cats and Noel Seriously Grim X10. Sean's Corusovra. Unknown, Shinobi Robzone. Ashes of the Dragon, Dark Angel 22, 21, Honeymelon Fluffy Druid Cyber Sleepy. Gun Wraith, Trince's Black Hunter Shalsher, 13, Sudom 1. Zerosian Chaos, Legendary Gamer Chrysical. That guy, 6660 Ryoko Tenshi. CYN Finnegan, renting Yuko Taishu, Darkest Cyril Vulcan. Nostradamus and B. Narusika Dramion, Dr. Five Walls. AADM 2012. Darkness Flamsayan, I'm so godlike-ish. Hollow QB, Zirathan Hedgehog King of Hearts 1, 29 Crowfeather Edokich. Ipskib Christs, FF8 Squall, Lionheart Danny Lufo. Hokage of Dragon, Ryazakila 1 AG3NT. T1 Sniper Wolf. Alina Moisher Walker, Chrono Drago. More Detective Time, Hollow FG 7 Dragon. Chapter 9. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou Sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou Sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell / ability. Chapter 8. Trials / shows, wands, enforcers, and cleanup. 2 days after the well-mediated Wisengamot meeting, the inquiry of Sirius Black was scheduled to take place. Against Dumbledore's wishes, Minister Bones allowed the press to attend the inquiry as well, and they were all waiting for the former convict to arrive. When asked why Sirius was not with Harry, the young lord could not help but smirk. I'm afraid that I have not been hiding Sirius under my bed at Hogwarts. He replied to my letter, so he will arrive from wherever he's been since June. Harry said. At 9 a.m. sharp, the large double doors of the courtroom slammed open. Aloha! Sirius cried out cheerfully as he waved and sauntered towards the comfortable-looking armchair that Harry replaced the old wooden chair with chains with. Everyone besides Harry stared in open-mouthed shock at man. He was dressed in dark green shorts and a flowered yellow short-sleeved shirt, wearing straw thongs and a ring of red flowers around his neck. To complete the image, he was holding a halved coconut with a straw in his left hand. But what shocked people the most was how young he looked. He was nothing like the haunted corpse-like figure in the wanted posters. His body was healthily muscular, his face devoid of wrinkles, his shoulder-length hair pulled in a stylish ponytail, and his beard and mustache skillfully trimmed. If Harry were to look in his photo album, he would easily say that he was at most 5 years older than he was during his parents' wedding. Sirius Black? Minister Bones asked, seeing that Dumbledore was still gaping at the newcomer. The one and the same. A pleasure to see you again, Amelia. Sirius smiled charmingly. Likewise. Have a seat. Amelia nodded with a smile, before turning towards Dumbledore, Chief Warlock. HM? Ah, yes. The official inquiry of Sirius Black concerning the circumstances that led to his illegal incarceration in the wizarding prison, Azkaban. Dumbledore recited. Are you Sirius Black? Born October 10th, 1959? I am. Sirius nodded as he took a sip from his coconut. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 1st, 1981? Dumbledore asked. No. The rat did that before running away. Sirius said in annoyance. Why do you refer to him as a rat? Dumbledore asked. He's a rat animagus, as I'm sure you remember from my memories. Sirius rolled his eyes. Are you an animagus? Dumbledore added his own question to the ones Minister Bones submitted to him. Yes. Just like Pettigrew, I've been one since my 5th year at Hogwarts. Sirius shrugged. It wasn't that hard. I mean, if an untalented worm like Pettigrew could do it, everyone could. You'll find that the majority of the wizarding world will disagree with you on that. Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes. They're just lazy. With them expecting things to happen without doing a thing, it's no wonder they'll never be able to do it. Especially the purebloods. Sirius snorted. How dare you? A shrill voice grated everyone's ears, and turning towards the source, they weigh a short, toad-like woman dressed in pink with a large pink bow and her hair glaring at Sirius. And you are? Sirius asked, annoyed. Dolores Umbridge, Minister Fudge's senior undersecretary. She began. No wonder the ministry is in this sorry state. Our former moronic minister had pink amphibians like you placed at the top of his office. Sirius sneered before turning away from the woman, gritting her teeth in anger, and partially due to a nifty, untraceable compulsion from Harry, Umbridge seemed to forget where she was and pointed her wand at Sirius. You filthy blood traitor! Crucio! Umbridge cried out. Fortunately for Sirius, he was expecting it and had enough time to glance at her and hide behind his armchair, which gained a burning hole in it. Unfortunately for Umbridge, by the time she drew breath after casting the curse, Harry stunned hit her in the chest and blasted her through the wall behind her. In the deathly silence that settled, Harry spoke. Well, what are you waiting for? Go arrest her and put her in a holding cell. Harry shouted at the few Aurors posted at the entrance. Let's continue and deal with that toad woman later. You all right there, Sirius? Yeah, just peachy. Sirius rolled his eyes as he repaired the armchair with a wave of his wand. Mr. Black, I was under the impression that your wand was confiscated when Dumbledore began. I bought a new one in the States this summer. Wasn't that hard? After all, it only took 5 minutes to get my name cleared in that country. But I guess the Ministry doesn't check their international mail that often, do they? Or they would have known this already. Sirius smirked. I see. Mr. Black, about your animagus form, Dumbledore began. Registered in the States. You don't need details. Sirius cut him off before looking at the minister. Amelia, will you please take over and ask the pertinent questions of why I'm really here for? Very well. What happened after Pettigrew fled the crime scene? Amelia asked. Fudge showed up and stunned me. Then I woke up in a holding cell at the Ministry, with Barty Crouch sneering at me. He told me that I'm the first of many he'll be sending to Azkaban and stunned me again, even though I asked for a trial. Next thing I know, I'm in Azkaban. Sirius said with increasing coldness. I see. Amelia narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Very well. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Black. Now, all that's left to decide is the compensation you and your house will receive. Well, I suppose that 1,000,000 galleons per year spent in Azkaban sounds more than fair. Sirius smiled thinly at the sounds of outrage from the Wisengamot members. And most of it will be taken from Crouch and Fudge, as they are the most responsible for my illegal incarceration. We will put it to a vote. Who is favor for the houses of Crouch and Fudge paying the majority of the compensation? Amelia asked, and every member of the Wisengamot raised their wand. Unanimous. Very well, Mr. Black. The money will be transferred into a new account under your name at Gringotts by the end of the week. Time skip. Wand waiting ceremony, Hogwarts. Lord Potter. Just on time. Bagman smiled before his eyes moved to the 3 people that were following the young lord. And you brought guests. Not quite guests. Harry smiled thinly. Allow me to introduce the new tournament security. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and the new head of security, Ms. Evangeline A.K. McDowell. Good to see you again, Remus, Sirius. Bagman smiled as he shook their hands. And it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss McDowell. I would like to say the same, but considering the circumstances that brought me here, I would be lying. Eva gave him a chilling smile as the other champions and judges arrived, as did Ollivander and 2 other people. Yes, Lord Potter, this is Rita Skeeter. Bagman began. Oh, I know of Rita Skeeter. Harry smiled. Do write a nice article, will you, little beetle? His smile turned feral at the flash of fear in her eyes. I'll see what I can do, Lord Potter. Rita smiled nervously. Yes, you do that. Harry turned towards Dumbledore and half-heartedly listened to him introducing Ollivander, the old wand maker, starter by inspecting Fleur's wand that turned out to be made of rosewood and containing a hair of her Vila grandmother, which apparently made the wand temperamental in someone else's hands. Crumb was next with his hornbeam wand containing a dragon heartstring core, having been made by Gregorovitch. Finally, it was Harry's turn, and Ollivander frowned the moment he was given the wand. This is not the wand I sold to you when you started Hogwarts, Ollivander observed. Oh, that one broke this summer, so I had it replaced. Harry shrugged. What? Dumbledore screamed in shock. Is there something you wish to share with us, Dumbledore? Sirius asked/demanded. No, I was just surprised. Dumbledore quickly said. Why didn't you come to me then? Ollivander asked with some disappointment. The last time I shopped at your store, I had to try all the other wands before one finally worked. Harry reminded him. Why waste 2 perfectly good hours when I could, and had this wand custom made to match me perfectly? Oh, I have no doubt it matches you. Ollivander must. 11-inch Japanese cherry wood with a mixed core of phoenix tears, thestral blood, and your blood as well. His blood was magical enough to be used as a core? Fleur asked in surprise and awe. A triple mixed core. I've never even heard of such a thing. Karkaroff frowned. It's rare indeed. I can count the number of people recorded to use such a wand on a single hand and have fingers to spare. Ollivander informed them. Lord Potter, This wand is bound to you and you alone, so I cannot try any spells. Please do so yourself." "All right." Harry nodded as he took his wand. "Avis. Apunio." He chanted the spells one after the other, making the conjured birds dart out the window. "Good, good." Ollivander smiled. "It works perfectly, Mr. Ollivander. A few questions on the champion's wands." Rita spoke up. "Yes." Ollivander looked at her. "What do the wands tell you about the users?" "I've heard that sometimes the wand reflects the fields of magic the user has potential in." Rita said. Ollivander must. "Well, Miss Delacour will do particularly good in charms and the mind arts, having talent for delicate work. Mr. Crumb will do exceptionally in dueling and battle magic, since he has a lot of power. And Lord Potter, well, his wand is capable of channeling enormous amounts of magical power, so we can assume he has a lot of power, since the wand was tailored specifically for his needs. His wand is also particularly suited for battle magic and healing magic, as well as charms and potions." "Potions?" Rita spoke up. "From what I've heard, you did not seem to display any significant talent in potions, Lord Potter." Rita said warily. "Well, considering that Snape's method of teaching was telling us to simply follow the instructions he wrote on the blackboard, it was not like there any opportunity to know whether I have a talent for potions or not," Harry said dryly. "After all, half the time I had to make sure some of my Slytherin classmates did not decide to add something to my potion. It's not like Snape ever truly taught us how to brew potions, such as the reasoning behind using certain ingredients in a certain order, or even mentioned safety measures that were required when brewing. Some would say that you are not fond of Severus Snape." Rita pointed out. "Well, it depends on the point of view you look at it, I suppose." Harry began. As a potions professor, he was appallingly biased and petty. Even after 16 years since he finished his tenure as a Hogwarts student, Snape still holds a schoolyard grudge towards my father that he has easily passed to me. I mean, what kind of real professor asks a first year on his first day learning the subject OWL and Newt-level questions? The amount of pettiness that man has is... Harry trailed off with a shudder. "You spoke of him as a professor. How about as a person?" Rita asked as her quill wrote furiously. "Well," Harry began, all pretenses of smiling gone and replaced by an icy look, considering that Snape is the Death Eater scum that delivered information to Voldemort, which led to the attacks on my family, the Longbottoms, the Bones, the Pruitts, the McKinnons, and many others. "I think it's pretty obvious that I would like nothing more than for his body to be tortured and mutilated beyond recognition, his mind shattered and his soul ripped to pieces, so that each Dementor in Azkaban will get a bite." He finished malevolently, the air in the room so cold that everyone could see their misty breaths. "Now, I think you took long enough in questioning me. Miss Delacour and Mr. Crumb have waited long enough. Just one last question. Considering that you did not enter yourself into the tournament, what are your goals?" Rita asked. "The person who placed my name in the Goblet of Fire obviously wanted me to end up dead, or at least severely injured," Harry said. "So I think the best thing I could do is winning and rub it into the faces of the culprit or culprits before they suffer the repercussions." "I see. Thank you, Lord Potter." Rita nodded with a grin before turning to interrogate Fleur and Crumb. "Huh?" Dumbledore began, but the word died in his throat before he rephrased. "Lord Potter, was it really necessary to say such things about Severus? If your words reach the masses, they will flay him alive, yes. That's the idea," Harry said coldly. "So, I understand that you don't get along with Severus." Dumbledore ignored the snorts Harry and the two marauders made at the extreme understatement. "But I assure you that he has my full confidence. That means just another black mark against him at this time. After all, Quirrell and Lockhart also had your full confidence, and look what they were like." Harry sneered. "Speaking of professors, Horace Slughorn will be arriving later today. He will not be using Snape's quarters, but those that Professor Merithought once used." "Ah, it will be good to see." Dumbledore began with a smile. "He also knows that it's only a matter of time before you lose any influence or power, and all allied with you will go down with you," Harry added as he walked away, followed by Sirius, Remus, and Eva. Soon enough, Slughorn became very popular among the majority of the Hogwarts students, as even some Slytherins were quite put out with Snape's teaching or lack of it. While the man had become head of Slytherin, he could hardly be accused of favoring the snakes. In fact, he seemed more demanding of them, making it clear that they were not up to the standards of the Slytherin name, and he would not accept less. Harry was quite satisfied when Draco Malfoy received a Troll during the first class with Slughorn when he tried to replace his badly brewed potion with a high-quality one that Harry suspected had been ordered or given to him by Snape before he left. The three enforcers had quickly become popular with most of the student population and feared by bullies. Sirius and Remus had quickly received the nicknames Two Hounds of Hell, as they seemed able to sniff trouble a mile away. Evangeline, well, after the 5th-6th year Slytherin got encased in a block of ice and kept in there for the rest of the day, she was more than a little feared. Let's be honest, people had begun calling her She Must Not Be Named. Of course, her methods had quickly earned the ire of the heads of house who demanded her to cease with her punishments, at which point Eva drowned them in killing intent and told them, in no uncertain terms, that she had free reign and that if they were not satisfied, they could feel free to hand in their resignations. While not pleased at all with the situation, the three McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, only since Slughorn mostly approved Eva's methods, decided to only warn their students to be wary of her and not get on her bad side. It came to somewhat of a surprise to Harry that Hagrid, who had been quite upset with him for causing trouble for Dumbledore, instructed him to come by his house during the night after the Hogsmeade visit. Said visit during which Harry had been accompanied by Daphne, Tracy, Susan, Luna, and Hermione, with the bushy-haired girl occasionally glaring at him and hissing at him that he will take responsibility, only for the mystery to be dispersed by a quick legitimacy probe that proved this to be one of Dumbledore's ideas to indebt Harry to him. Harry, however, decided to use this in his own favor, especially with a certain red-haired asshole currently eavesdropping on them. That night, Harry left the Gryffindor Tower with Ron unskillfully stalking him up to Hagrid's hut. There the half-giant had Harry put on the invisibility cloak and follow him deeper into the forest after picking up Madame Maxime from the Bewsbatons' carriage. Harry shook his head in amusement as he saw Ron still following them, though neither of the half-giants noticed him in the darkness. It was when they arrived at the dragon paddock that Harry put his plan into motion. As soon as Ron got a clear sight of the dragons breathing fire towards the handlers, Harry hit him with a slightly modified Confundus charm on the red head, making him think that the dragons had escaped and were coming after him. That caused Ron to bolt, but not towards the edge of the forest, but deeper, following the same direction he and Harry had gone near the end of their second year. After nearly an hour of running without really looking where he was going, the modified Confundus charm wore off, allowing Ron to clearly see the countless silver spider webs covering the forest around him. The sound of countless pincers smacking together filled the air, and as the youngest male, Weasley froze in terror at the sight of hundreds Acromantula approaching him hungrily, he could do only one thing. They screamed in horror before he was silenced. It would be months before Hagrid dropped by and found a rotting Weasley sweater. Ron's disappearance caused quite a bit of trouble for the Hogwarts staff, until a few dragon handlers mentioned that the redhead had been seen at the edge of the dragon paddock before running off screaming deeper into the forest. This, while answered some questions, greatly reduced the fourth-year fool's chances of survival. Hagrid had even gone as far as asking the centaurs, but all they knew or were willing to admit was that someone had been screaming deep in the forest that night. Harry had been satisfied with the result. While he felt some regret over the boy's death, the trouble and irritation the fool had caused him and would have continued to cause was not what he wanted to experience. And in the end, it was not as if there was any evidence whatsoever, since the nigh undetectable memory charm he used on Hagrid convinced the groundskeeper that Harry had not shown up that night at all. One more plan had been put into motion that night, involving the dragons themselves, but it would not be until after the first task that it would be put into motion. Needless to say, with a few reports from Harry and a few memory-charmed Gryffindors saying that Ron had left the Gryffindor common room alone that night, it was nearly certain that Ron had acted on his own. Even Moody had said the same, with some interference from Harry. He had seen Ron leaving the castle and heading to the forest on his own. The disguised Death Eater had followed, but he was rather slow due to his leg and had been forced to abandon the search soon. The twins had instantly gone to Harry to check the Marauders map, but even that had proved fruitless since Ron was outside its range, or rather his digested remains. All in all, it was a distraught Molly and Arthur Weasley that visited Dumbledore a day after Ron had been declared missing, and much to Harry's delight, Arthur's screams of outrage at the headmaster's incompetence when they heard about the dragons echoed throughout the castle, much to Molly, Ginny, and the twins' shock. As the angry sounds were heard by all, Harry sipped some tea. One down, many more to go. And yes, I'm finally posting this chapter. I know it's been a while, but I've had a bit of a writer's block. Now, I know what many of you will say. You killed Kenny. Sorry, I meant Ron. Yes, I'm evil, and I got rid of the idiot. I know that this seems kind of extreme for Harry, but keep in mind that this is a dark Harry. Dark to the deepest reaches of his soul, if you must know. He's Eva's disciple and has adopted a significant portion of her personality. And Eva is the kind that gets revenge on all those who wronged her. I'm sure that some Negima fans will say that Evangeline had a personal rule to not harm little kids. Well, Ron is 14 and a half by this point. Not a little kid, but a big idiot that has got on her nerves for 3 years. Harry, leaning of this in detail, gave him his thirst for revenge. Now, regarding my previous post regarding the site purging going on, the source of the purge has been found. A group of regular FF users, Critics United, will post any story they don't like on their forum. Then they have all their members mass report it until the story is deleted. In their forum, they say they hope to cause another purge soon. They are not critics. They are bullies. They do not offer constructive criticism. They flame and poke fun. They like to call stories shitfix and call authors whose story they got deleted immature and likely to bitch at them. They often use heavy sarcasm and condescension in their supposed constructive criticism. The head of Critics United has MA sex scenes in her stories. Spread the word. That said, the next chapter of Dark Evangel's final task will feature the first task of the Triwizard Tournament as well as Harry's other plots. I don't know for sure when I'll have it ready, but reviews most certainly convince me to work faster. So review, dear readers. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. I do not own Mahou Sensei Negima or Harry Potter. Mahou Sensei Negima is the property of Ken Akamatsu, and Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. Italics text equals character thinking to themselves. Underline plus italics equals character communicating with telepathy. Bold text equals shouting. Bold plus italics equals casting spell/ability. Chapter 9. The first task. The morning before the first task of the tournament was met with great excitement from the majority of the students and great worry from most of the staff. Once the investigation regarding Ron Weasley's disappearance had started, it became impossible to keep the presence of the dragon secret. Hence now the entire school knew that during the first task the school champions were going to face dragons. There were many complaints from both Karkaroff and Maxime regarding the secrecy of the task, how Dumbledore had allowed the secrecy of the challenge to be compromised. But eventually Bagman of all people pointed out that it would take a lot of bravery to show up to face dragons anyway, possible more than one would when facing the unknown. Lord Potter. McGonagall spoke up as he approached Harry where he was having breakfast in the Great Hall. The school champions are required to meet before the first task starts, so that you will be given the last details. In other words, to decide which dragon we get to face. Harry must out loud, earning a sigh and a nod from the deputy headmistress. Very well then, I'll be accompanying you there. McGonagall added, and soon enough, she was leading him to a tent raised near the enclosure where the dragons were. Strands similar to those around the Quidditch pitch had been raised around the enclosure, which further hid it. But nothing could hide the angry roars and the tongues of flame that were reaching for the sky. Harry could not help but smirk at how McGonagall had blanched and was trembling slightly at this. With a muttered good luck, she left him in front of the tent, and after a moment Harry entered. Fleur Delacour was sitting in a corner on a Howe wooden stool. She didn't look nearly as composed as usual, but rather pale and clammy. Victor Crumb looked even surlier than usual, which Harry supposed was his way of showing nerves. It was Bagman, however, that drew Harry's attention. Dressed in what Harry guessed had been his Quidditch robes during his time as a beater, the man was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet in excitement. "Aha, Lord Potter," Bagman called out happily. "Come in, make yourself at home." "So, how do we decide which dragon we get?" Harry inquired in amusement. "A duel? Rock, paper, scissors? I heard about something called the Russian roulette." Harry trailed off, not even trying to hide his growing smirk at how Crumb paled at his last suggestion. No. You just draw a corresponding figurine from this bag. You will have to get past the real-life versions of them and claim the golden egg from their nest." Bagman pointed out as he held up a sack of purple silk. "Oh, that's rather anticlimactic." Harry sighed. "Well, There will be plenty of excitement soon enough. Bagman grinned. True, Harry agreed. So, when we'll let the crowd to gather first before you will draw your dragons. Bagman explained. 5 minutes later, the excited chatter that had began to trickle by was focused within the stands, and Bagman opened the sack and held it out. Ladies first. Bagman smiled. Fleur put a shaking hand inside the bag and drew out a tiny, perfect model of a dragon, a Welsh green. It had the number 2 around its neck. Crumb pulled out the scarlet Chinese fireball. It had the number 1 around its neck. He didn't even blink, just sat back down and stared at the ground. Finally, Harry reached into the sack and narrowed his eyes slightly at the feeling of his small, repelling ward being broken down when recognizing his magical signature. Without a word, he pulled out the Hungarian horntail and looking at it inquisitively. Well, there you are, Bagman said. You have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons. Do you see? Now, I'm going to have to leave you in a moment because I'm commentating. Mr. Crumb, you're first. Just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle, all right? After he left, a tense silence settled inside the tent, with Crumb looking towards the entrance in concentration. I'm pretty sure you two already know this, but dragons are vulnerable at the eyes and the back of their mouths. Harry casually informed them. I did not read about their mouths. Crumb frowned as he glanced at Harry. That's because while a weak spot on its own, it's still well protected by the fire the dragon spews out. Harry said dryly. Why are you telling us this? Fleur looking at him with some surprise. Just because I intend to win this, it doesn't mean I want you to die in the process. Harry shrugged. Before they could reply, the whistle sounded and Crumb hurried out, leaving Fleur to begin pacing nervously while the shouts of the crowd, the angry roars of the dragon, and Bagman's comments filled the air. Harry was taking full advantage of his magical sight to see through the physical obstacles how Crumb had blinded his dragon with a conjunctivitis curse, which unfortunately led to the dragon going wild and thrashing around, crushing some of its own eggs. Unable to safely approach the eggs as the dragon was attacking the ground there, Crumb was forced to remain idled until the dragon regained enough of its self-control to sniff him out. At that point, had to run around the enclosure a bit, as the dragon had begun to blast all the boulders it could reach towards him. In the end, the Bulgarian managed to hit him with another conjunctivitis curse, which proved enough of a distraction for him to get the golden egg, though his left sleeve was set aflame from a stray blast of fire. Soon enough, Fleur answered the call of the whistle and headed into the enclosure. She began by casting Calming Charm after Calming Charm at the Welsh Green, generally focused around the eyes and the head as a whole. This resulted in the dragon getting more and more drowsy, though it was negligible. After several minutes, she began what looked like a song in Latin, though Harry was clearly seeing how she was flooding the arena with her allure, focusing it on the dragon. Eventually, the dragon settled down and fell asleep, prompting Fleur to hurry and retrieve her golden egg. She was careless, however, and walked in front of the dragon's nostrils, which led to her skirt being set on fire by a few flames that came with the snores. Finally, though, it was Harry's turn. At the sound of the whistle, he left the tent and entered the enclosure, where he found himself face to face with the enormous Hungarian horntail. It had black scales, a spiked tail, and bronze horns protruding from its head. It had yellow eyes with vertical pupils, and was glaring straight at him, streams of near white-hot flames randomly spewing from its mouth as its spiked tail whipped around, smashing craters randomly. At the sight before him, Harry could not help but feel a shiver that ran down his spine. Not of fear, as it might have been not a year before, but of excitement, as his own pupils became vertical slits and his sclera became pitch black for a couple seconds, before he regained control of himself. Taking a deep breath, he began walking towards the dragon at a calm pace as the plan he made with Eva flashed at the forefront of his mind. Flashback. Your goal is not to survive this task. The Queen of Darkness spoke with a smirk. It's not even to win, she added, her smirk becoming feral. Your goal is to completely establish your superiority and to show the heights of your power to those pathetic wizards so that none will question you again without fearing for their continued existence. Flashback in. Showtime. Harry thought, as if his thought was a signal. The Hungarian horntail drew a deep breath and unleashed a huge stream of fire towards him. Without breaking his stride, Harry raised his empty, right hand towards the approaching flames. Nivis casus, he called out, and a large volume avalanche of snow was created and launched at the dragon, meeting the flames midway in an explosion of hissing steam. His eyes seeing through the fog of war before him, Harry swished his left hand to the side, calling out Flans Paries Aerialis, just before the horntail's spiked tail impacted the newly erected barrier. Immediately, Harry called out Gelatus Capulus, causing frost to erupt from under the tail, encasing it in a pillar of ice, firmly anchoring it in place. The horntail howled in anger and unleashed another stream of fire at Harry, this time even more powerful than the one before, its anger clearly amplifying the power of the attack. Harry allowed the flames to approach him until they were only a couple seconds away. At that point, he brought his left hand to his mouth and breathed out a black inferno. Fiend fire was Harry's harsh whisper as a torrent of black fire left the palm of his hand and wrapped itself around the dragon's fire, burning it from existence as it took the form of a flaming, pitch-black, Japanese dragon which unleashed a taunting roar at the Hungarian horntail before fading away. Before the living dragon could do more than screech in anger, Harry raised his right hand towards the dragon's chest and called his spell out firmly. Dextre mitam. Nivis tempestus obscurans came from Harry before a huge twister of frost and darkness erupted from his open palm and quickly crossed the distance between him and the dragon, impacting the horntail in the chest and blasting him away from the eggs and to the other side of the enclosure where it slammed into. The huge boulders that were on the edge, the chains holding it to the ground, as well as the ice prison holding its tail having been uprooted in the process. The dragon's pained and angry screech was echoing through the deathly silent stands as Harry took a few more steps towards the dragon before he used a shundu to appear, before it causing the dragon to move to attack him again, only to be smashed into the ground once again at a mere whisper from Harry. Malleus Aquilones caused a humongous sphere of ice, half the size of the dragon itself, to form above the open hand that Harry was holding towards the heavens before the green-eyed mage brought it down on his opponent. Harry then levitated himself to stand face to face with the dragon and began chanting. Tenebris gelida flamma fulgur, locos umbri regnin scathac. In manum meum dedo iaculum daemonium cum spinistriginta. Iaculatio fulgoris. Harry roared the last part, and 30 spears of white lightning materialized floating around him before descending on the dragon at a gesture of his wrist, impaling the dragon's body and limbs, pinning it into the ground. The dragon's roar of pain followed, and heat began to gather in its mouth before Harry unleashed his aura upon the stadium, mostly focused on the dragon before him, before he slammed his palm on the horntail's snout, immediately halting it fully as Harry lowered his shades to reveal his glowing emerald eyes. Yield. Harry, while sending a spear of mental magic through the dragon's eyes straight into its psyche. The result was near instantaneous, as the dragon immediately lowered its head in a bow, its body trembling visibly. Tenebris gelida flamma fulgur, air et aqua, facti nebula illis somnum brevum, nebula hypnotica. Harry chanted slowly, causing a light fog to gather around him before it flowed into the dragon through its mouth and snout, quickly knocking it out. Without another word, Harry used a shundu to appear beside the nest and took the golden egg before heading towards tent. He saw the other two champions enter earlier, where Madame Pomfrey was apparently waiting for him. "I'm unharmed," Harry said as soon as she was within hearing range. "I thought as much, surprising as it may be," Pomfrey remarked faintly. "Keep an eye on the judges to see your scores." She motioned towards the far end of the enclosure. Looking in that direction, Harry noticed that the shell-shocked and pale judges were staring at him while whispering furiously between themselves. Soon enough, Maxime raised her wand and 2 silver ribbons shot out of the tip, taking the appearance of a 10, earning applause from the crowd. Crouch followed her example, as did Bagman, each granting him a 10. Next in line was Karkaroff, who was silently looking at Harry. The raven-haired champion guessed he needed a slight push to make the right decision and flashed his eyes slightly behind his shades, earning a flinch from the Durmstrang headmaster, who flinched and quickly gave him a 10. Dumbledore was last, and after giving his fellow judges a disappointed look, he gave Harry a 4, earning shouts of outrage from the crowds. Harry, however, chuckled in amusement, and with a shake of his head, he headed towards the champion's tent. "Very impressive, Lord Potter," Crumb remarked as he saw Harry. "Thank you. If what I heard is true, you put up quite a show yourself." Harry smiled. "And I hear you were quite enchanting, Fleur." "Thank you." The Vila smiled. "Well done, all of you," Bagman said, bouncing into the tent and looking as pleased as though he personally had just got past a dragon. "Now, just a quick few words. You've got a nice long break before the second task, which will take place at 9:30 on the morning of February the 24th. But we're giving you something to think about in the meantime. If you look down at those golden eggs you're all holding, you will see that they open. See the hinges there? You need to solve the clue inside the egg, because it will tell you what the second task is and enable you to prepare for it. All clear? Sure? Well, off you go then." Harry left the tent with the other champions, but quickly split up to meet up with their respective schoolmates. Harry joined up with Hermione, Neville, and Daphne as they headed towards the castle, only to stop as Rita Skeeter appeared before them from behind a tree. "Lord Potter, congratulations on finishing the first task in first place," the reporter began. "Do you have anything to comment? Did you find the judges unfair? With the exception of Dumbledore, all the judges graded correctly as far as I know." Harry shrugged. "What do you think made Dumbledore give you such a small score?" Rita asked. "Well, I'm certain he's going to claim that I used too much force and that I'm going dark, or some other bullshit along those lines." Harry began. "The truth, however, is that Dumbledore is just throwing a temper tantrum to make it seem like he still matters in some way." "To make it seem?" Rita asked for clarification. "Dumbledore has been committing various illegalities over the past few decades," Harry said firmly. "Right now, he's buried up to his neck in trials. And this time, he won't get away by saying that whatever he did is for the greater good. Do you know why, Miss Skeeter?" "No. Could you please tell us?" Skeeter grinned. "Because I'm going to remind people that for the greater good was Grindelwald's slogan. And look what he did to our society." Harry said darkly. "I see." Rita flinched. "Thank you for your time." An explosion erupted from the enclosure, and the group hurried back there, only to find a rather gruesome sight. Blood was splattered before the once again chained and awake Hungarian horntail, who was growling in satisfaction. Impaled on its spiked tail was the body of a familiar-looking Slytherin, the hair giving it away before the tail flicked towards the dragon's mouth, detaching the corpse, which was almost instantly crushed by the horntail's powerful fangs and then swallowed. "And Malfoy." Daphne gaped in shock and horror at the sight of her classmate's corpse. Stupefied, Harry roared along a couple dozen other voices, and the horntail went down under the combined power of the stunners. "What happened here?" Hermione asked in shock. "What the hell was Malfoy doing so close to the horntail?" demanded from the nearest dragon keeper. I don't know." The man shook his head. "He just suddenly ran up to the dragon, and before we could do anything, he started ranting. How the dragon was weak to lose to you. And then the dragon killed him, stabbed him with the tail. It did." Another dragon keeper finished. "But how did he get down here from the stands?" Harry demanded before turning towards the approaching judges. "Weren't there any wards put up between the stands and the enclosure?" "I placed several to stop any stray spells, flames, or objects from leaving the enclosure and endangering the spectators. I did not think it was necessary to place any to stop people entering the enclosure," Dumbledore admitted. "Yes, you have the unfortunate habit of not thinking." Harry growled under his breath, though hard enough for everyone to hear. "Well, Dumbledore, since it's your lack of judgment that led to this, it's up to you to recover Malfoy's body and explain to his father how this happened." "Look, here he comes now, Dumbledore!" Lucius Malfoy's roar of rage was heard from the place in the stands. He was coming from all over to castle itself. Time skip. That night, Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy was a mess. His day started bad enough, with watching the Potter brat practically toying with what was considered the most dangerous dragon breed left in existence. Nesting mother at that. Seeing the 14-year-old throwing that much magic around like it was nothing terrified the elder Malfoy more than any political financial maneuver the young lord had pulled since claiming his inheritance. Compared to the fearsome ice and darkness, the Dark Lord's fiend fire, which at times claimed a few Death Eaters that were foolish enough to think Voldemort would keep it in a tight leash for their safety, was no that impressive. And the way he pinned the dragon to the ground with those spears of lightning. Lucius quickly drowned the shiver by abandoning his glass and drinking straight from the bottle of fire whiskey. Then tragedy struck, or rather the epitome of stupidity. He had always known that Draco was arrogant. He had made sure he was raised to be that way. But he had shown the stupid boy that there was a fine line between showing that you're confident in your status and power and being utterly stupid. Clearly, from the way Draco has simply walked up to the dragon and began berating it for losing to Potter, the boy had not learned that lesson or heard a word of it for that matter. And to top it all, there was little he could do about it. Draco was dead and had been halfway digested by the time what was left of his corpse had been extracted from the dragon due to the creature's superior metabolism, and he was limited in what retribution could demand. The worst kind of opposition was there. Witnesses that saw exactly what happened. At most, he was able to accuse Dumbledore of negligence, and the only reason that worked was because Potter was doing the same. In the end, he had written a complaint and sent it to Fudge, and he was meeting Dumbledore in court in a few weeks. Deciding to forget this most unpleasant day, Lucius pushed away the empty bottle next to the one that preceded it and popped open another. He had earned the right to get smashed. He has nothing urgent planned for the next day, and Narcissa was in France for the next week, though she would likely cut it short for Draco's funeral. He continued drinking into the night, his inebriated mind not even contemplating that he had passed the safe limit of fire whiskey with the first bottle. By the time he was finishing his sixth bottle, he was so drunk he could not even begin to wonder how he was still conscious. He was halfway through his eighth when he finally fell asleep, and with that the spell he had been tagged with that morning before the first task even began finally ended, allowing the full extent of alcohol he had consumed to hit his heart and brain, instantly giving him a stroke which killed him in his state of unconsciousness. Time skip. Next day at dinner. Hogwarts Great Hall. Loud chatter filled the Great Hall as the students and staff all but abandoned eating in favor of discussing the tragedy that had struck the Malfoy family the previous day. Father and son both dying in a rather stupid and embarrassing way. So, I hear Narcissa will be back by tomorrow. She called Amelia this morning after hearing some rumors on the beach in France, Sirius said, as he put aside the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. She was on the beach? Remus asked, surprised. Never though her the type. Yes, someplace called Cap d'Agde, I think it was. Never heard of it. Must be some obscure place where nobody will see her. Sirius shrugged. See Cap d'Agde? Hermione squeaked as she repeated the name. HM? You're heard of the place, Hermione? Luna inquired. I went there on summer holiday last year. Hermione said as she tried to tone down her blush, hoping that, oh, never thought you the type to go to a nudist beach, little girl. Evangeline smirked as she and Harry arrived with Daphne and Tracy, with Susan joining them moments later at the end of the Gryffindor table their group had claimed. Nudist beach? Luna questioned. A beach where you don't wear any clothes at all. Not even a swimsuit. Sirius grinned. Damn, I knew we missed something this summer. Still, you surprised me, Hermione. I was expecting it, to be honest. Brainy girls are usually naughty. Harry took a jab at the bookworm. Me and my big mouth. Hermione sunk into her seat, her face shining red with embarrassment. So, pup, you figured out what's the deal with that egg? Sirius inquired. Yeah, just had to open it underwater. The starfish lock at the top of it was pretty obvious. Harry snorted, though he kept his voice down for the most part. He has to retrieve something from the bottom of the Black Lake in under an hour. Eva shrugged as she served herself some chocolate cake. Easy, though they may add some extra water-based magical creatures. Sirius suggested. And there's the giant squid as well. Susan pointed out. I don't think it will attack the champions. I hear the thing even helps out the first years that fall into the lake when they fall out of the boats. Tracy said. Like that creepy kid. Harry agreed. Creevy. He's Colin's younger brother. Hermione corrected. Creepy too then. Harry nodded, earning a chuckles from those who knew the fanboy. So, how are you going to do it? Remus inquired. You could use the bubblehead charm. Tracy suggested. And I read about this plant called gillyweed that makes you grow gills for a period of time. I borrowed the book from Neville. Hermione added, if you know what you're looking for, you could locate it with the point me spell. Susan chimed in. You could simply try summoning whatever they took and avoid getting wet. Daphne pointed out, actually, I was thinking of taking Eva's suggestion to split the waters and walking over to the thing they take from me. Harry confessed sheepishly. A profound silence followed this statement, with everyone but Eva string at him incredulously while the dark Evangel was smirking. Well, that would work. Remus nodded slowly. Hey, N. What's up, people? I'm back, Ak. Yeah, sorry for being so late with this chapter. I had to rewrite it a few times. For some reason, it kept turning out too short. So, as I'm sure you notice, I ended the Malfoy line. I was considering dealing with Lucius like I did with the Lestranges, but I decided to make it less conspicuous. So I had him drink himself to death for a bit of originality. You see, there are countless stories where Lucius gets assassinated, but his killer takes the time to talk to him or make them change his will. So I decided to have him killed by the delayed effect of a spell. The next chapter will feature the Yule Ball, as I'm sure you expected. But before that, I have a few things to say regarding the poll on my profile. I'm truly disappointed that 59 people had wasted their votes without considering the implications. Seriously, the guy lost the use of an eye and his body and powers were changed in an unknown way. How could Naruto possibly get through it without any lasting problems? I mostly placed the 0% option in the poll just to cover all possibilities. Therefore, I regretfully announce you that the votes for the 0% option will be ignored. Sorry, people, but it wouldn't work at all. Until next time, feel free to drop a review.